Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning, or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 208-49, Dark Altar Appearance of the Soul Suppression Bell, Altar Attribute Bubbles. 4. However, when the two of them collided, an evil and eerie voice came from the black altar. It sounded like the cry of an evil spirit or the whisper of a strange dark creature. It hurt people's spirit. There was no telling what material the dark altar was made of. It looked like metal and some kind of stone. However, when they collided, they could make a metallic sound. It was strange. Wang Teng frowned. Golden light flashed in his eyes. He had activated the Nine Treasures Pagoda. At this moment, the Nine Treasures Pagoda was floating in Wang Teng's small universe. It gave off a dazzling golden glow and suppressed all the noises of chaos. The Nine Treasures Pagoda had never failed in dealing with attacks that could affect one's spiritual body. Wang Teng's expression didn't change, but his heart was extremely heavy. Who would emerge victorious in the battle between the soul suppression bell and the dark altar? Boom! Suddenly, an endless black light erupted from the dark altar. All the sound wave attacks were shattered. What? Wang Teng widened his eyes in shock. The dark altar was too powerful. It was able to destroy the soul suppression bell's sound wave attack easily. Mind you, only a corner of the dark altar was revealed. It hadn't arrived yet, but it was able to resist the soul suppression bell's attack. This was unbelievable. However, before Wang Teng could react, a few attribute bubbles dropped from the dark altar. What? He was shocked. Without any hesitation, he released his spiritual kinesis towards the dark altar and wanted to pick up the attribute bubbles. However, when his spiritual power got close to the dark altar, it disappeared instantly as if it was devoured. There was even an evil and strange force spreading over through his spiritual kinesis. Wang Teng was so frightened that he immediately cut off his spiritual kinesis. Scary? Wang Teng's expression turned ugly. He thought that he could get attribute bubbles as easily as he normally did, but he got slapped in the face. Even his spiritual kinesis couldn't get close to the dark altar. What was even more outrageous was the attribute bubbles didn't drop. There seemed to be a special force binding them around the dark altar. Wang Teng had no choice but to go closer to the dark altar to pick them up. What should we do? Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. Many thoughts went through his mind. He must pick up these attribute bubbles. If he wanted to find a way to stop the dark altar, he needed to understand it first. At first, Wang Teng had already given up. However, when he saw the attribute bubbles dropped by the dark altar, hope lit up in his heart again. All kinds of ideas flashed through his mind. At the same time, he placed his attention on the skills he had grasped. Ordinary methods wouldn't work if he wanted to get close to the dark altar. He needed to find another way. By right, the dark altar didn't seem to reject dark apparitions. At least the Devil Titan and the others weren't far away from the dark altar. They weren't affected at all. Thus, Wang Teng only needed to use his constellation Dark Force to get close to the dark altar. But here was the problem. There were many people watching. Wasn't he tempting fate by using his constellation Dark Force? Other people wouldn't listen to his explanation. They would only treat him as a spy for the dark apparitions. After all, 2 dark apparitions had already appeared. Wang Teng didn't want to die. Bang! The melodious ringing of the soul suppression bell sounded again, launching the second round of attack. Boom! The bell collided with the dark altar again. This time, there was no metallic clang. Instead, there was only a loud explosion. The soul suppression bell's sound wave attack didn't land on the dark altar. It collided with the black light and got blocked outside. They were at a standstill. Bang. The third bell rang. It was louder than the previous two. Boom. The sound waves crashed into the black light like towering waves. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw the sound wave attack that seemed substantial. The soul suppression bell couldn't do anything to the dark altar. This was unbelievable. There was no doubt that the soul suppression bell was powerful, but it couldn't break the black light. What kind of presence was it? A cold snort came from somewhere. The dimensional rifts started vibrating violently. An ancient-looking bell gradually appeared. There was a strange glow covering it, making it impossible to see the exact appearance of the bell. Soul suppression bell. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others were flabbergasted. They stared at the bell in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. The soul suppression bell had appeared. The saint-level secondary professionals and the members of the core families stared at the bell in the sky with their mouths agape. Soul suppression bell. This is the soul suppression bell. Wang Teng was astounded. Waves of astonishment crashed into his heart. He could only hear the sound of the bell, but he had never seen its appearance. Now that he saw its true form, Wang Teng instinctively activated his real eye to see what the bell looked like. However, a line of blood and tears appeared in his eyes. Wang Teng only saw a dazzling ball of light. Then he felt a stinging pain in his eyes. He was almost blinded by the light. Frightening. This bell was indeed frightening. He was invigorated. Would the appearance of the soul suppression bell be able to shake the dark altar? There were many people who had the same thought as him. Many pairs of eyes gathered behind him and stared intently at the clock. Chapter 2850. Dark Altar. Appearance of the soul suppression bell. Altar attribute bubbles. 5. Clang. The soul suppression bell gave off an ear-shattering ring. It resounded in the sky and turned into a dazzling ray of light. It shot towards the exposed corner of the dark altar. Boom! The next instant, before anyone could react, the soul suppression bell slammed into the black light emitted by the dark altar. A violent explosion occurred. Bang! In an instant. The black light was shattered by the soul suppression bell, revealing a corner of the dark altar behind. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Excitement appeared in their eyes. Suppress. A majestic and cold shout echoed in the sky. After the soul suppression bell shattered the black light, its presence didn't decrease. It continued pressing down on the black altar. Boom. Boundless light erupted from the soul suppression bell. It was like a dazzling giant star. No one could open their eyes. Boom. At this moment, the patterns on the dark altar seemed to have come alive. They squirmed frantically and gave off a buzzing sound. A terrifying aura seemed to be reviving above. Boom! The soul suppression bell arrived and slammed into the dark altar. A terrifying explosion occurred, and the space around it cracked. Endless spatial turbulence swept out, covering the entire area and causing people to retreat in fear. This is a good chance, on the other hand. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of a way and used the power of space and his space concealment battle technique to send a wisp of his spiritual kinesis over. To others, the chaotic space turbulence was terrifying. They didn't even dare to get close, but to Wang Teng, this was the best chance to fish in troubled waters. Although the space turbulence was dangerous to him, he had a way to evade it. By comparison, it was safer than other people. Wang Teng stared intently at the surroundings of the dark altar. Besides the attribute bubbles dropped just now, there were also the attribute bubbles dropped when it collided with the soul suppression bell. Success would depend on this. His spiritual power was sent over. It was wrapped with a wisp of constellation dark force and the origin of darkness. Even eternal-level martial warriors wouldn't be able to detect who sent it out in the chaotic space currents. Even a God-stage martial warrior might not be able to detect it just in case. Wang Teng was already prepared. After picking up the attribute bubbles, he immediately cut off the connection. This was to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Even if someone detected something at that moment, they wouldn't be able to track him. Closer, closer. Wang Teng could feel his spiritual kinesis. He gradually clenched his fists and got a little nervous. Very soon, his spiritual power appeared in the chaotic space. However, it was still some distance away from the attribute bubbles. However, with the help of the dark force, Wang Teng's spiritual power wouldn't be repelled by the dark altar. This was good news. Wang Teng immediately controlled his spiritual kinesis to move around in the chaotic flow of space. At the same time, he wanted to evade the terrifying energy caused by the collision of the soul suppression bell and the dark altar. This process was extremely dangerous and difficult. Fortunately, his space concealment skill was put to use. He would escape into space occasionally and evade the energy attacks precariously. At a certain moment, Wang Teng was invigorated, and enlightenment suddenly appeared in his mind. He picked it up. He was flabbergasted and overjoyed. However, this wasn't the time to be happy. He hurriedly suppressed the happiness in his heart and continued picking them up. In the end, when he picked up 3 attribute bubbles, he got stimulated by the energy and his spiritual kinesis broke. What a pity, Wang Teng sighed. His eyes shimmered and he immediately immersed himself in his enlightenment. Boom! A huge amount of information exploded in his mind. It turned into profound passages filled with strange and evil pieces. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. His spirit suffered a strong stimulation and he felt dizzy. Strange sounds echoed beside his ears. He didn't expect this enlightenment to possess the same strange power as the dark altar, suppress it. Wang Teng shouted in his heart. The Nine Treasures Pagoda gave off a dazzling golden glow and suppressed all the negative emotions. However, it wasn't enough in front of this strange force. What's more, the enlightenment appeared in his mind directly. The impact was even greater. Origin of darkness. A spiritual light flashed in Wang Teng's mind. He immediately used the origin of darkness and allowed it to appear faintly in his small universe. Boom! The strange force froze for a moment. Then it gradually quietened down. Even the evil voice didn't appear again. It seemed to have disappeared. It's indeed useful. Wang Teng let out a long sigh. He didn't dare to think too much and quickly absorbed the enlightenment. The dark altar. A colossal black altar appeared in his mind. There were all kinds of obscure and strange dark patterns on it. Anyone who looked at it would feel a chill in their body, as if they were about to fall into an abyss. It was as if there was something terrifying hidden on the altar. Gasp! Wang Teng was enlightened. He gasped in shock. He couldn't imagine how powerful this dark altar was. Chapter 2851, An Abyss, a giant turtle, an ancient pagoda, the dark altar. This was the real dark altar. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. That hint of enlightenment allowed him to understand the origins of the dark altar. But it was also the reason why he lost his composure. This dark altar wasn't just a name. It was an altar that contained the terrifying power of darkness. Through this enlightenment, Wang Teng understood that the dark altar existed for a long time. Its history couldn't be traced. No one knew who created it. There were all kinds of origin dark patterns carved on it. There was even the blood of terrifying dark apparitions. It was evil and eerie but divine at the same time. The use of this dark altar was even more astonishing. Offer sacrifice to the darkness, communicate with the darkness, obtain power from the darkness. It could even summon terrifying presences from the darkness, and so on. These were all the effects of the dark altar. Even in Wang Teng's enlightenment, there was only a part of it. It wasn't comprehensive. Also, many dark apparitions didn't understand this dark altar. From the performance of Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions, he could tell that they didn't recognize the altar immediately. Mind you, Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions were high-tier Devil Titans. Their status in the Darkland was definitely not low. They could even be considered the higher authorities in the Darkland, but even someone like him didn't understand the Dark Altar. This showed how ancient and secretive the Dark Altar was. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. The dark apparitions must have a huge motive for summoning this ancient and strange altar. This was troublesome. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Then he looked at the attributes board. Dark Altar, incomplete, unknown, 360 50,000 foundation. He was astounded when he saw the attributes of the Dark Altar. Just the foundation stage required 50,000 attribute points. This was worse than the Void Speckle Great Array. How long would it take for him to reach the foundation stage, especially since its attribute bubbles were so hard to pick up? Wang Teng didn't dare to think further. Besides that, the Dark Altar attribute was incomplete. This was even worse. It was all right if the attribute requirement was high, but it was incomplete. What a joke. However, this wasn't the main point. Wang Teng's attention was quickly attracted by a few other words. The level of this Dark Altar was unknown. This meant that the level of the Dark Altar was higher than the Void Speckle Great Array. Wang Teng widened his eyes in disbelief. The level of this Dark Altar was higher than a divine level array like the Void Speckle Great Array. What was above the immortal level? Nobody knew. Wang Teng didn't know anything about that. Until now, he hadn't found any relevant information, nor had he seen anyone or anything above the immortal level. Wang Teng was extremely curious about existences above the God stage. He had asked Round Ball to look for them before, but it was to no avail. It was as if the presence of a God stage martial warrior was a taboo. No one knew about it. When he saw that the soul suppression bell couldn't do anything to the Dark Altar, Wang Teng was even more certain that this Dark Altar was a treasure above the immortal level. Thinking about it, the foundation of the Dark Altar required 50,000 points of attributes. This was 5 times the attributes needed for the foundation of the Void Speckle Great Array. No one would believe that they were at the same level. Suddenly, he remembered the ancient god's body and the heavenly finger. Both battle techniques were classified as unknown. Did this mean that their level was higher than the immortal level? With this thought in mind, Wang Teng realized that he had unknowingly obtained many things that could make the world go crazy. If outsiders knew about this, they would fight for it frantically. Wang Teng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the attributes of the Dark Altar and made his decision. How could he let go of such a good thing so easily? He must get more attribute bubbles. Wasn't it just an altar? He had gotten all kinds of attribute bubbles. He believed that he could get all the attribute bubbles on this altar. Let's do it. Boom! The sky trembled. The collision of the soul suppression bell and the Dark Altar was still ongoing. No one could win. As the two of them collided, the surrounding space continued to collapse. Space turbulence kept appearing and engulfed the area. The Dark Altar continued pushing forward. The soul suppression bell couldn't stop it. Oh my God! Wang Teng widened his eyes in surprise. What did he see? A large number of attribute bubbles. Also, that was the space attribute. He wanted to pick up the attribute bubbles around the Dark Altar, but he couldn't shift his gaze away when he saw so many space attributes. It was dazzling. It was truly a dazzling scene. There were too many attribute bubbles. With the appearance of the dimensional rifts, the space kept collapsing and attribute bubbles covered the entire Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. In the past, Wang Teng didn't have the time to care about it. However, after seeing so many space attributes, he couldn't care about anything else. If he didn't take it, he would suffer the consequences. He would be struck by lightning. He immediately released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up frantically. Chapter 2852, an abyss, a giant turtle, an ancient pagoda. 2. At the same time, he released a wisp of spiritual kinesis and repeated the same trick. He carefully approached the Dark Altar and picked up the attribute bubbles around it. After all, he had the experience the first time, so he was more familiar during the second time. Wang Teng quickly picked up the attribute bubbles beside the Dark Altar and absorbed them. Boom! The enlightenment of the Dark Altar appeared in his mind again. This time, the strange sound didn't appear. No, it appeared, but it didn't affect him at all. Firstly, Wang Teng had already obtained the legacy of the Dark Altar. Secondly, his power of origin of darkness was working so he wouldn't be rejected and affected by this strange force. Maybe the legacy of the Dark Altar had already acknowledged him as an evil dark apparition. Wang Teng wanted to cry just thinking about it. He was a human and definitely not a dark apparition, yet he had to bow down to gain the recognition of the dark altar. This was humiliating. After some time, Wang Teng picked up all the attribute bubbles near the dark altar. He didn't miss a single one during this time. His spiritual power broke 3 times. However, the effects weren't huge. He didn't use much spiritual kinesis to pick up attribute bubbles, so the waste was acceptable. Dark altar, incomplete, unknown, 8,550,000 foundation. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and his face turned black. He only picked up 8,500 points of attributes.
What the hell was this? Did I hit the soul suppression bell for nothing?
After all this time, he didn't even break through to 10,000 attribute points. Oh my God. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he looked at the other attribute. Space Physique, 365 deal, 5,000, 50,000, 5th rank. Wang Teng was elated when he saw this attribute. A crazy smile appeared at the edge of his lips. The 5th rank Space Physique required 500,000 attribute points, yet it rose to more than 200,000 points within a short time. Plus the 90,000 attribute points he had received previously, he had more than 360,000 points now. He was very close to reaching 400,000 points. It was very close, and the speed was very fast. Honestly, Wang Teng was astounded. He turned to look at the sky. Space attribute bubbles were still dropping. Pick them up. He picked them up crazily. It wouldn't be long before his space attribute passed the 5th rank and reached the 6th rank. The 5th rank Space Physique was able to break the space lock of a universe-level martial warrior. With his current Space Physique, he could break the lock of a 6th or 7th level universe-level martial warrior. If he reached the 6th rank Space Physique, it would be even more amazing. It would be a qualitative change, and he would be able to break the seal of eternal level space. It felt exciting just thinking about it. Wang Teng quickly picked up the attribute bubbles that dropped from the space. His Space Physique rose quickly. He could feel the thick space power flowing in his body. This sensation was simply exhilarating. It was like riding a train. He shot up quickly. However, before Wang Teng could get excited, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly sounded in the void. The sound drowned out all other noises, causing everyone to lose their sense of hearing. Their ears were ringing, and they couldn't hear any other sounds. Also, the noise was too loud, so he couldn't tell where it came from. Everyone was flabbergasted. They looked in the direction where the soul suppression bell and the dark altar collided. However, the sound didn't come from there. The soul suppression bell and the dark altar were still colliding. If it came from that direction, there must be more than one ring. Everyone felt dizzy from the loud explosion. They couldn't find their way around, including eternal-level martial warriors. Wang Teng sat cross-legged in the middle of the array. He was flabbergasted and didn't know what happened. However, he had the protection of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array, so he was better off than the others. He glanced around him, searching for the source of the sound. "How dare you?" At this moment, a shocked and furious voice was heard. It caused everyone's heart to shudder, and they were jolted out of their dizziness. Ha 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 ha! A peal of laughter was heard. It echoed in the air. This voice, it's the devil god. Wang Teng's expression changed entirely. What on earth happened? Boom! Before he could think further, an even louder sound was heard. Boom! The space collapsed entirely. Darkness spread over, and a terrifying scene appeared in front of everyone. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was finally destroyed. A strange space appeared in front of everyone. There was an endless abyss in the space. Dark, deep. The turbulent flow of space was wreaking havoc within it. It flowed in reverse like a long river of time and space. No one knew where it went. Directly above the abyss was an ancient pagoda. It was on the back of a giant turtle. Ancient pagoda. Giant turtle. These two completely different things appeared in front of everyone when they were placed together. It was a speechless and astounding feeling. Everyone turned silent. They stared at this scene absent-mindedly. The giant turtle was like a huge city. It floated above the abyss as if it was suppressing it. At the same time, thick, pitch-black chains stretched out around the ancient pagoda. They seemed to be linked to the abyss below. No one knew what was locked at the other end. Chapter 2853. An Abyss. A Giant Turtle. An Ancient Pagoda. 3. After all, there was nothing to be connected to in the abyss. The chains seemed to have merged into it. This! The three great elders had lost their ability to speak. Their expressions turned ugly and even a little pale, as if they saw something unbelievable. Gasp, there was an uproar. Everyone finally regained their composure and stared at the abyss in disbelief, as well as the giant turtle and the pagoda. In an instant, the entire world was in an uproar. No one was calm anymore. Gasp! Wang Teng gasped in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Then a bolt of white light flashed past his mind like lightning. He understood. He understood everything. The devil god's target wasn't them. It was the abyss and the pagoda. The other party didn't die. Instead, he evaded everyone's gaze using some method and even summoned the dark altar to distract the soul suppression bell. Finally, he attacked the pagoda. All these preparations were for the abyss below the pagoda. What's that abyss? I find it strange. Space and time seem to be messed up inside. Wang Teng felt uneasy. He looked at the abyss and could faintly feel the power emanating from it. Wang Teng, let's run away quickly. I feel that something is wrong, Round Ball shouted in his heart. Shut up, Wang Teng shouted. He said angrily, I will run when it's time. Round Ball stopped talking abruptly like a cat that got choked by its throat. However, it was still unwilling to give up. It hesitated for a moment before lowering its voice and saying quickly, I feel that the abyss is terrifying. It looks like the formidable martial warriors in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters are suppressing the abyss. I'm afraid they can't suppress it anymore. The abyss is about to appear. They might be able to handle it. The formidable warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters haven't acted, and the giant turtle and the pagoda are still here. Wang Teng frowned. Help me check if I can find any relevant information. I feel that the giant turtle and the pagoda are extraordinary. Bullshit. It must be extraordinary to be able to suppress that terrifying abyss. Round Ball pouted, but it didn't dare to say it out loud. It just muttered in its heart and went to look for information obediently. What's that? Many people were as confused as Wang Teng. They stared at the abyss in astonishment. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts. An abyss, a giant turtle, an ancient pagoda. The giant turtle is carrying the pagoda. It seems to be suppressing the abyss. There's such a place below the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. What's going on? Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They started making guesses. I think I've heard a similar rumor from a certain God-stage martial warrior. However, it's vague and he didn't elaborate, an eternal-level martial warrior said with a serious expression. The three great elders might know something. Some people looked at Dan Chen and the others. The dark apparition's target seems to be the abyss. I wonder what happened just now. Someone said in a low voice. Look, a few chains are broken. An exclamation resounded in the crowd. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They hurriedly shifted their gazes to the chains on the pagoda. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp, too. He scanned the items hurriedly and finally fixed his gaze on a few broken chains. As expected, they were broken. Wang Teng's heart sank. Just now, he didn't realize that 3 chains had broken. That place was right in his blind spot. He only used his real eye to see the origin of the broken chains after someone reminded him. At the same time, a few attribute bubbles were floating around the chains. Wang Teng was instantly dumbfounded. It was just a few chains, but they dropped attribute bubbles. This was rare. There was something strange about the chains. Pick them up. Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubble's Sky Imprisoning Lock 2000, Sky Imprisoning Lock 1300, Sky Imprisoning Lock 1500, sky imprisoning chain, a sharp glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. Then an enlightenment appeared in his mind and turned into a pitch-black chain. This pitch-black chain was the same as the chains on the pagoda. The next instant, the chains turned into rays of light and dispersed. They turned back into various materials, and the chains disintegrated as if time had reversed. Then a smithing mace appeared and hammered the materials amidst the roaring flames. This was forging. What astounded Wang Teng was, he felt the aura of a divine flame amidst the towering flames, scorching heat, mysteriousness, divine power that was a divine flame. Boom, 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 explosions kept echoing in Wang Teng's mind. It was as if someone was forging a weapon in his mind. Day after day, year after year, the materials were reforged and reborn in the flames. Finally, they turned into a pitch-black chain just like before. It was a new sky imprisoning chain. Strange patterns appeared on the sky imprisoning chain. They seemed to contain a divine power. Chapter 2854, An Abyss, a Giant Turtle, an Ancient Pagoda, 4. A series of forging processes appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Within a few seconds, he digested them completely. This is a chain weapon. Wang Teng was astounded. He looked at the attributes board. Sky imprisoning lock unknown, 9,250,000. Foundation. Another unknown. Wang Teng was astounded. He just received the unknown dark altar, and now he received the unknown sky imprisoning chain. The foundation attribute of the sky imprisoning lock was the same as the dark altar, 50,000 points. This was a little impressive. At this moment, an enlightenment appeared in his mind. It was related to the sky imprisoning chain. Wang Teng's gaze flickered, his jaws dropped slightly, and his face was filled with astonishment. He looked as if he saw a ghost. He seemed to have obtained something amazing again based on the description in the enlightenment. The sky imprisoning chain was an ancient item too. It didn't belong to this era. No one could verify its age. But this wasn't the main thing. The most astonishing thing was that the sky imprisoning lock was able to seal time and space. This was unbelievable, truly unbelievable, a chain that could seal space and time. Wasn't this a weapon that contained the power of time and space? This was outrageous. The power of space alone was impressive enough. Yet it contained the power of time too, as mentioned before. Forging space weapons required the help of space element martial warriors. It was the same for time-type weapons without the help of a martial warrior with the time talent. It was impossible to forge this weapon. Also, they needed all kinds of materials that contained the power of time. These materials were extremely rare and hard to find. The requirements for time and space were extremely harsh. Who was able to gather all the materials? Who was able to forge this weapon? This was outrageous. This was the first time Wang Teng saw such an outrageous weapon. If he didn't receive the relevant enlightenment, he wouldn't believe that these pitch-black chains, which didn't seem special at all, were divine weapons that contained the power of time and space. Also, unlike the dark altar, the sky imprisoning chain was complete. A complete enlightenment. The value increased multiple times in an instant. Wang Teng couldn't do anything with the incomplete enlightenment, at least temporarily. However, if it was a complete enlightenment, things would be different. He would be able to execute it more efficiently, and it might have unexpected effects. The complete attributes might be related to the destruction of the chains. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered as he looked at the broken sky imprisoning chains. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. Then he looked at the pagoda again. If the chains were so extraordinary, the pagoda must be extraordinary too. However, with his real eye, the pagoda gave off a dazzling glow. It looked divine and couldn't be inspected. Fortunately, the light from the pagoda was dazzling but gentle. It didn't hurt his eyes. The giant turtle did the same. There was a majestic force glow in its body. However, it was extremely reserved. Divine patterns that looked like chains intertwined around the force glow. It was impossible to see their stage and ability. Is this giant turtle at the immortal level? Wang Teng took a deep breath. He was flabbergasted. Wang Teng, I found it, Round Ball suddenly exclaimed. Speak! Wang Teng turned serious. He didn't waste any time and spat out a word. Okay, Round Ball was stunned by Wang Teng's words. It immediately said that giant turtle is called the Heaven Mountain Spirit Devouring Turtle. It's a terrifying ancient universe behemoth. It has a noble bloodline and a powerful talent. It possesses two attributes, earth and water. Its strength is also terrifying. It's said to be able to suppress everything in terms of bloodline. It might not be as strong as the Devour Nihility beast, but its adult stage is definitely not much weaker. Heaven Mountain Spirit Devouring Turtle. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was astounded. He didn't expect this to be an ancient universe behemoth. What's more, its ability wasn't much weaker than the Devour Nihility beast. Anything else? No, Round Ball asked. So you found information about the Heaven Mountain Spirit Devouring Turtle? Nothing else? Wang Teng was speechless. No. The Abyss and the Pagoda are probably the most secretive locations in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. No one can find anything about them, Round Ball said helplessly. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He knew that this was a little difficult for Round Ball. After all, the eternal-level martial warriors from the various factions didn't know about it, so it was normal that Round Ball couldn't find anything. Boom, at this moment, a majestic figure appeared in the void. He was shrouded in black mist and stretched out his palm. He slapped the giant turtle and the pagoda. A huge palm mark appeared in the air. It was no smaller than the giant turtle. Boom, the space trembled. The chains on the pagoda rattled as if they were rising and falling in the sea. They seemed to be trying to break free from the abyss. Devil God. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise. As expected, he's not dead. Wang Teng looked at the lofty figure shrouded in black mist in frustration. Earlier, when he realized that he had killed the devil god, he felt a little proud. However, when he saw the other party's appearance, he knew that he had been fooled. The devil god didn't care about him at all. Fuck. So what if you're a devil god? Come and fight, if you dare. Wang Teng cursed in his heart. Actually, he only dared to curse in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud in case he attracted the attention of the devil god. He didn't have enough lives. Boom! The giant palm landed. There were many dark patterns spreading on it. They contained some kind of God's law. It was terrifying. Get lost. An angry roar came from within the pagoda. Then a peerless blade glow erupted from the pagoda. It cut through the air and slashed towards the giant palm. Boom! The blade glow and the giant palm collided with a loud bang. A violent explosion occurred. The sky and earth trembled. Numerous dimensional rifts appeared. Numerous blade intents filled up the air. This was an unparalleled blade attack. Only a God-stage martial warrior could be so powerful. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. There were God-stage martial warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters in the pagoda. No wonder they didn't come out. They were suppressing the abyss below the pagoda. At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. Everyone stared at this scene in nervousness and astonishment. They didn't relax when they saw the God-stage martial warrior from the Secondary Profession Alliance attacking. Instead, they felt even more serious. No one knew what would happen next. What was below that abyss? This seemed to be the purpose of the dark apparitions. Also, it seemed to be inseparable from the chains. The devil god was trying to cut the chains. Everything made them uneasy. They were extremely tense. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred. Under everyone's gaze, the blade glow and the giant black mist palm were destroyed. Chapter 2855, Divine Weapon, Dark Sacrifice. Strange Dark Creature. 1. In the abyss, the human God-stage martial warriors had a short exchange of blows with the dark apparition devil god. It was just one attack. However, it released a terrifying power that shook the sky and earth. Large amounts of space cracks appeared around it. It was terrifying. Everyone was flabbergasted. They felt a chill down their spine. He was so powerful. The battle between the God Stage martial warriors was earth-shattering, Lord Devil God. The remaining dark apparitions appeared in the dark mist and shouted uncontrollably. Their gazes were scorching and crazy, and they were filled with respect. To the dark apparitions, the strong were respected. The Devil God was their belief. Human God Stage martial warriors. The Devil God was shrouded in black mist. He stared at the pagoda with his strange eyes and spoke in a loud voice. If you can't walk out of the pagoda, you can't stop me. You can try. A cold snort came from the pagoda. The voice was majestic and domineering as if it came from the sky. Kill. The Devil God's gaze turned sharp and cold. He didn't waste any time. A black halberd appeared in his hand and he slashed it down. Boom, the sky trembled and the space exploded. A dazzling black glow appeared. There were numerous divine patterns intertwined around it like chains as it slashed towards the sky imprisoning chain below. That's a divine weapon. An exclamation was heard. It was one of the three great elders, Great Elder Tambeli. As a divine-level blacksmith, he immediately recognized the level of the black halberd, even though it was a dark weapon. Divine weapon. Everyone was flabbergasted. They stared at the weapon in the Devil God's hand in astonishment. Divine weapons were rare and precious. Even a divine-level secondary professional wouldn't be able to forge many divine weapons in his life. For instance, Great Elder Tambeli had only forged 3 divine weapons in his entire life. One was made when he advanced to the immortal level. The other 2 items were made for 2 God Stage martial warriors who had already prepared precious materials and had ample resources. If not, he wouldn't have been able to make them. As expected, it's a divine weapon. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was shocked, but he wasn't too surprised. When he saw the sky imprisoning chain breaking, he guessed that the Devil God must have a divine weapon. Only weapons of that level could break the sky imprisoning chain. However, this is a dark weapon, not an ordinary divine weapon. Wang Teng activated his real eye and glanced at the black halberd. There were all kinds of divine patterns intertwined on it, so he couldn't see them clearly. However, he could more or less see the immense power of darkness inside. He could even faintly see the artifact soul inside. A divine weapon would give birth to an artifact soul. There was no doubt about it. From its appearance, this black halberd was extraordinary too. Its shape was strange. The long handle was covered with black scales, and it seemed to be squirming like a living creature. The body of the halberd was covered with sharp edges. If he was hit, there would be a few more wounds on his body. Besides that, there were blood grooves on the body of the halberd. It was stained with blood and gave off a bloody stench. There was no telling how many creatures it had killed. Even the long handle was covered with blood. As the black scales squirmed, blood seemed to be seeping out. It was terrifying. Wisps of dark force seeped out from the black halberd. They turned into black mist and twirled around the halberd. Boom! The sharpness of the black halberd was terrifying. It wanted to cut the sky imprisoning chain with unparalleled darkness. Even if you don't leave the pagoda, I'll kill you too. A shout was heard. Boom! Another blade glow shot out from the pagoda. Sharp metal force gathered and turned into golden divine patterns. They intertwined around the blade glow and gave off a terrifying aura. The God Stage martial warrior from the Secondary Profession Alliance must have a divine weapon. Someone guessed as if he was cheering himself on. But this was the truth. How could the Secondary Career Alliance not have a divine weapon at their headquarters? Many people even guessed that the Secondary Career Alliance had many divine weapons in their headquarters. Boom. The next instant, the blade glow and the black glow collided. It was like 2 divine weapons clashing in space. The residual impact swept through the air. There were sharp blade glows and black sharp glows mixed in. These were the residual impact of the collision. However, this residual force was enough to kill a universe-level martial warrior. Enter the Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array. The expressions of Great Elder Dan Chen and the others changed slightly as they suddenly shouted. The human martial warriors didn't dare to hesitate when they saw this frightening battle. They quickly retreated into the array. Wang Teng activated the array and resisted the space power around him, as well as the residual impact of the battle between the God Stage warrior and devil god, Pift. However, the saint-level secondary professionals controlling the constellation array couldn't hold on any longer. Some of them turned pale and vomited blood. Damn it. Great Elder Byer's expression changed. He shouted, "Replace the saint-level rune masters immediately." Many saint-level rune masters stood up and flew towards the array constellations, without wasting any time. They replaced the rune masters who couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. "Wang Teng, you?" Great Elder Byers looked at Wang Teng, who was in the middle of the array. When he saw Wang Teng's expression, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I can still hold on," Wang Teng replied, silence. The weak-looking saint-level rune masters who just came down from the constellation array were silent. Their faces were pale, and they still felt awkward. Chapter 2856, Divine Weapon, Dark Sacrifice, Strange Dark Creature 2, Great Elder. Byers nodded silently. He wanted to complain, but he didn't have the mood to. Lei Yan, Sang Yi, Dan Yuan, and the others had already entered the array. Their expressions turned strange when they saw this scene. The old saint-level rune masters couldn't withstand it anymore, but Wang Teng could. This fellow was a weirdo. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The two attacks shattered and corroded each other again. No one could win. The God Stage martial warrior in the pagoda didn't appear, but he was on par with the devil god. This gave the human martial warriors some hope. The devil god's gaze turned cold. He glanced around him and snorted, then he waved the black halberd in his hand again. Dazzling rays of light shot out and slashed towards the pagoda. Kill. A shout came from within the ancient pagoda. Numerous golden blade glows poured out, illuminating the sky and colliding violently with the black glow. Kill. This wasn't all. Another angry roar erupted from the ancient pagoda. The second God Stage martial warrior had acted. The sword light cut the air into half. It was like a Milky Way hanging upside down. It appeared in the universe and turned into a ray of light as it soared into the sky. Numerous tiny sword glows floated in the Milky Way and shot towards the devil god. Boom! In an instant, the Milky Way sword glow engulfed the devil god. Another God Stage martial warrior is here. The human martial warriors were invigorated. Excitement appeared on their faces when they saw this scene. "Kill the devil god," angry shouts came from everyone's mouth. "Sir Devil God!" The Devil Titan and the other dark apparitions shouted uncontrollably. Their expressions changed entirely. Boom! Amidst the Milky Way's sword glow, a black pillar of light shot into the sky. With a bang, a hole seemed to have appeared in the Milky Way. Numerous sword glows shot out. "You want to kill me before you walk out of the pagoda? What a joke!" A cold shout was heard. The devil god appeared again and stood within the pillar of black light with a black halberd in his hand. Black mist churned around him. His body was lofty and majestic, but no one could see him clearly. "He's fine." The human martial warriors were flabbergasted. They were astounded by the power of the devil god. Boom! Suddenly, the devil god threw his black halberd out. It turned into a beam of black light and shot towards the pagoda. Divine patterns and the power of laws appeared and intertwined around the black light. It gave off a terrifying power. Swoosh! The space was torn apart, and a terrifying crack appeared in front of everyone. It was horrifying. If this attack landed on an eternal level martial warrior, it would be enough to shatter him. Dark apparition? How dare you try to kill me? A shout came from the pagoda. It didn't seem to be afraid of the beam of light. Clang! The sound of a sword leaving its sheath echoed in the air. Before everyone could react, a dazzling sword glow shot out from the pagoda. It was a sword. It was an ice-blue ancient sword covered with divine patterns. Cloud, frost, sword. A sharp glint appeared in Great Elder Tambeli's eyes. Divine weapon. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He was flabbergasted. He didn't turn off his real eye. It was still giving off a faint golden glow as he looked at the ancient sword. In an instant, an ice-cold sword glow shot into Wang Teng's eyes. He felt that his eyes were about to freeze. Gasped. Wang Teng gasped and hurriedly closed his eyes. These weapons were too terrifying. He couldn't see through them. Fortunately, he was experienced, so he only glanced at it briefly before closing his eyes. Then he circulated his spiritual power and extinguished the pain. This is a divine weapon from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. It's an ice element battle sword, too. It looks ancient, Roundball said. Yes. Wang Teng nodded. He was a little envious. This was an ice element immortal level weapon. This was amazing. He only had one dark shadow sword, which had barely reached the semi-divine level. It was still a distance away from a real immortal level weapon. Also, the dark shadow sword had been ignoring him recently. The last time he used the power of time to control it, so it suffered a lot. After coaxing it for a long time, it didn't get so angry anymore. However, it wouldn't be easy for Wang Teng to use it again. The soul of the dark shadow sword must have been traumatized. Divine-level battle sword, the other martial warriors were flabbergasted when they saw the ancient sword. Clang! In an instant, the ice-blue ancient sword collided with the black halberd. The sound of metals colliding was heard. Sparks blossomed in the air like gorgeous sparks. Even the powerful fluctuations released by the two divine-level weapons couldn't drown them. Boom! Sword aura swept through the air, and the power of ice swept through the sky. The black glow was dazzling. Thick, dark force spread out. The two forces collided in space. The sharp force glow destroyed everything in its path. Some constellations were floating in the air some distance away, but they exploded under the impact of the two sharp force glows. Wang Teng was in control of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array. He turned grim. If the array wasn't activated, the constellation array wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying attack. This is scary. Many people gasped uncontrollably. They swallowed their saliva and looked at the two rays of light colliding continuously. Their hearts turned cold. Chapter 2877. Divine Weapon. Dark Sacrifice. Strange Dark Creature. 3. They were worried that they would be killed if the two divine weapons landed on them accidentally. Fortunately, under the guidance of the ice-blue ancient sword, the battle zone didn't spread to the vicinity of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array. Instead, it moved to an empty space. Boom, boom, boom. The two divine-level weapons seemed to have turned into two huge balls of light. They kept colliding in the air, and explosions were heard from afar. It was astonishing. The devil god raised his head and looked at the dark altar. Suddenly, he stretched out his hands from the black mist and grabbed the air. A dazzling black light shot out from his indifferent eyes. Boom. Suddenly, the void trembled and dimensional rifts appeared in the sky. Black mist churned violently, and endless dark matter and dark force spurted out, filling up the entire area. The humongous dark altar seemed to have crashed into the air. It expanded by half of its original size once again. Before this, it was just a small corner. Now, it had reached 1/10 of its original size. Is the dark altar about to arrive? Many people turned pale. They were flabbergasted. The corner of the dark altar was enough to make people feel a terrifying pressure and an evil aura. What would happen if it landed completely? The three great elders noticed this situation too. Their expressions turned ugly, but they couldn't resist. Bang! The soul suppression bell gave off an ear-shattering chime. Countless rays of light rained down on the dark altar, attempting to stop it from landing. Clang! A terrifying explosion occurred on the dark altar. Although it was hit by the soul suppression bell, it didn't move. It didn't even vibrate. Instead, the soul suppression bell was thrown back. Boom! The space cracked under the impact of the soul suppression bell. Terrifying dimensional rifts appeared. It doesn't work. Even the soul suppression bell can't suppress it. Everyone was in despair. They felt that something terrifying was about to happen. The dark altar was terrifying. It only revealed 10% of its size, but it was already so powerful. Even the soul suppression bell couldn't do anything to it. "Look, what's that devil god doing?" Exclamations were heard in the crowd. Everyone was shocked and looked in the direction of the devil god. Wang Teng looked over too. His pupils constricted, the devil god stretched out his hand and clawed at his chest. Splat! The sharp claw penetrated his flesh. Dark purple blood spurted out, but it didn't disperse. Instead, it congregated into a ball and floated in front of the devil god. What does he want to do? Hurt himself? Wang Teng had a bad feeling. He was bewildered. No, wait. He suddenly thought of something and was flabbergasted. He shouted uncontrollably, "Stop it!" Many people were still in a daze. They didn't know what happened. Only the three great elders, Ruler Heaven Flame, and the others reacted in time. Their expressions changed entirely. But before they could act, boom, a blade glow slashed towards the devil god from the pagoda. At the same time, Wang Teng didn't waste any time. He immediately activated the great 5 elements divine sword array and activated the power of the array to form sword glows. Boom, the array was activated. 5 colored sword glows shot out in an attempt to stop the devil god. The devil god glanced at Wang Teng coldly. However, he ignored him. "Offer my blood to darkness." The next instant, a cold shout came out of his mouth. The ball of dark purple blood in front of the devil god turned into a ray of light and shot towards the dark altar at the speed of lightning. Boom! Wang Teng's attack and the sword glow from the pagoda were too late. They didn't have the time to stop the dark purple blood from flying towards the dark altar. Splurt! Just as it was about to touch the altar, the ball of dark purple blood exploded and turned into a ball of blood mist. It floated towards the altar. It's too late. Wang Teng's gaze flickered and his expression turned ugly. He felt uneasy. He had already guessed what the devil god wanted to do. This was a sacrifice, dark sacrifice. Wang Teng didn't expect the devil god to sacrifice his blood to the dark altar. Mind you, this sacrifice couldn't be done casually. Even a devil god needed to use the blood of origin to be eligible for it. It meant that the ball of blood consumed much of the devil god's origin of soul and origin of life. If he sacrificed the blood of a devil god, something terrifying would happen to the dark altar. Boom, boom. The attack of the great 5 elements divine sword array and the blade glow in the pagoda were a step too late, but they still engulfed the devil god. The residual impact swept out continuously. It was so glaring that no one could see what was happening inside. Ha 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 ha! A peal of laughter came from within the light. The devil god was thrown off his feet and vomited blood. However, he was still laughing. Everyone frowned. The bad feeling in their hearts got stronger. Boom, at this moment, an astonishing change occurred on the dark altar. The dark purple blood mist hadn't dispersed and filled up the sky above the altar. The bloodstains on the altar seemed to have come alive and were giving off blood mist too. Wisps of dark matter and dark power seeped out and merged with one another. Chapter 2858, Divine Weapon, Dark Sacrifice. Strange dark creature 4, roar. The mist couldn't be seen, but the roar of a monster could be heard. It was terrifying. Everyone was astounded. They felt their heads turning numb and their spines turning cold. All the hairs on their bodies stood up. What's that? An eternal level martial warrior whispered anxiously. The devil god is making a sacrifice. Sacrifice. It sacrificed its blood of origin. What will happen? There's something brewing in the blood mist and the dark matter. Is he going to summon some kind of dark creature? Some eternal level martial warriors guessed secretly. They felt even more frightened and uneasy. Everyone was extremely nervous. The bad feeling in their hearts grew stronger. This was too strange. Not only could the altar give off a terrifying pressure, but it could also be used for sacrificial offering. No, it should be said that the sacrifice was the essential function of the dark altar. However, at the start, everyone was shocked by the frightening pressure of the dark altar. No one thought of this possibility. Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. They seemed to have thought of something terrifying. As they stared intently at the blood mist squirming on the dark altar, Wang Teng turned serious. However, his gaze flickered slightly. He saw attribute bubbles dropping from the dark altar. Pick them up. Without any hesitation, he released his spiritual kinesis again when no one was looking and sneaked towards the dark altar. This wasn't the first time. Wang Teng was used to it, so he became bolder. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. He sensed that the dark force around the dark altar was too thick. Others wouldn't notice anything with his small amount of dark force. After some time, Wang Teng finally came into contact with the first attribute bubble and picked it up. Dark Sacrifice 1000. In an instant, an enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. This enlightenment was filled with a strange and evil aura, too. Just this enlightenment was enough to contaminate his spirit and make him fall. Wang Teng snorted. The power of origin of darkness appeared faintly in his body. He was prepared for this. The strange and evil force paused for a moment, as if it was stunned by the origin of darkness that suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's body. A moment ago, it was filled with light force. Why did it suddenly turn into dark force? This wasn't right. Wang Teng felt nervous for some reason. The strange and evil power this time seemed different. Why did it feel more agile than the strange and evil aura he felt when he received the enlightenment from the dark altar? There was something wrong with this enlightenment. The strange and evil force didn't dissipate instantly. It was still present and echoed beside Wang Teng's ear like the whisper of a devil. However, the impact was lesser than before. Wang Teng turned serious. He immediately activated the Nine Treasures Pagoda to suppress it. It looked like the power of origin of darkness wasn't omnipotent. It would still be affected if it was invaded by a stronger and strange evil intent. Even the dark apparitions might be affected. The essence of this dark power was higher than the dark apparitions. Fortunately, Wang Teng's dark talent had reached the saint level. It was a powerful presence among the dark apparitions, so he could resist a little. Also, his spiritual power wouldn't be affected. Wang Teng gradually digested this enlightenment and merged it into his memory. Dark Sacrifice. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. There seemed to be a thick black light flashing in his eyes. Outsiders wouldn't be able to detect it. At this moment, he had a hint of enlightenment. You could say that the Dark Sacrifice and the Dark Altar were a set. Without the Dark Altar, the Dark Sacrifice couldn't be executed. Of course, the Dark Altar was a medium. It had many uses. Wang Teng had already understood its uses after receiving the enlightenment of the Dark Altar. However, understanding was useless. Only the real Dark Sacrifice could activate the Dark Sacrifice. Now, Wang Teng even received the method of the Dark Sacrifice. Dark Sacrifice Unknown, 1,050,000 Foundation. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board. Just like the previous Dark Altar and Sky Imprisoning Lock, this Dark Sacrifice had 50,000 points of foundation too. It was a little scary just thinking about it. However, there was something strange. The evil and strange power of the Dark Sacrifice was stronger than the Dark Altar, but why were their attributes the same? Unfortunately, he didn't know the secret, so he could only put it aside temporarily. There was another point. The level of the Dark Sacrifice was unknown, too. Wang Teng felt helpless. He knew that it was powerful, but he didn't know how powerful it was. It was frustrating. Fortunately, the enlightenment of the Dark Sacrifice was complete, so he could use it directly. It was just a little blood-consuming. If he needed the blood of origin, Wang Teng felt that he shouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. This was too much. He wondered what it would summon. He looked at the blood mist above the dark altar and listened to the continuous roars. Gradually, he frowned. Even if he received the enlightenment of the Dark Sacrifice, he didn't know what it would be. This was because the Dark Sacrifice was random. It was related to the blood of one's origin as well as the soul during the sacrifice. Chapter 2859, Divine Weapon, Dark Sacrifice, Strange Dark Creature 5. Without a doubt, the Devil God sacrificed his own blood, and the souls of the Devil Emperors and Devil Titan Dark Apparitions who had died. When they died, their origin of soul was absorbed by the Dark Altar. Everything was part of the devil god's plan. Wang Teng turned serious. He felt that the thing summoned by the dark altar would be terrifying. Was it true that the god stage martial warrior in the pagoda couldn't come out? Or was the abyss really so scary that once the god stage presence in the pagoda appeared, it wouldn't be able to suppress the abyss? As he was in deep thought, his spiritual kinesis picked up the attribute bubbles again. Enlightenment appeared. Dark sacrifice, 1200. Dark sacrifice, 1300. Wang Teng's dark sacrifice rose quickly. After some time, he felt that he could execute the dark sacrifice with difficulty. He could probably create a weak, dark apparition with a casual sacrifice, right? It couldn't be compared to the sacrifice of a devil god. But it seemed quite fun. Should he give it a try? Never mind. He didn't dare to make any dark sacrificial offerings here in case the god stage martial warrior in the pagoda killed him. This dark sacrifice looked evil. As a martial arts talent from the light faction and a secondary profession talent, he was admired by millions of talents. How could he do such an evil thing? It was impossible. Suppress. At this moment, a shout came from within the pagoda. Boom! The soul suppression bell vibrated violently and gave off a glaring glow. It seemed to have gotten stronger. Divine patterns appeared on the surface of the soul suppression bell. Roar! At the same time, a furious roar was heard. It shook the earth. Everyone was astounded. They widened their eyes in surprise. The outline of a giant beast appeared on the surface of the soul suppression bell. It condensed quickly like a real universe behemoth. It was extremely majestic. Its body was as big as a planet. It cut through the air and gave off a dazzling glow. It was a majestic sight. However, the appearance of the giant beast was blurry, so they couldn't see what it was. They were extremely curious. Roar. The moment the constellation behemoth appeared, it raised its head and roared into the sky. Its voice seemed to be mixed with the ringing of a bell. It was exceptionally strange. Then the behemoth slammed towards the dark altar with the soul suppression bell. The artifact soul of the soul suppression bell? Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was astounded. He didn't expect the soul suppression bell's spirit to be activated. This proved how troubled the god stage martial warriors in the secondary career alliance's headquarters were. Boom! The giant beast was extremely fast. It seemed to be traveling through space in a blink of an eye. It was about to hit the wriggling blood mist. Its target was the blood mist, not the dark altar. The dark altar was indestructible, so he couldn't do anything to it. He could only try to find an opening on the blood mist. The devil god's eyes flickered slightly under the black mist. He snorted and stretched out his hand to grab the soul suppression bell. Boom! A huge black mist palm congregated. It wanted to stop the soul suppression bell. Clang. The soul suppression bell vibrated and gave off a ringing sound. The sound waves spread out and the black mist palm shattered. The devil god's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the soul suppression bell to become so powerful after activating the artifact soul. Unfortunately, it was too late to stop it. It could only watch the giant beast slamming into the blood mist above the dark altar. Boom! The air vibrated and everyone's gaze converged on him. Their expressions were grave, and they clenched their fists uncontrollably. Would the soul suppression bell be able to stop the dark apparition? They stared intently at the soul suppression bell and prayed fervently. Suppress the blood mist, someone shouted uncontrollably. Dark apparitions, suppress them all. The dark sacrifice gave them too much pressure. They needed to vent their frustration. Wait, Wang Teng stared intently at the blood mist above the altar, hoping that the dark sacrifice would be broken. However, his expression changed and his pupils constricted. Boom. On the dark altar, the blood mist squirmed and quickly condensed into a strange, sharp claw. It covered the sky and clawed out. It was bigger than the behemoth on the surface of the soul suppression bell. This was scary. The blood mist turned into an enormous and hideous claw. It was astonishing. At the same time, everyone's heart sank. In an instant, the sharp claw grabbed the behemoth on the surface of the soul suppression bell. It exerted force, and the behemoth let out a cry of agony before exploding. Clang! The soul suppression bell gave off a loud ringing sound. It broke free from the giant claw and dashed out from the crack. Oh my God, everyone was flabbergasted. They didn't expect this result. Actually, you can interrupt the dark sacrifice, the devil god sneered. He was never worried that the dark sacrifice would fail. Roar at this moment, a strange howl came from within the blood mist. It seemed to be responding to the devil god's words. The blood mist started squirming even faster. It started congregating along the giant claw, arms, shoulders, head. Various parts appeared in front of them. It had turned into a hideous giant. The giant was formed from dark purple blood mist. Its body was covered with black and blood-red patterns. It looked eerie. Its head didn't have a specific appearance. It looked like a ball of flesh and blood that was squirming. The crimson eyeball that occupied the entire head was spinning. It was bloodshot, and a terrifying aura spread out. It was eerie, chaotic, evil, chapter 2860. The other three divine weapons. Chaotic battle, suppression, revival of the giant turtle. One, silence. There was dead silence. A terrifying and hideous dark purple giant appeared on the dark altar. It got up slowly as if it had crawled out of the darkness and came to the universe. Its body was too huge. It slowly stood up straight in the void. The constellations around it were like dust in front of it. Endless pressure spread out. The constellation collapsed and fell. It floated in the void. Boom! Everyone felt the immense pressure and shuddered. Blood spurted out of their mouths. The loud roar resounded in their ears and minds. It shook their spirits, and their souls almost cracked. There was also a huge crimson eyeball that took up the entire face of the giant. It was even bigger than a planet. Endless crimson light enveloped it, making it impossible to evade. Some weaker martial warriors screamed in pain and went completely crazy. Strange, chaotic, evil, disorderly. This gaze, those eyes, this wasn't something a normal person could withstand. Even some eternal-level martial warriors didn't dare to look at it directly. What is this? Everyone felt a chill running through their bodies. A bone-piercing chill crept up their spine and spread to the crown of their heads. Their hairs stood on their ends, frightening, terrifying. No one expected the dark creature that the devil god had summoned to be such a terrifying presence. The giant crimson eyeball looked down on everyone like a god in the dark. It was exceptionally terrifying. Wang Teng raised his head and swallowed a mouth of saliva. He felt that it was an eye-opener. This dark giant was even more terrifying than the devil transformation of the dark apparitions. None of the dark apparitions he saw in the past could reach this stage after devil transformation. The aura alone was enough to scare and suffocate people. They couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if it acted. No, it had already acted just now. One palm was enough to crush the outline of the soul suppression bell's soul. How powerful was this? Wang Teng didn't dare to think about it anymore. He felt that he should run away as soon as possible. Even Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They knelt down and started trembling. Yes, they were trembling. The bunch of Devil Titan dark apparitions started trembling uncontrollably when they saw the dark giant. Was it fear or excitement, or both? Boom! The Great Five Elements' divine sword array was shaking violently. The surrounding arrays trembled uneasily. Cracks appeared on the sturdy constellations as if they were about to crack completely. This was a terrifying scene. This was because array constellations were specially made. There were many rare and precious materials congregated in them. They were many times stronger than normal constellations. Yet cracks appeared under the pressure of the dark giant. It was unbelievable. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. His expression turned grim, and he felt speechless. He was just about to run away when this happened. How was he supposed to run? Without any time to think, he released his spiritual power and controlled the array to resist the frightening pressure. However, his face turned pale. His spiritual power was depleting too quickly. In an instant, Most of his spiritual power was absorbed. Fuck! I'm going to get sucked dry, Wang Teng wanted to curse. He was squeezed dry again and again. How many times had he been squeezed dry in one day? He wasn't the only one. The saint-level rune masters who took over the array constellations were in a miserable state too. Their spiritual power was being depleted crazily in the face of this terrifying pressure. They were no better than Wang Teng. Hold on. Many people in the array turned pale and nervous. They looked at Wang Teng and the saint-level rune masters without this divine-level array. The consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, a large number of attribute bubbles fell from the sky. They came from the terrifying giant. Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He picked them up without thinking. Heaven Realm Spirit 600. Heaven Realm Spirit 800. Heaven Realm Spirit 500. Origin of Darkness 1200. Origin of Darkness 800. Huh. Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't expect them to be spirit attributes and origin of darkness attributes. They came at the right time. In an instant, Wang Teng's spirit skyrocketed again, replenishing his consumption. The power of laws and the origin of darkness he grasped also rose rapidly. Unfortunately, before Wang Teng could feel happy, boom, suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the void. It was the vibration of the void speckle great array. The frightening pressure of the giant affected the void speckle great array too. It trembled continuously and gave off bursts of light. Everyone looked up. They were flabbergasted. Their expressions kept changing. Even the void speckle great array couldn't withstand it anymore. The situation had reached this critical stage. Dan Chen and the other great elders, as well as Ruler Heaven Flame and the others, had grave expressions on their faces. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything now. Rofert looked at Wang Teng with flickering eyes. At first, he wanted to bring Wang Teng away, but the current situation was out of his control. He was an eternal stage ruler. In front of a god stage presence, he couldn't be compared to them. Chapter 2861, The Other Three Divine Weapons. Chaotic battle, suppression, revival of the giant turtle. 2. What's more, he felt that this dark giant was even more terrifying than a god stage martial warrior. If necessary, I have no choice but to use the method left behind by the purple flame true god. I must send Wang Teng away no matter what, Rofort thought to himself. In this situation, he didn't think that Wang Teng could be of any help. Wang Teng's ability to reach this stage was far beyond his imagination. This was enough. Wang Teng had done enough now. He must send this talent away, no matter what. Wang Teng mustn't die. Wang Teng was the most outstanding talent he had ever seen. His future was limitless, and he had a high chance of becoming the pillar of the human race. Also, even the god stage Purple Flame, true god, had high hopes for Wang Teng. If not, he wouldn't have left the trump card behind. Of course, he would leave too. Rofert was an eternal stage ruler and was very close to becoming a god stage martial warrior. If he advanced to the god stage, he would be a formidable warrior who could suppress the universe in the future. Wang Teng was important, but so was he. Many thoughts went through Rofert's mind. He gradually came up with a plan. Now he would see how the formidable martial warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance would react. Rofort looked at the pagoda and blinked. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the pagoda suddenly gave off a dazzling glow. 3 rays of light shot out and slashed towards the dark giant. Everyone was invigorated. They widened their eyes and looked at the 3 dazzling rays of light. Gasp. There was an uproar. 3 weapons. There were 3 weapons, a battle blade, a battle spear, a battle axe. The 3 different weapons gave off different glows, but they were equally sharp and terrifying. They were filled with killing intent as they charged towards the dark giant with killing intent. Divine weapons! An exclamation was heard from the crowd. Everyone was stunned. That's a divine weapon. All 3 are divine weapons. Everyone immediately recognized how extraordinary these 3 weapons were. They were flabbergasted. Only a divine weapon could give off such a terrifying aura. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters sent 3 divine weapons at once. It was unbelievable. Wang Teng widened his eyes as if he saw a ghost. 3 divine weapons, including the ice-blue ancient sword. There were 4 divine weapons. No, that's not right. There was also the soul suppression bell. There were 5 divine weapons in total. The Secondary Career Alliance was indeed wealthy. Not every faction could take out 5 divine weapons at once. Boom. The 3 divine weapons slashed towards the dark giant at the same time, wanting to kill it. Roar, the soul suppression bell was activated again. An angry roar was heard, and the outline of the giant beast that was crushed appeared again. It charged towards the dark giant. The 4 divine weapons exploded simultaneously. The devil god squinted. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes. He didn't attack Roar. The dark giant roared in anger. It had no mouth, so its voice seemed to have erupted from its chest. It shook the earth. Many martial warriors covered their ears uncontrollably. They couldn't withstand this terrifying roar. This was horrifying. One roar was enough to shatter the constellation. Numerous dimensional rifts appeared in this space. Boom, then the dark giant pushed his palm out. It covered the sky as it slammed towards the 4 divine weapons. The 4 divine weapons evaded the attacks and turned into rays of light. They shot towards the dark giant from 4 different directions. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the 4 divine weapons slammed onto the dark giant's body, giving off a dazzling glow. He's hit. Kill that dark giant. Everyone was elated and shouted in anger. However, something unexpected still happened. The 4 divine weapons landed on the dark giant but didn't hurt it. The light dissipated, revealing the body of the dark giant. Except the blood mist, no other injuries could be seen. Then he moved his hands and grabbed the 4 divine weapons. Boom, it was so fast that explosions were heard in the air. 2 large hands appeared in front of the 4 divine weapons in an instant. His palm was too big. He could grab 2 divine weapons with one hand. The 4 divine weapons weren't willing to be captured, so they gave off a dazzling glow. Divine patterns appeared on their surfaces, giving off a majestic aura. Laws and eternal power spread out as they slammed towards the 2 hands. Boom, the 2 parties collided after all. These were 4 divine weapons. Under the explosion, the dark giant's hands were forced back. The soul suppression bell made a turn in the void and suddenly arrived behind the dark giant. The giant beast on the surface roared into the sky and slammed towards the dark giant's head. Clang. The ringing of the bell resounded in the air. Sound waves surged out, and the giant bell slammed into the dark giant's head. Boom! A hole was formed in the dark giant's head. The dark purple blood mist shattered and filled up the air. "Okay, kill it," some eternal-level martial warriors shouted uncontrollably. Their eyes lit up when they saw this scene. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others were elated too. With the 4 divine weapons suppressing the dark giant, it wouldn't be able to do anything. Roar. The dark giant roared in anger. The dark purple blood mist gathered quickly and congregated again, restoring its head to its original state. It was as if it had never been injured. Boom! The dark giant was infuriated. Crimson light shimmered in its eyes as it stomped its feet on the ground. Boom. Chapter 208-62. The Other 3 Divine Weapons. Chaotic Battle, Suppression. Revival of the Giant Turtle. 3. A dazzling black light erupted from the dark altar below him. The strange patterns on it looked like poisonous snakes slithering. Then they appeared in space and intertwined with one another, turning into chains made of divine patterns. Boom! The entire dark altar, along with the black mist around it, was pressing downwards. The dark giant wanted to use it to suppress the pagoda above the abyss. No, an angry and furious shout came from the ancient pagoda. The 4 divine weapons turned into rays of light and shot towards the dark giant again. They released a frightening force to stop it. Roar. The dark giant bellowed in anger. It pushed its giant palm out continuously and collided with the 4 divine weapons. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions occurred continuously. The 4 divine weapons couldn't do anything to the dark giant. They couldn't suppress it and could only harass it continuously. Boom. At the same time, the dark altar continued to descend, heading towards the abyss, the giant turtle, and the pagoda. "Stop it!" Great Elder Dan Chen and the others had ugly expressions as they shouted. "Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array!" Wang Teng's eyes gave off a glaring 5-colored glow. He released his spiritual kinesis and activated the array to its maximum. The saint-level rune masters cooperated with him wholeheartedly. Even though they exhausted much of their energy, they didn't drag him down. They took out healing pills and swallowed them. Clang! Clang! Numerous sword glows congregated in the array and gathered in the center. "Congregate!" Wang Teng shouted. He congregated his divine sword again and slashed it at the dark altar. Boom! The powerful 5-colored sword glow was thousands of meters long. It slashed towards the dark altar forcefully, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The devil god looked down with contempt. Boom! The next instant, the 5-element divine sword slammed into the dark altar, causing a violent explosion. The dark altar was stopped for a moment, but only for a second. Bang! The 5-element divine sword couldn't withstand the frightening pressure anymore, and shattered. It turned into a sword glow and shot out in all directions. The dark altar pressed down on the pagoda again. Get lost. Angry roars came from the pagoda. The entire pagoda gave off a dazzling glow. Numerous divine patterns appeared and intertwined around the pagoda. They turned into chains made of divine patterns, brighter and thicker than the chains on the divine weapons. At the same time, the giant turtle below the pagoda moved. This was the first time. Ever since it appeared, the giant turtle was like a stone sculpture. It carried the pagoda on its back and didn't move. It was as if it had no life. If they didn't feel the terrifying energy in its body, no one would think that it was a living creature. But now, roar. The giant turtle raised its head and gave an earth-shattering roar. It seemed to have woken up from its slumber. As it moved, giant rocks rolled down its head. The surface of the rocks cracked like the ground. There were layers of soil and rocks on it. This was a real hibernation. It had been sleeping. Dust would gather from the emptiness and stick to the surface of its body. Over time, it formed a thick layer of stone. They didn't dare to imagine how long this giant turtle had been hibernating. How could its skin be so thick? The giant turtle is awake. Some people were flabbergasted. They looked at the terrifying giant turtle in astonishment. They knew how powerful this giant turtle was, but they didn't expect it to be hibernating. Which bastard disturbed my sleep? Suddenly, a strange cry resounded in the sky and echoed in the universe. It was domineering and unreasonable, like the overlord of the universe. No one would think that it was a turtle. Bastard. The devil god's face turned black. Unfortunately, his eyes blocked by the black mist, so he couldn't see anything. He lowered his head and looked down with a cold gaze. This stupid turtle dared to scold him. Impudent. Oh my God, a devil god-level bastard. The giant turtle raised its head and cursed when it saw the devil god. The devil god. Everyone stared at the giant turtle absent-mindedly. They were in a daze. They wanted to laugh, but they couldn't. This was probably the second person who could scold a devil god. In the past, it was Wang Teng. Now it was a turtle. The devil god was quite pitiful, but in this situation, they couldn't smile. The muscles on their faces twitched violently and their expressions turned distorted. This giant turtle is even cheekier than me. Why is it scolding someone it has just seen? Wang Teng looked at the turtle below and felt speechless. Does it treat everyone as its grandson? Round Ball asked with a strange expression. Bastard. He's treating everybody as a bastard, Wang Teng replied. Boom. The dark altar got lower and lower. The pressure was terrifying. It pressed down on the entire space. This was another space, but under the pressure of the dark altar, the entire space was shaking, as if it was about to collapse. Turtle 9, an angry shout came from the ancient pagoda. I've already told you not to call my name. Have you forgotten about it after only several dozen thousand years? The giant turtle shouted impatiently. Silence. Everyone felt the presence in the pagoda turning silent. It was probably infuriated, however many people were secretly shocked. Chapter 2863, The Other Three Divine Weapons, Chaotic Battle, Suppression, Revival of the Giant Turtle, 4, a few dozen thousand years. This giant turtle was so arrogant. Had it slept for tens of thousands of years? Although tens of thousands of years was nothing to eternal-level martial warriors, it was still astonishing to sleep for tens of thousands of years at once. Tens of thousands of years in one sleep. What concept was this? It was a waste of time. Even eternal-level martial warriors didn't dare to waste time like this. Wang Teng was flabbergasted too. However, turtles had a long lifespan, and this giant turtle was at the immortal level. Its lifespan must be exceptionally long. Tens of thousands of years was nothing. Oh my God, what the hell is that? The giant turtle finally realized the severity of the situation. It looked at the black altar and screamed, "Oh my God, this is the dark altar. Someone even summoned a dark creature. Damn it, you're tricking me, Silence." It had been summoned for a long time, and the giant turtle only noticed it. Wasn't his reaction a little slow? Wang Teng didn't know what to say anymore. What's more, this giant turtle seemed to be cursing with every sentence it said. It was amazing. Did it look like this, or was he raised by someone? This was weird. Boom on the dark altar. The terrifying dark giant stepped on the altar and pushed it down again. Booms were heard and the speed of the altar's fall increased. Roar. The giant turtle had no time to be naughty anymore. It roared in anger, and a glaring light suddenly illuminated on its back. It turned into the outline of a giant turtle shell. The turtle shell was extremely divine. There were strange patterns all over it, as if there were patterns of the great Tao intertwined on it. There were also some complicated and occult words. It was unclear. It seemed ancient and gave off an ancient aura. The moment it appeared, the entire space seemed to be trembling. All kinds of strange patterns appeared faintly and interacted with the runes on the turtle shell. The turtle shell was so huge that it almost covered the entire space. Even the constellations seemed a little small in front of it. This was how frightening an immortal-level martial warrior was. Even if it was just some skills, it was enough to cover a large area of the universe. This was destructive. Boom! The appearance of the huge turtle shell caused all the pressure to pour on the shell. Explosions were heard. Everyone felt the pressure lifting. It was as if a huge mountain had shifted above their heads. They heaved a sigh of relief uncontrollably. Many people looked at the giant turtle in surprise. This giant turtle seems quite powerful. Lian and the others muttered in surprise. It's not just powerful, it can actually block the dark altar. The turtle shell is so hard, Sang Yi said, as expected of the turtle shell. Lian nodded. It's normal for the turtle shell to be hard. It's abnormal if it isn't. Wang Teng couldn't help but said. Actually, he was astounded too. This giant turtle was more powerful than he imagined. It was able to resist the pressure from the dark altar. The power of the dark altar was displayed to the maximum. What's more, there was a dark giant on it. Even the 4 divine weapons couldn't do anything to it. Ordinary methods wouldn't be able to resist it. A shout was suddenly heard. "Little brats over there, what are you muttering about me behind my back?" Wang Teng. This turtle's ears were really sharp. Lian, Sang Yi, and the others shut up in embarrassment. They looked at the giant turtle guiltily. They didn't expect it to notice their conversation when it was dealing with a powerful enemy. But then again, they didn't say anything bad. The turtle shell is hard. Wasn't this a compliment? Uncle Turtle, we're complimenting you. Your turtle shell is tough. You must have cultivated it before, right? Wang Teng shouted at the giant turtle. "Little brat, why do I feel that you're mocking me?" The giant turtle shouted. "You must have misunderstood." Wang Teng said in a serious tone. "We're on the same side. Why will I mock you?" "Who's on your side? You don't look like a decent person." The giant turtle pouted. Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed in Wang Teng's mind. Roundball couldn't control itself anymore. Wang Teng was speechless. He felt offended. Even the turtle looked down on him. What was wrong with the world? What about the trust between people? Wait, what about the trust between a human and a turtle? Silence. Everyone was speechless when they saw the human and the turtle conversing. They couldn't help but laugh when they saw Wang Teng getting looked down upon. This talent was despised by a turtle. However, they remembered that the giant turtle might be at the immortal level, so they didn't dare to underestimate it. Not everyone could mock a divine-level star beast. Even eternal-level martial warriors weren't as bold as Wang Teng. Roar! The dark giant seemed to have noticed that the dark altar was blocked. It bellowed in anger, and light erupted from its body. Black and blood-red patterns started to appear on its body. They seemed to contain a strange and powerful force, causing the pressure on the altar to increase exponentially. Boom! The outline of the turtle shell vibrated violently. The complicated patterns on it flickered furiously, making people's hearts skip a beat. "Oh my God, this bastard is so strong," the giant turtle exclaimed. Strength surged out of its body, causing the turtle shell to give off an even brighter glow. The patterns and words on it were glowing too. It looked divine. Suppress. You're too inexperienced to fight with me. Chapter 2864, The Other Three Divine Weapons. Chaotic Battle. Suppression. Revival of the Giant Turtle. 5. An angry roar came out of the giant turtle's mouth. It echoed in the air and made people's expressions turn strange. "How can you say that you're not hard?" Wang Teng muttered. Boom! The dark altar and the giant turtle shell collided in mid-air. Explosions were heard continuously. The entire space seemed to have been engulfed by a terrifying aura. It was in danger of collapsing at any moment. The devil god's expression changed slightly as he stared at the giant turtle coldly. This giant turtle's ability exceeded his expectation. It was able to resist the pressure of the dark altar. "Halberd!" He stretched his hand out from the mist and shouted. The black halberd that was fighting with the cloud frost sword turned into a ray of light and flew over. It landed in its hand. Boom! The devil god threw his hand, and the black halberd turned into a beam of black light again. It shot towards the turtle shell below. Black light congregated quickly on the sharp blade of the halberd. It turned into a huge black halberd covered with divine patterns. It gave off a terrifying killing aura, cloud frost. The person in the pagoda wouldn't sit and wait for death either. With his order, the cloud frost sword cut through space and arrived in front of him in an instant. It chased after the black halberd. Boom! The two of them collided in midair. Sparks flew everywhere. Boundless power of ice and dark swept through the sky. It was terrifying, but no one could do anything to the other. "This is scary," the giant turtle shouted. The devil god's expression turned cold. He snorted and turned into a beam of black light shooting towards the giant turtle below. "Don't come over." The giant turtle shrunk its neck and hid in its turtle shell. It kept shouting and looked extremely timid. It was speechless. "Go away." The sword and blade glows in the pagoda slashed out at the devil god simultaneously. However, the devil god seemed to have predicted this. He didn't receive the two attacks forcefully. Instead, he twisted his body in midair and charged towards the giant turtle from another direction. Boom! It slammed its palm down and turned into a huge palm. It wanted to suppress the turtle shell. "How dare you!" An angry shout came from the pagoda. Force swept out, and a jade-like palm stretched out. It turned into a blue giant palm and slammed towards the devil god. Boom! Explosions echoed. The devil god was too close, so he didn't have the time to dodge. The giant palm landed on his body, and he flew back for tens of thousands of miles. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He was injured. He used up much of his blood essence during the dark apparition's sacrifice, so he wasn't at his peak anymore. Now he was in a hurry to break the turtle shell, so he got hit by the presence in the pagoda. He was finally injured. However, the devil god's black palm landed on the turtle shell too. An explosion occurred. Will it be all right? Everyone looked at the huge turtle shell worriedly. The giant turtle's mouth might be a little mean, but everybody was relying on its turtle shell. No one hoped that anything would happen to it. Boom! Terrifying force impact swept through the turtle shell. The dark force kept corroding the turtle shell. Disperse. At this moment, the giant turtle suddenly stretched out its neck and blew at the turtle shell. It blew the dark force away forcefully. The giant turtle shell appeared in front of everyone again. It remained intact and was still giving off a dazzling glow. How is this possible? Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions found it unbelievable. Even the devil god couldn't break the defense of the turtle shell. This was unbelievable. Ha ha, you bastard. Are you trying to use the dark force to corrode my turtle shell? I've encountered this method a few 100,000 years ago. The giant turtle turned its funny head and smiled proudly as it looked at the devil god. The muscles on the faces of Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions twitched violently. No matter how he looked at it, this giant turtle looked extremely irritating. You're just a turtle. How dare you spout nonsense here? The devil god's gaze turned sharp. His voice was cold and indifferent. Why are you looking down on me? I've probably killed more devil gods than you have met. The giant turtle didn't mind. It glanced at the devil god from the corner of its eyes and sneered. Many people were astounded. What did this giant turtle say? He had killed more devil gods than what the devil god had seen. He was too arrogant. Seriously? Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions weren't the only ones who found it unbelievable. Even the human martial warriors felt that he was boasting. It was a little unbelievable. Where did this old turtle come from? He's so arrogant. The corners of Wang Teng's lips twitched. This was an eye-opener. This turtle claimed that he had killed many devil gods. Everybody felt absurd just thinking about it. Stupid turtle, you're too arrogant. The devil god was infuriated. Try me, and you'll know, the giant turtle smiled. The devil god didn't know if it was speaking the truth. His gaze flickered and he didn't speak again. He stretched out his sharp claw and tapped his chest. A drop of blood essence flew out and instilled into the dark giant's body. He didn't give him any chance to react. Roar, the dark giant bellowed in anger. Blood-red light exploded from its body and its body expanded again. The pressure on the dark altar became even more terrifying. Boom. The turtle shell couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and plummeted down. It was about to smash into the pagoda. Chapter 2865, Sky Imprisoning Chain, Awakening of the Ancient Abyss Collapse. 1. Oh my God, my shell. A strange cry came from the giant turtle's mouth. It entered everyone's ears. It felt an immense pressure coming from the dark altar. Even its sturdy turtle shell was about to crack. The giant turtle can't hold on much longer. Everyone was flabbergasted. At first, they thought that the turtle shell would be able to stop the dark altar. Who would have thought that the devil god would use his second drop of blood to suppress it? You could tell how resolute he was. Boom! The dark giant released a terrifying force and pushed the dark altar down continuously. It wanted to break the turtle shell. Boom, boom, boom! Beams of light shot over from all directions. There were 4 divine weapons, including the soul suppression bell. All of them were hurled at the dark giant. Roar. The dark giant roared in anger and pushed his palm out. There was a terrifying power of darkness in it. This time, the 4 divine weapons were thrown off their feet. They trembled continuously and gave off a metallic sound. It made people worried that they wouldn't be able to withstand the dark giant's attack and would shatter. With the devil god's second blood, the dark giant became stronger. Ruler Heaven Flame looked at the battle in the distance and said grimly, "That's right. Even the 4 divine weapons can't do anything to it." "What is this? It's terrifying. I've never seen anything like it." Ruler Greenwood frowned and said, "The methods of the dark apparitions are getting more and more unpredictable. I have never seen such a terrifying dark apparition when I was in the foreign battleground." Ruler Golden Star said, "Boom." As they conversed, the 4 divine weapons exploded and congregated into the outlines of the artifact souls. The immortal level battle blade traveled through space and turned into a huge golden eagle. It raised its head and cawed into the sky, cutting through the air. The immortal level battle spear shot through the sky at the speed of lightning and congregated into a giant purple beast. Lightning appeared in the air and struck towards the dark giant along with the purple lightning beast. The immortal level battle axes twirled in the air and congregated into a huge spiritual bull. It was yellow in color, and it let out an angry moo. The horns contained immense power. Divine patterns appeared on the horns as it charged towards the dark giant. The soul suppression bell congregated the outline of the giant beast again. The bell clanged and echoed in the air. Sound waves spread towards the dark giant like ripples. Boom, a huge battle ensued. The 4 divine weapons activated their artifact souls at the same time. The power was astonishing. They shattered the space and turned this area into a killing ground. It was terrifying. Everyone was flabbergasted normally. One divine weapon was hard to find. Now there were 4 to 5 of them, and all of them released such a powerful force. They participated in the battle directly. It was a terrifying scene. Wang Teng was flabbergasted too. He stared at the divine weapons and the dark giant without blinking as he watched the battle. This would be of great help to him. He already had a semi-divine weapon, so there was something worth considering. Wang Teng had obtained the Dark Shadow Sword for a long time, so he didn't know how to fight with this semi-divine weapon. After seeing the battle of these divine weapons, Wang Teng finally had a hint of enlightenment. Huh, there are attribute bubbles? At this moment, Wang Teng was stunned. He saw attribute bubbles dropping from the divine weapons during the battle. He didn't think too much. He immediately controlled his spiritual kinesis and inched closer. However, swoosh, in an instant, a few sharp auras swept over and cut off Wang Teng's spiritual power. Gasp! Wang Teng gasped. He was frightened. Terrifying, the area where the 4 divine weapons were fighting with the dark giant was filled with a terrifying aura. All kinds of killing intent formed a solid attacking net with great destructive power. Based on the attack he felt just now, a universe stage martial warrior would have a hard time if he entered. Not to mention Wang Teng's spiritual power. Looks like I have to wait and see. Wang Teng thought to himself anxiously. He really wanted to know what attribute bubbles would drop, based on the attribute bubbles he picked up recently. The harder they were, the more precious they were. For instance, he picked up the Dark Sacrifice and the Dark Altar attribute bubbles. Suddenly, Wang Teng scanned his surroundings and saw attribute bubbles dropping from the huge turtle shell below. I can pick this up, right? Wang Teng muttered to himself. He released his spiritual kinesis again and got closer to the turtle shell. Boom, a huge pressure spread through his spiritual kinesis. There might only be a hint of spiritual kinesis, but that was Wang Teng's perception extension. It would send back everything that he felt without holding back. Boom. Wang Teng felt a huge tremor in his head. His ears were ringing, and his mind seemed to have been slammed by a huge mountain. Pain, pain, he finally understood how much pressure the giant turtle was under. This was so suffocating. Even with his physique, if he stood on the turtle shell, he would be squashed into a meat patty. Fortunately, he cut off the spiritual kinesis in time. If not, the impact would be greater. His spiritual body might even be injured. In an instant, Wang Teng felt a sense of helplessness. He couldn't even pick up the attribute bubbles. This was the first time he had met anything like this. Chapter 2866, Sky Imprisoning Chain. Awakening of the Ancient Abyss Collapse 2. Little brat, how dare you inspect me? I almost killed you. A cheeky voice suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng was stunned. He immediately knew where the voice came from. Besides that stupid turtle, who else could it be? However, he didn't expect the big turtle to discover his small trace of spiritual kinesis. Wang Teng was stunned. These immortal-level martial warriors were too powerful. It was impossible to judge them using common sense. He thought that he was very subtle, but he might be discovered easily. Fortunately, he was cautious when he used the dark force, so others didn't discover anything. This time, he didn't hide anything. After all, he was just picking up normal attribute bubbles. There was no need to hide. The giant turtle didn't think that he was picking up attribute bubbles. It thought that he was investigating it. Be careful in the future. Fortunately, I'm easier to talk to. If it was another powerful presence, they might punish you a little bit. The voice continued nagging beside Wang Teng's ear. Wang Teng was speechless. This turtle seemed a little strange. It was a powerful presence, but it didn't put on any airs. It gave him the feeling that it was an old friend with a strange personality. Did you hear that? I'm teaching you a lesson. You, my little brat, look like you have a good talent. You're able to control an immortal level array at the cosmos realm. Impressive. If it was someone else, I wouldn't even care about him. Wang Teng didn't reply to it, so the giant turtle's voice was heard again. It seemed a little excited. Can you stop the dark altar? Wang Teng felt even more speechless. How could it still have the time to care about a cosmos stage martial warrior like him? He couldn't help but remind him. Oh my God, the giant turtle finally reacted and started wailing. Pain, pain, pain. This is so painful. This bastard is so shameless. He used 2 drops of blood of origin. Wang Teng didn't know what to say. He didn't know if the giant turtle was pretending or its reaction was slow. Boom. The dark altar continued to sink. The 4 divine weapons kept attacking the dark giant, but they couldn't kill it. Do you think I'm a sick turtle if I don't flare up? Hold it up! An angry roar erupted from the giant turtle's mouth. Its limbs stretched out from the turtle shell like 4 pillars supporting the sky. As it rumbled, it stood in the air. Then, it moved its humongous body and pushed it up forcefully. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The entire space seemed to be shaking. The constellation in the distance started shaking too. The giant turtle got up, shaking the sky and earth. The outline of the turtle shell floating above everyone's head was vibrating too. It pushed upwards and rose gradually. This stupid turtle. The devil god's expression turned ugly. His gaze turned colder. The remaining dark apparitions such as Devil Titan Bloodslayer and Devil Titan Shui Yi were flabbergasted. They didn't expect this giant turtle to be so abnormal. Even the dark altar was pushed back. Okay? The human martial warriors shouted in excitement. They didn't care if this giant turtle was a weirdo. They just wanted to support it and cheer for it. Roar. The dark giant roared in anger. It slapped the 4 divine weapons with its huge hands and threw them off their feet. Then it squatted down quickly and stretched out its hands to hammer the turtle shell. Boom. It stretched out its hands and zoomed in. Within a split second, the hands had reached an unimaginable size and covered the entire space. What? The human martial warriors were flabbergasted. They stared at this scene in bewilderment, but they couldn't stop it. Oh my God, you're going to beat me to death. The giant turtle screamed. It shrunk its neck uncontrollably, hiding back into its turtle shell. This turtle was amazing. He was powerful, but he was always so timid. Whenever he met a situation, the first thing he thought of was to hide in his turtle shell. Oh no. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others were appalled. They screamed uncontrollably when they saw this scene. Boom, boom. Multiple attacks shot out from the pagoda at the same time. Saber glows, sword glows, axe glows, and many others cut through the air as they shot towards the dark giant's hands. Boom. The dark giant's hands stopped abruptly. His speed increased abruptly, and he went forward to confront the attack. What's more, the hand was enlarging as if he wanted to smash through space. However, for some reason, even though the space was trembling and many cracks had appeared, it didn't collapse completely. It was still holding on. Boom. The next instant, the giant palm collided violently with the attacks. Violent explosions occurred in the air. The attacks exploded in an instant, forming violent residual impacts that swept in all directions and destroyed everything. Many constellations finally couldn't withstand the frightening impact of the force and exploded. They turned into dust and floated in the air. Bang! The giant palm was collapsing too. The fingers broke piece by piece. It was the first to collapse. Then the palm cracked and turned into a dark purple blood mist. But to everyone's despair, the blood mist didn't disperse. It continued to gather and turn back into the giant's hand. It couldn't be destroyed at all. Chapter 2867, Sky Imprisoning Chain, Awakening of the Ancient Abyss Collapse. 3. Even the attack of a God-stage martial warrior failed. This was too scary. Boom. At the same time, the dark giant's other hand shot out. It passed through the layers of force impact and headed straight for the giant turtle shell. Damn it. Shouts came from the ancient pagoda. He was furious, but he didn't have the time to stop them. We're dead. The giant turtle screamed in agony. Boom, the next instant. The giant fist slammed into the turtle shell. A terrifying explosion occurred. Everyone lost their sense of hearing and couldn't hear anything. The sound was extremely loud. It overshadowed all the noises in the universe, including the explosions of the divine weapons. Everyone stared at the dark giant's fist in astonishment. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound was heard. It pulled everyone back from their state of deafness. Everyone stared absent-mindedly at the outline of the turtle shell and the clear cracks on it. They were in a daze, but this was just the start. Crack, crack, crack. Very soon, with the dark giant's frightening fist, as the center cracks started to appear on the turtle shell, they spread out like spiderwebs. Damn it! It's going to break! It's going to break! A strange cry came from below the giant turtle shell. Everyone regained their senses and gasped. They were appalled and their faces turned pale. It's broken. Wang Teng was in a daze as he muttered to himself, his pupils constricted violently. Boom, in an instant. The giant turtle shell couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and exploded. It turned into droplets of light and dissipated. Boom, the momentum of the dark giant's fist didn't decrease. It continued smashing towards the pagoda below as if it wanted to smash it into pieces. However, the pagoda was glowing. It stopped the dark giant's fist from landing and slowed it down. However, it was only a matter of time before the fist landed. Nothing could stop it. We're dead. Many people closed their eyes uncontrollably. Their hearts were filled with despair. What? Wang Teng didn't know what to say. He was flabbergasted. He couldn't imagine such a terrifying change. The turtle shell was extremely tough and contained the power of heaven and earth, yet it still couldn't withstand a single punch from the dark giant. What could stop the dark giant now? Wang Teng felt that there was no hope in front of him. The devil god laughed. His gaze turned sharp and his killing intent soared. It had been planning for so long for this moment. Now that it was about to succeed, no one could stop it. Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions were elated. They clenched their fists furiously. Once the human race was annihilated, they could start slaughtering and hunting to their heart's content. The universe would be destroyed. This was just the start. Swoosh at this moment. The sound of chains vibrating was heard. It seemed to come from the horizon, but it was closing in quickly. What's that sound? At first, no one reacted. They were puzzled. This sound didn't come from nearby. Instead, it seemed to come from afar. It wasn't close at all. It sounds like chains. Some people frowned. They sensed something. After all, this sound was unique, and it wasn't hard to guess. Look, the chains on the pagoda are moving. Finally, someone looked at the chains on the pagoda and saw them vibrating violently. The sound came from the abyss. The chains stretched down the abyss. No one knew how far they went. That was why the sound came from afar. This was strange. The chains were right in front of him, but the sound seemed to come from afar. It was unbelievable. Sky imprisoning chain. Wang Teng frowned. He was puzzled. Was the sky imprisoning chain going to come out from the abyss? But this wasn't right. Wasn't the sky imprisoning chain locked on something? How could it be moved so easily? Boom! Before Wang Teng could think further, an explosion came from the bottom of the abyss. Something seemed to have penetrated the void. Then, light appeared like stars in the pitch-black abyss. Swoosh! The chains kept vibrating. Everyone finally saw thick chains rushing out from the abyss and sweeping towards the dark giant's hand. Roar! The dark giant seemed to have discovered the chains, too. It roared in anger and congregated its other hand quickly. The hand clawed at the chains again. However, the chains swept over from all directions. Some flew towards the palm, while others flew towards the fist. Swoosh! The dark giant's hands were locked in chains. It struggled frantically, but no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free. The chains were exceptionally sturdy. Normal methods couldn't cut them, especially when it was activated. Divine patterns intertwined around it, giving it an unpredictable power that couldn't be cut off. The devil god probably sneaked into the pagoda without being discovered. That was how he managed to break the 3 chains. Wang Teng was shocked. He looked at the 3 broken chains instinctively and was in disbelief. The 3 chains had recovered. There were no cracks at all, as if the chains had never been broken. Chapter 2868, Sky Imprisoning Chain. Awakening of the Ancient Abyss Collapse 4. Wang Teng's eyesight was amazing. He wouldn't be wrong, he had really recovered. The sky imprisoning chain was restored. How is this possible? The devil god seemed to have noticed this scene too. There was disbelief in his eyes. The 3 chains were chopped by his divine-level weapon, but they were still able to recover. No wonder someone warned him to hurry when he came. Was this what he was referring to? Would the chains recover automatically after a certain period of time? Swoosh! In an instant, the vibration of the chains filled up the entire space and resounded in the air. It crawled towards the black giant like a thick black giant python and tied it up tightly. Roar! The dark giant roared in anger and struggled frantically. Its humongous body twisted on the dark altar as it tried to break free from the chains. However, its hands were locked by chains. It couldn't break free at all. The devil god's expression turned ugly and his gaze turned cold. He stretched out his hand and the black halberd landed in his hand. Then he turned into a beam of black light and dashed towards the chains below. He wanted to cut them again. Boom, boom, boom. The divine-level weapons from the Secondary Profession Alliance turned into rays of light and shot towards the devil god. They stopped him in mid-air, preventing him from getting close to the dark giant roar. The devil god roared in anger. His expression was extremely cold. The black halberd in his hand turned into lingering shadows as it collided with the other immortal-level weapons. Unfortunately, he was outnumbered. In addition, he used 2 drops of blood of origin, so he was at a disadvantage. Boom! The immortal-level weapon slammed into his body and knocked him back. He kept coughing blood. Lord Devil God. The Devil Titan and the other dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They stared at this scene in disbelief. The Devil God was seriously injured and kept coughing blood. How was this possible? But the truth was right in front of them. They revered the Devil God, but in front of these divine-level weapons, they were still beaten up. Boom, 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 divine-level weapons shot towards the Devil God one by one. They wanted to take this chance to kill him. Swoosh on the other side. The sky-imprisoning chain trapped the dark giant, preventing it from moving. That was scary. The giant turtle popped its head out from the turtle shell. It looked at the dark giant and heaved a sigh of relief. Roar. However, the dark giant roared in anger, and it shrunk its neck back in fright. Everyone stared intently at the dark giant as it struggled continuously. They were extremely nervous, afraid that it would break free. Roar, roar, angry roars were heard continuously. The dark giant suddenly stopped as if it knew that it couldn't break free. Boom, the next instant, under everyone's astounded gaze, the dark giant exploded and turned into a ball of dark purple mist. It quickly floated out from the chains. What? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the dark giant to be able to break free using this method. It was unbelievable. This is cheating. Wang Teng's eyes widened. He was astounded by the dark giant's actions. You can do this! Who could tie him up? The dark purple blood mist congregated again and quickly turned into the huge body of the dark giant. Then it grabbed the sky imprisoning chain. A cold snort came from within the pagoda. The sky imprisoning lock rattled and shuttled back and forth in the void like an agile snake. It evaded the dark giant's hand and attempted to bind its body again. However, an unexpected situation occurred. Bang, bang. The hands of the dark giant exploded and turned into tentacles. They intertwined around the sky-imprisoning chain. Dark purple blood glow shimmered on the tentacles, forming a corrosive force. Sizzle green smoke came out from the sky-imprisoning lock. It started trembling violently. How did this happen? The human martial warriors were shocked when they saw this scene. Their expressions turned ugly. Boom! The tentacles formed by the dark giant's hands started pulling violently. They released a frightening force as if they wanted to break the sky-imprisoning lock. Swoosh! The sky-imprisoning lock rattled, but it was exceptionally sturdy and hard to break. The two parties were at a standstill. Bang! At this moment, a strange explosion came from the abyss below. The entire space turned silent. Bang! 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 The slow and rhythmic sound echoed continuously like the beating of a heart. The dark giant stopped moving. The sky-imprisoning lock stopped moving too. The divine-level weapons froze in mid-air. The devil god stopped. The great five elements divine sword array stopped spinning in the void speckle great array. Everything seemed to have been frozen on the spot by an invisible and terrifying force. They couldn't move. Everyone looked down the abyss. Their expressions froze. Wang Teng's expression changed too. He looked at the abyss below and felt that something terrifying was about to awaken. What was below the abyss? Oh no, a shout came from the ancient pagoda. It's reviving. Quick, we can't let it out. Suppress it with all our might. There was a rare hint of panic in the voices in the pagoda. It seemed that even they didn't dare to be careless in front of the presence below the abyss. Oh my God, the old fellow below is about to wake up. The giant turtle's head popped out slightly from its turtle shell. Its huge eyes kept moving as it looked down at the abyss. There was fear in its eyes. Ugh! At this moment, a soft sound was heard, as if someone had woken up from a deep sleep. A lazy murmur was heard. Quick, suppress it. An anxious roar came from the ancient pagoda. The people inside were in a state of panic. Boom! The pagoda vibrated. Beams of light shot out and lit up every floor. There were 9 levels in this pagoda too. As each level lit up, a halo was formed and surrounded each level. Buzz, 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 a buzzing sound was heard. The first level, the second level, the third level, the 6th level, the 7th level, the 8th level. The light only stopped when it reached the 8th level. It formed 8 halos and floated outside the pagoda, giving off a dazzling glow. An ancient and powerful aura spread out from the pagoda. Boom, the abyss below shook violently. There seemed to be an invisible and powerful strength pressing down on it. Only 8 levels? A soft voice came from the bottom of the abyss. Then it turned into laughter. Looks like someone is gone. The voice wasn't loud. It sounded like a whisper, but it entered everyone's ears clearly. Everyone's expression changed and their faces turned pale. Especially the meaning behind his words. It was astonishing. 8 levels. Everyone had a bad feeling when they saw that only 8 levels of the pagoda lit up. How many eras has it been? The soft voice sounded again as if it was questioning itself. How many eras have I been suppressed? Do you still want to suppress me? Unfortunately, you don't have this ability anymore. I can feel it. I can feel it. That weak strength, it's so weak. The voice sounded continuously, causing everyone's heart to sink bit by bit. Everyone felt a chill down their spine as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Boom, the next instant, a violent explosion came from the bottom of the abyss. Everyone saw the abyss collapsing. Chapter 20869, Chain of Order, Soul of the Divine Weapon, Heart of Darkness, Space Mark 1. The abyss was collapsing. Terrifying cracks appeared, and the sky collapsed. Countless rays of light flowed back in the abyss. All kinds of strange divine patterns appeared and intertwined with one another. They appeared in the dimensional rift like chains. The chains seemed to be the foundation of the connection between heaven and earth. Once it collapsed, the entire world would fall apart. Everyone was astounded. What kind of presence was this? It was able to cause the abyss to collapse and terrifying cracks to appear in the sky. In the depth of void, terrifying divine pattern chains appeared. Chain of order? Some people exclaimed in low voices as if they saw something unbelievable. Their eyes widened. At this moment, the entire world was enveloped by a terrifying aura. Everyone's body seemed to have frozen. However, they could still make sounds. The aura was too frightening, so they couldn't move. There's a chain of order? How is this possible? Everyone was flabbergasted. They were flabbergasted when they saw the chains hanging down from the sky. The three great elders, as well as ruler Heaven Flame and the others, were flabbergasted. They found it unbelievable. Chain of order, Rofert turned grim. He looked at the bottom of the abyss. Is the presence below really as terrifying as the rumors say? It activated the chain of order the moment it woke up? Chain of order? A strange light flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. He stared intently at the strange divine pattern chains. Divine patterns appeared on the immortal level weapons in the past. They were mysterious and contained immense power. But compared to the divine pattern chains in front of him, there was still a huge difference. The aura it gave off was entirely different. Wang Teng could feel the terrifying power of the chain of order from afar. It was as if his body would collapse if he touched it. This was terrifying. It was as if he had touched the core of the universe. It was terrifying. So what was that? He could guess from the name, but he didn't understand it completely. It's the chain of order. Round Ball's voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. It was filled with disbelief, you know? Wang Teng asked seriously. Of course. The chain of order is also known as the chain of law. It represents the order and the rules of the world. It's a presence that controls everything. Round Ball raised its pitch and explained quickly. Isn't that the power of laws of origin? Wang Teng was puzzled. But that's not right. I feel that this chain of order is much more powerful than the power of laws of origin. How do I put it? They're the same, but not entirely so. Round Ball hesitated. Everyone knows that a universe-stage martial warrior can grasp the power of laws of origin and form his own small world. Actually, this small world is another small inner cosmos. It's just not perfect and powerful enough. The universe we are in is the origin and the core of the universe. It has been perfected. The laws and order here are indestructible and powerful. It represents the entire universe. How can the power of laws of origin be compared to it? That's why eternal-level martial warriors and even God-stage martial warriors are born in our universe. In the divine kingdoms where the eternal level and the God stage exist, they are the highest gods. They control everything and represent everything. They are the only true gods. However, in our universe, the eternal level and the God stage martial warriors aren't the only ones. They might not even be the strongest. Do you understand what I mean? Now that you mention it, I understand a little. Wang Teng touched his chin and nodded. Actually, the essence is similar, but the degree of perfection is different. Hence, some are strong and some are weak. To put it briefly, yes. Round Ball said, if the power of laws of origin continues to evolve and perfect, it will be the power of order. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. He looked at the chain of order below the abyss. Unfortunately, there were no attribute bubbles. Boom, at this moment, a large hand finally stretched out from the abyss. Everyone was startled. Whose hand is that? Everyone swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. They felt their throat turning dry. They were flabbergasted. A hand stretched out from the abyss. Also, that hand didn't feel hideous at all. It was completely different from the devil god's hand. Instead, it was as smooth as jade. It was perfect. Everyone looked at the hand and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the Creator. It was hard to associate this hand with a powerful dark apparition. Boom. Under everyone's astounded gaze, the hand quickly stretched out and enlarged without stopping. In an instant, it covered the entire space and almost filled the entire abyss. The space around them trembled continuously. Cracks started to appear. The speed of the abyss collapsing increased, too. Countless rays of divine light appeared. These were from the chain of order. They were resisting this terrifying force, Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Their hearts were trembling. This hand was much more terrifying than the hand of the dark giant or the devil god. It was hard to imagine what kind of presence was suppressed below the abyss. Was this terrifying presence going to be revived? Chapter 2870, Chain of Order, Soul of the Divine Weapon, Heart of Darkness, space mark, 2, suppress. A majestic shout came from the ancient pagoda. Suppress, suppress, suppress. The voice seemed to resound in space. At first it sounded like one voice, but in reality it resounded continuously 8 times. Everyone regained their senses as the voice echoed in the air. Some of them even regained some control of their bodies. In an instant, the pagoda gave off a dazzling glow. The 8 layers of light shone brightly and spread out in all directions like a ring of heaven and earth, covering the entire space and suppressing the presence below. Swoosh, the chains around the pagoda started vibrating. Numerous chains shot out from the abyss and intertwined around the jade-like hand. The hand froze for a moment. It was stuck on the spot and couldn't move out of the abyss. Boom, the void speckle great array and the great 5 elements divine sword array started spinning again to maintain the space. Wang Teng was flabbergasted by the scene in front of him, but he immediately grabbed the chance. Taking advantage of the moment when the presence below the abyss was suppressed and when all the formidable martial warriors stopped fighting, his eyes flashed and he immediately released his spiritual kinesis to pick up the attribute bubbles he couldn't pick up earlier. Picking up attribute bubbles had almost become his instinct. Even in times of danger, he didn't forget to pick up attribute bubbles. What's more, he was envious of the attribute bubbles dropped by the divine-level weapons and martial warriors. It would be a pity if he wasted them. Cloud Frost Sword 1, Divine Weapon Soul 2, Golden Eagle Divine Blade 1, Divine Weapon Soul Divine Weapon Soul 1, Lightning Sky Spear 1, Divine Weapon Soul 3, Ox King Divine Axe 1, Divine Weapon Soul 1, Divine Weapon Soul 2, Soul Suppression Bell 1, Divine Weapon Soul 1, Divine Weapon Soul 1, Devil Kiran, Divine Halberd 1, Divine Weapon Soul 1, Black Turtle, Divine Armor 3000, Black Turtle Divine Armor 250, Black Turtle Divine Armor 2800, Heart of Darkness 3000, Heart of Darkness 3000. Fuck. Wang Teng cursed uncontrollably. He was dumbfounded. He knew that these attribute bubbles were extraordinary, but he didn't expect them to be so impressive. Yes, impressive. To Wang Teng, these attribute bubbles were amazing. He took a deep breath and started absorbing them one by one. Enlightenment appeared in his mind. It was the forging method of the divine-level weapons: Cloud Frost Sword, Golden Eagle Divine Blade, Lightning God Spear, Ox King Divine Axe, the Soul Suppression Bell, Devil Kirin Divine Halberd. There were 6 immortal-level weapons in total, including the Devil God's Black Halberd. In an instant, countless precious materials appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Then they were reforged, and numerous clanging sounds echoed in his mind. In the end, they either turned into ancient swords, golden battle blades, or lightning battle spear. The entire process was a replica of the forging process of the divine-level weapons. It was extremely complicated and full of mysteries. It wasn't something that the Grandmaster level or even the Saint level weapons Wang Teng had could compare to. Divine level weapons had their profundities. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. He didn't expect to get the forging method of 6 divine level weapons at once. What's more, one of them was a divine level dark weapon and one was a spiritual weapon. This was a huge gain. This was an immortal level weapon. Any one of these divine-level weapons was enough to shock the entire world. Many powerful martial warriors would fight over them until their heads bled. However, Wang Teng managed to get the smithery skills so easily. He would have a chance to forge it in the future. Opportunity. This was a great opportunity. The only thing that made Wang Teng want to complain was, except the soul suppression bell, the soul frost sword, and the other normal divine-level weapons, the names of the other weapons were mediocre. Golden Eagle Divine Blade, Ox King Divine Axe, were they really immortal-level weapons and not a fake one? He wondered who came up with the name. It was too tacky. Wang Teng shook his head and took a deep breath to calm down. No matter what, a divine-level weapon was still a divine-level weapon. No matter how bad its name was, it was still a divine-level weapon. He could just change their names secretly in the future. For instance, the Dragon Eagle, Golden God Blade, the Devil Ox, Divine King Axe, and many others. He could just add a few words and change the order. The feeling would be different, and they would become awe-inspiring instantly. Tisk, I'm a genius. Wang Teng gave himself a thumbs up. Unfortunately, he was still far away from forging an immortal-level weapon. He received the enlightenment of forging these divine-level weapons, but he lacked all kinds of precious materials. The materials used to forge a divine-level weapon were rare and precious. Some divine-level martial warriors might not be able to find them even after searching for countless years. This was why immortal-level weapons were so rare. With Wang Teng's current ability and wealth, he wouldn't be able to gather enough materials to forge a divine-level weapon. Of course, the most important thing was his ability didn't allow him to do so. Wang Teng was only at the saint level. Now, it was already not bad that he could forge a saint-level weapon. After absorbing the attribute bubbles from the divine-level weapons, Wang Teng immediately shifted his attention to the other attribute bubbles, the artifact soul of a divine weapon. In an instant, a strange power surged into his body and congregated in his inner cosmos. Chapter 2871, Chain of Order. Soul of the Divine Weapon Heart of Darkness Space, Mark III. This strange power was similar to the power of soul, but there was a difference. This was the artifact soul of a divine weapon. Just like its name suggested, it was the soul power of a divine weapon. An eternal-level weapon, which was a divine-level weapon, had already given birth to the spirit. It possessed a certain level of intelligence and was known as the eternal soul. The soul of an immortal-level weapon underwent a series of transformations on top of the eternal stage soul. It possessed a complete intelligence and was known as the divine artifact soul. Wang Teng had obtained the divine artifact soul. This was the soul power released by these divine-level weapons during the battle. All the attribute bubbles were the purest form of energy. The divine artifact soul was no exception. This meant that Wang Teng had obtained many pure divine artifact souls. There were no impurities in them. At this moment, the divine artifact souls gathered in his small universe and finally congregated into a small golden ball. It floated there silently. What's the use of this divine artifact soul? I can't absorb it. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was puzzled. Swoosh, swoosh, two rays of light suddenly shot over from afar, one in front and one behind. A beam of black light appeared in Wang Teng's small universe. It was extremely inconspicuous. With a single thought, Wang Teng knew that this was the dark shadow sword. The semi-divine weapon started moving on its own. Wasn't it still angry? Yet it was charging towards him like a little puppy that saw a piece of meat. The other was purple with a tinge of red. This was the 9 Dragons Lightning Furnace that Wang Teng had just forged not long ago. This is interesting. Did they sense the divine artifact soul? Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He thought of something. The dark shadow sword was a semi-divine weapon and possessed a strange shadow power. It moved quickly in the shadows and had the same effect as the dark class, hence it was the first to arrive. A small shadow snake appeared on the surface of the dark shadow sword. It flicked its tongue frantically and hissed continuously. It stared at the divine artifact soul with its crimson eyes without blinking. For a moment, Wang Teng felt that it didn't look like a snake. Instead, it really looked like a dog at this moment. The 9 dragons lightning furnace had arrived in front of them. The 9 immortal dragons on it were restless too. Hiss, hiss, the little snake shadow immediately looked at the 9 dragons lightning furnace. An invisible aura exuded from its body. Roar! The immortal dragon phantom on the 9 dragons lightning furnace roared in a low voice. However, it had to be obedient in front of the little snake. One was the soul of a half-god level weapon, while the other was just the first calamity of a saint-level weapon. There was a level suppression between the two. Enough. Wang Teng moved his hand and pushed it down. In his small universe, everyone had to listen to him. The Dark Shadow sword was a semi-divine weapon, but it was no exception. What's more, if it wanted to devour the divine weapon's soul, it would have to see if Wang Teng allowed. The little snake shadow knew this too. It immediately became obedient and stared at the divine weapon in front of it. It wanted to eat. If you want to eat, be obedient. You will have your benefits in the future. Wang Teng sent a thought. Then he ignored them. The two weapons were restless, but they couldn't do anything. They could only squat beside the divine artifact soul, unwilling to leave for even a second. Wang Teng smiled and looked at the other attribute bubbles. Boom! An enlightenment appeared in his mind. It was extremely mysterious. Numerous spots of light congregated and turned into a huge turtle shell. This was the turtle shell projection of the giant turtle. Mysterious patterns and unknown ancient words appeared in Wang Teng's mind on the turtle shell. Very soon, he grasped the way to form the turtle shell. Black turtle divine armor, immortal level, 8300 Nevi 1000 foundation, and immortal level battle technique. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. This was a defense-type immortal level battle technique. This was great news for Wang Teng. He didn't have many defensive battle techniques, much less an immortal level one. With this divine level battle technique, he had another layer of protection. You could imagine how sturdy the turtle shell was just now. This was how powerful this battle technique was. Although it was broken in the end, the dark giant seemed to have used all its strength. There was even the suppression of the dark altar. If not, it wouldn't be so easy to break it. Hence, there was no doubt that the black turtle divine armor was powerful. I'm only at the foundation stage, only 1700 points short. What a pity. Wang Teng suddenly shook his head in pity. If he had another 1700 points of attributes, his grasp of the black turtle divine armor would rise to another level. He would be able to execute it with greater proficiency in the future. He didn't know when the giant turtle would execute this divine level battle technique again. It wouldn't be easy to get more attribute bubbles from it. Wang Teng stopped thinking about it. He could just use his blank attributes. However, Wang Teng was puzzled. He knew how to form the black turtle divine armor, but he didn't know what the mysterious patterns and occult ancient words on its back meant. He knew the result, but he didn't know the reason. Chapter 2872, Chain of Order. Soul of the Divine Weapon. Heart of Darkness, Spacemark 4. This was Wang Teng's understanding of the divine level battle technique, the black turtle divine armor. He knew how to execute it, but he didn't know why. Only the person who created this battle technique would know. He wondered if it was created by the giant turtle itself. Wang Teng stopped thinking about it. He would know when it was time for him to know. Otherwise, it would be useless. After absorbing the black turtle divine armor, another attribute bubble merged into Wang Teng's body. Wang Teng shuddered and his expression changed. Boom! Wang Teng's body trembled. A terrifying dark force suddenly erupted. Without thinking, he immediately activated all the power in his body to cover up the sudden eruption of dark force. 5 basic elements, lightning force, 50, ice force, poison force, wind force, even the light force, multiple forces erupted at the same time. They wanted to cover up the dark force that suddenly appeared in his body, especially the light force. It seeped out of his body and bathed his entire body in the light force. Then there were the concealing skills. Wang Teng had mastered Black Shadow Scripture, spiritual power, shadow power, power of space. All of them erupted and covered up the dark aura on his body. Fortunately, No one was paying attention to him. All their attention was on the jade-like hand below. Also, he was operating the array with all his power, so no one noticed anything, even if he used a large amount of force. What's more, he only released his light force. The other forces were still circulating in his body to cover up the dark force. Everything happened in an instant. The eruption of the dark force only lasted for a split second. It was quickly suppressed by Wang Teng and gradually quietened down. In the end, it lay dormant in his body and caused some strange changes to his body. That was close. Wang Teng let out a long sigh. He felt that his back was drenched in cold sweat. This situation rarely happened. However, the dark attribute bubbles he received recently were too abnormal. He couldn't control them properly, and they would explode easily. Normally, it would be fine if no one was around. However, this time, in front of so many powerful martial warriors, he was extremely nervous. He was afraid of getting discovered, Heart of Darkness. As his heart calmed down, Wang Teng glanced around him with lingering fears. He heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that no one was looking at him. Then he looked at the attribute bubbles he just received. This was a dark physique talent attribute bubble. This attribute was quite impressive. Wang Teng was enlightened. He knew what the Heart of Darkness was, but this was why he was astounded. Heart of Darkness. Just like its name, it was a special talent that was extremely close to the dark force. It was extremely rare even among the dark apparitions. You could say that anyone who possessed this physique was a genius among the dark apparitions. Even that devil god might not have this physique talent. This physique talent could only be possessed by the purest dark apparition bloodline. Even pure blood dark apparitions rarely had such pure bloodline power. This was a little impressive. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. Was he a peerless talent who had turned into a dark apparition? Something didn't feel right this time. He was able to get these attribute bubbles because of the dark giant. That's right. He didn't get these attribute bubbles from the devil god. He got them from the dark giant summoned by the devil god. That was how he knew that even the devil god might not possess the Heart of Darkness talent. The dark giant was different. It was the purest form of dark creatures. It was born in the dark and was extremely strange, actually. Even if Wang Teng received the enlightenment regarding the dark altar and the dark sacrifice, he wouldn't know what kind of presence this dark giant was. Heart of Darkness, 66600, 10,000, first rank. Wang Teng took one last look at the attributes board and realized that the Heart of Darkness talent was only at the first rank. There was room for improvement. But when he saw the 100,000 points of attributes, Wang Teng felt a little hopeless. It was too difficult to raise those attributes. First rank alone cost 100,000 attribute points. It was the same as the space physique. Could it be that the Heart of Darkness talent was on par with the space physique? Wang Teng already understood how the system worked. He didn't need to look at the other attributes. He just needed to look at the attributes. The attributes and the basic level was around the same. It looks like I underestimated the Heart of Darkness talent. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He was flabbergasted. To be able to compete with the space physique talent, this wasn't an ordinary talent. It was heaven-defying. So far, only the 5-element divine physique and the time talent could be compared to the space physique talent. Of course, from a certain point of view, the time talent was better. Phew. Wang Teng let out a long sigh and stopped thinking about it. However, his gaze landed on the dark giant uncontrollably. He hoped that it would drop more Heart of Darkness attributes. Chapter 2873, Chain of Order. Soul of the Divine Weapon, Heart of Darkness, Space Mark 5. There were also many attribute bubbles left. They were all eternal matter or origin attributes. They were precious, since they were dropped by powerful martial warriors. However, Wang Teng didn't have the time to count them, so he could only store them temporarily and absorb them slowly in the future. All these happened within a few breaths. No one would have thought that Wang Teng would be so bold. He secretly picked up the attribute bubbles when the giant hand was suppressed. Sky imprisoning chain. A soft sigh came from the abyss. It sounded emotional. It is the sky-imprisoning lock that has kept me here for so many years. Unfortunately, the person controlling it is no good now. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, a dazzling black light erupted from the large hand. Then he clenched his fist and grabbed the chain wrapped around his palm. He dragged it upwards. Swoosh! The vibration of the chains resounded in the universe. The abyss started collapsing even faster. Cracks started spreading in all directions. Everyone was flabbergasted. They stared at the frightening hand in fear. They can't suppress it anymore. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. "Oh my God, can you do it? If you can't, I'm going to run away." The giant turtle looked at the appalling scene below and shouted. "Shut up!" An angry shout came from the ancient pagoda. Boom! The next instant, an even brighter glow erupted from the pagoda and spread out along the sky-imprisoning chain, activating the strange runes on it. "It's useless," a soft voice came from the depth of the abyss. The giant hand continued to move upwards. Crack! An ear-piercing sound echoed in the air. Everyone's expression changed. They sensed something and looked at the chains. Bang! Suddenly a clear cracking sound was heard. It resounded in the air. "Oh no! The sky-imprisoning lock is broken." Wang Teng's eyes widened and his pupils constricted. Bang, bang, bang. The instant this thought appeared in his mind, the sound of chains breaking was heard continuously. The chains below broke and fell from the giant hand. The chains, are they broken? Everyone looked at the scene below and fell into despair. Anyone could tell that the chains were used to bind the terrifying presence in the abyss. If the chains couldn't hold it back, one could imagine the consequences. Break! At this moment, a soft shout came from the bottom of the abyss. The chains broke one by one and fell from the sky. It was astonishing. This was a horrifying scene. The chains were broken, and the presence below the abyss was about to emerge. Wang Teng was appalled. His heart turned cold. It was just one hand, but it was already so frightening. The owner of this hand must be extremely terrifying. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters might not be able to stop it. Wang Teng, suddenly, a soft voice sounded in Wang Teng's mind. "Rofert." Wang Teng was stunned. He looked at Rofert. "Come, you must leave this place. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters might not be able to handle it." Rofert's grim voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. "Leave? How?" Wang Teng was puzzled. At this moment, he wouldn't be stupid and say that he must stay. He had done everything he could. He was just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. He was helpless in front of this frightening presence. Staying here would only mean death. He wasn't so pedantic. "I have a way to send you off. Don't resist later," Rofert said. "Okay." Wang Teng nodded immediately without any hesitation. The next instant, Rofert moved his body and arrived beside Wang Teng. Strength erupted from his body and swept around him. This was the power of space, a majestic space power spread out, causing slight fluctuations in the chaotic space around them. Mind you, the space was in a mess, and they were in another space. It was extremely difficult to use the power of space. However, there was an extraordinary space power spreading out of Rofort's body. It was unbelievable. Oh my God, Wang Teng was in disbelief. "Wang Teng, this Rofort is quite extraordinary. Normally, only eternal-level martial warriors who specialize in the Tao of space can activate such an extraordinary space power, right?" Roundball exclaimed in surprise. Wang Teng nodded silently. He was surprised. Just like what Roundball said, eternal stage rulers could come into contact with the Tao of space and affect it. However, only powerful martial warriors who specialized in cultivating the Tao of space were able to release the power of space to such an extent. It was comparable to someone with the space talent. These formidable warriors were known as the space rulers. Those who could be called space rulers were all formidable warriors among eternal stage rulers. They were extremely powerful. Was Rofort a space ruler? Wang Teng couldn't help but guess. He remembered Rofort's ranking on the eternal stage ruler ranking. Maybe Rofort was really a space ruler. If not, he wouldn't be able to have such a high ranking. Boom! The space in front of him started vibrating violently. A dazzling light suddenly blossomed from Rofort's forehead, and a strange mark appeared on it. Space mark. Wang Teng was stunned. Chapter 2874, No Way of Escape, Hey Tien. Destruction of the Void Speckle Great Array. 1. The space mark. As a martial warrior with space talent, no one was more familiar with this thing than Wang Teng. Wang Teng's guess was shattered when he saw the space mark on Rofort's forehead. Rofort wasn't the ruler of space. Someone left a space mark in his body so he could use it any time. Boom. The space mark appeared and an extraordinary space power swept out. The glow on Rofort's forehead got brighter and brighter. This commotion attracted the attention of the people around them. Everyone looked over with different expressions on their faces. It was like a fuse that ignited the despair and uneasiness in everyone's heart. Was there no chance? Even the ruler Crimson Demon was prepared to give up and bring Wang Teng away. This meant that the situation was indeed at its worst. There was no hope at all. The three great elders' expressions changed a few times. They sighed deeply in their hearts and felt extremely helpless. At this stage, they knew that the people from the various factions wouldn't die with the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. An unparalleled talent like Wang Teng wouldn't stay here either. The ruler Crimson Demon was Wang Teng's guardian. They had no reason to stop him if he wanted to leave with Wang Teng. At this moment, a voice appeared in the minds of the three great elders. Their expressions changed, and they were in a daze for a moment. His words caused the three great elders to sink into deep despair. They looked around them, but they couldn't see the magnificent scenery of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters anymore. There were only ruins as well as the ice-cold space and the terrifying dimensional rifts. A strong sense of loneliness and sorrow surged into his heart. Every secondary professional felt sorrow when they saw this scene. In the past, the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters was one of the most powerful and prosperous factions in the universe. But now, they had fallen to this state. Li Yan, Sang Yi, Dan Yuan, Li Jin, Niu Ritian, Feng Liu, Yan Tu, Reese, Miao Tuo, Lan Yu, Ma Yan, and many other secondary profession talents turned silent. There was even a hint of sorrow on their faces. Most of these talents came from elite families. To them, the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters meant a lot. Now that it was going to be destroyed, they could almost see the end of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Naturally, their hearts were filled with sorrow and pain. They couldn't accept this reality for a long time. The expressions of the powerful martial warriors from the various factions changed slightly too. They understood everything after seeing Rofort's actions. It's time to escape. Some people with backup plans started preparing their escape methods. But most people couldn't do anything in this situation. The surrounding space was in a mess. In addition, the space around here was much more stable than the outside world. Even eternal-level martial warriors would have a hard time breaking it. This wasn't a contradiction. It was a real situation. This space was many times more stable than the outside world. However, because of the terrifying power of the dark apparitions, the space turned chaotic, and it became a dangerous place. Most importantly, there was a powerful force interfering and sealing the outermost space. In an instant, many people panicked. They realized that they couldn't escape at all. Boom! The giant hand continued to extend. Under the suppression of the pagoda and the sky-imprisoning chain, the hand continued to extend. Even though its speed was slow, it was unstoppable. Space cracked, and the abyss collapsed. Dimensional rifts appeared continuously. The presence below the abyss didn't seem to be in a hurry. It was like a ferocious tiger that just woke up. It wasn't in a hurry to eat and just paced around slowly, wanting to play with its prey. This was confidence. He was extremely confident. He didn't care about anything at all. Even the powerful presence in the ancient pagoda couldn't stop it from reappearing in the world. What could stop it now? Everyone was in despair and panic. They looked at the huge hand that was stretching out continuously. A strong sense of horror filled up their hearts. An invisible pressure landed on everyone's heart. Their hearts sank continuously. It had been a while since the human martial warriors had felt this helplessness. Most of them were at the universe level or eternal level. They had never felt this helpless before. They didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to change anything with so many formidable warriors around them. They would still have to face the horror of death. Everyone. At this moment, Great Elder Dan Chen opened his mouth. His grave voice entered everyone's mind. Everyone was stunned. They looked in the direction of the three great elders. Soon, the formidable martial warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters will open a dimensional rift for everyone. If you have the chance, leave. Great Elder Dan Chen's sorrowful voice entered everyone's mind again. Report what happened here to the outside world. The dark apparitions are starting a war. This will definitely change the situation. All factions, please make preparations. Everyone didn't know if they should feel happy or sad when they heard this. Their hearts were heavy when they saw the grave expressions of the three great elders. They didn't know what to say. Is the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters going to be destroyed? Wang Teng muttered to himself. He felt a little sad. Chapter 2875, No Way of Escape. Hei Tian, Destruction of the Void Speckle Great Array. 2. This was the first time he felt so helpless ever since he faced the dark apparitions on Earth. When he was on Earth, he was still able to grow quickly in front of the dark apparitions and destroy them, restoring the Earth to its former glory. At that time, he was just a low-level martial artist. Relatively speaking, it wasn't difficult to raise his ranking. But in front of these powerful dark apparitions, the difference was too great. They weren't on the same level. Even Wang Teng wouldn't be able to catch up so quickly. As expected, he wasn't powerful enough. Everyone, thank you for helping out in this battle. Dan Chen and the other great elders suddenly cupped their fists at everyone. They were thanking them. Thank all the martial warriors who participated in this battle. No matter what the reason was, they were grateful that all the martial warriors acted when the dark apparitions attacked. Dan Chen and the other great elders represented the entire Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. No one else could appear, so they were the ones expressing their gratitude. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Great Elder Dan Chen and the others to express their gratitude in this situation. How broad-minded were they? Everyone was silent. Then they cupped their fists silently at Dan Chen and the others. The same action, the same expression. This was a silent and tragic scene. Devil Titan Bloodslayer, Devil Titan Shui Ye, and the other dark apparitions noticed the situation here too. They looked over and sneered. You're all about to die. They didn't care about the humans' reaction. They felt that the humans wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Now that the Lord in the Abyss had revived, everything would fall silent. There would be no exceptions or special circumstances. What's more, there was the Devil God and the Dark Giant, who could escape. The Devil God glanced over and fixed his gaze on Wang Teng and Rofort. He had a deep impression of Wang Teng. This guy was just a Cosmos stage martial warrior, but he hindered him many times. He almost couldn't land successfully. He had to admit that this human talent was extraordinary. If he had the chance, he would kill this talent immediately, trying to escape. He felt the space fluctuation coming from Rofort's body. His eyes shimmered, and he stretched out his hand, clenching it slightly. Boom! An explosion occurred beside his ear. Wang Teng could feel that the space around him had turned more stagnant. It was as if there was an invisible hand sealing the space around him. His expression changed. He wanted to curse. The Devil God attacked him personally. Wasn't he thinking too highly of him? He was just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Couldn't he be given the treatment a Cosmos stage martial warrior should have? What Devil God? Get out of my way! Wang Teng complained in his heart. He immediately looked at Rofort, who was beside him. He wondered if he could handle it. Rofort frowned slightly. Then the space mark on his forehead lit up and gave off a dazzling glow. Something was brewing inside. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. His mind worked crazily. Unfortunately, his space attribute wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't block the Devil God level space, but soon He thought of something and started activating the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array furiously. Fuck, it's just a devil god. I've slashed him before, I can give him another stab. Clang, clang. 5 colored sword glows appeared and floated above everyone's head. Then they pointed in the devil god's direction. Everyone was stunned. They stared at Wang Teng in a daze. They didn't expect Wang Teng to be so courageous even at a time like this. He dared to fight with the devil god. Are you looking for death? Honestly, many eternal-level martial warriors admired Wang Teng. This fellow was too brave to be a cosmos stage martial warrior. The devil god sneered. He felt that Wang Teng was overestimating himself. He knew that the array couldn't do anything to him, but he still wanted to attack. He was like an ant struggling at the brink of death. Wang Teng's gaze was firm. He stared intently at the devil god and gathered all the sword glows in one direction. Boom. 1,000 feet sword glow congregated in the air. It was terrifying and gave off a terrifying aura. Devil Titan Blood Slayer, Devil Titan Jue Ye, and the other dark apparitions were appalled. They retreated uncontrollably in disbelief. How was this fellow able to execute such a terrifying attack? Even if that was the power of the array, the person in charge of the array wouldn't be able to withstand it if he didn't have strong spiritual power and force. Wang Teng had executed this move multiple times. Even they felt a little weak from the frightening exhaustion. But why was Wang Teng able to continue executing it as if nothing had happened? Was this Cosmos stage martial warrior a fake? A series of questions appeared in their minds. The devil Titan dark apparitions felt their heads turning numb. What kind of monster was he? Even Great Elder Dan Chen and the others were flabbergasted. They didn't expect Wang Teng to be able to continue activating the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array. He looked at the saint-level rune masters around him. They were dying. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others were worried that they wouldn't be able to hold on. Wang Teng noticed this too and felt a little apologetic. He waved his hand and rays of light flew out. These were pill medicines, restoration pills. Chapter 276, No Way of Escape. He Tian, Destruction of the Void Speckled Great Array. 3. Wang Teng had saved many pill medicines for himself. This was abundant for him, but with so many saint-level rune masters, he didn't have much left. That was why he didn't take them out previously. Also, he didn't do it for personal reasons, so the saint-level rune masters had to foot the bill themselves. He wasn't running a charity. In terms of wealth, he was just a newbie who had just advanced to the saint level. He couldn't be compared to the rune masters who had advanced to the saint level many years ago. However, this attack was different. He wanted to escape, so he felt a little guilty. That was why he gritted his teeth and took out the pills for the saint-level rune masters. The space power around him fluctuated, and the pills appeared in front of the saint-level rune masters above the constellation array. They were stunned for a moment and immediately looked in Wang Teng's direction. They were surprised. "Those are the pills I made, saints? Please help me." Wang Teng's voice appeared in their minds. The saint-level rune masters were still a little angry at first, but when they heard this, they nodded slightly and swallowed the pills. In an instant, they were astounded. This pill, the instant they swallowed the pill, they felt their force and spiritual power replenishing at a fast speed. The effects were amazing. The saint-level rune masters exchanged glances with one another. They were dumbfounded. The efficacy of the pill made by Saint Wang Teng was many times greater than a normal pill. At least the pill medicine they bought from the saint-level alchemist didn't have this effect. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. They closed their eyes and absorbed the efficacy of the pill. Then they cooperated with Wang Teng to activate the array. Boom. The 1,000 feet sword glow became brighter and brighter. It cut through the air and gave off a terrifying aura. The devil god's expression changed slightly. He stared coldly at Wang Teng, and the black halberd in his hand gave off a powerful fluctuation. Go. In an instant, Wang Teng finished congregating his sword glows. His gaze was cold as he pointed at the devil god. "You're just a devil god. I'm not afraid. It was just a life. He would do it. Boom, as Wang Teng's voice, filled with killing intent, echoed in the air. The 1,000-feet-long five-colored sword glow slashed out, aimed directly at the devil god. Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They retreated again, afraid of getting implicated. The devil god wasn't afraid of the sword glow. They couldn't withstand it. A cold snort came out of the devil god's mouth. The black light in his eyes shone brightly. He waved his hand, and the black halberd in his hand gave off a dazzling glow. Boom! A halberd glow congregated quickly and flew towards the 10,000-feet-long, five-colored sword glow. The next instant the two of them collided in mid-air, giving off a terrifying explosion. Boom! Boundless force residual impact swept out in all directions, affecting everything around it. The already chaotic space became even more chaotic. Many martial warriors' expressions changed slightly. They waved their hands to resist the frightening force impact. Boom. In the end, their attacks exploded in space. Whether it was the black halberd or the 1,000-feet five-colored sword glow Wang Teng released after activating the array, they both collapsed and annihilated each other. But in the end, one side had the advantage and charged towards the other side. Boom. The devil god didn't look good. He moved his body and shot backwards, dodging the broken sword glow. What? Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions widened their eyes in disbelief. The devil god was at a disadvantage. The devil god was at a disadvantage when facing the attack of a Cosmos stage martial warrior. This was unbelievable. When Wang Teng fought with the devil god for the first time, the devil god had other plans and used Wang Teng's attack to hide himself. He wasn't truly at a disadvantage. This time it was completely different. He was at a disadvantage. This was a direct confrontation. There was no room for negotiation. The devil god was still at a disadvantage in this situation. It was unbelievable. As the devil god retreated, the space power binding Wang Teng collapsed instantly. Boom! Without the imprisoning force, the space power in Rofort's body tore a hole in the space in front of him and gradually expanded. No one can leave. The devil god's voice was cold as he charged over from afar again. Black halberd glows shot out from his black halberd as he slashed it at Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He wanted to control the array to block the attack. However, boom. Before he could do anything, a ray of light shot over from afar and blocked the devil god's attack. Soul suppression bell. Wang Teng was stunned. He immediately saw the real face of the light. It was the soul suppression bell. He didn't expect the soul suppression bell to block the attack for him. He looked at the pagoda instinctively. Someone from the Secondary Career Alliance must have acted. Clang. The soul suppression bell smashed the devil god's halberd glow and turned into a beam of light. It shot towards the devil god like a shooting star, leaving a long trail of force light behind it. The devil god's expression turned ugly. He had no choice but to focus on dealing with the soul suppression bell. He had already exhausted much of his energy. Even if it was just a divine-level weapon, it was enough to give him a headache. Boom. He stabbed his halberd out. Terrifying constellation, dark force erupted and collided with the soul suppression bell. Chapter 2877, No Way of Escape. Hey Tian, Destruction of the Void, Speckled Great Array, 4 roar. On the other side, the dark giant started moving again. It raised its fists and hurled them at Wang Teng's array. Fuck you. Wang Teng squinted and cursed instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, the other immortal-level weapons arrived and collided with the dark giant's fist. They didn't hit the array. The battle was about to start. The appearance of the jade-like hand caused the battle to end. However, the situation on Wang Teng's side ignited the flames once again. Explosions resounded in the air. Force impact spread continuously. It was terrifying. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had these immortal-level weapons. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whether it was the devil god or the dark giant, they weren't easy to stop. An ultimate stage talent from the human race? I haven't seen such an outstanding talent in a long time. During my hibernation, did the human race progress very quickly? Interesting. However, at this moment, a chilling whisper came from the depth of the abyss. Wang Teng's heart sank. He felt goosebumps on his head, and his hairs stood up. He looked down the abyss instinctively. He couldn't see anything, but for some reason he felt that there was a pair of terrifying eyes staring at him. They seemed to be looking at him with interest. It was like a terrifying giant beast staring at its prey. The being below the abyss was interested in him. Damn it. Wang Teng's face turned black. Cold sweat appeared on his back uncontrollably. He couldn't control himself. This was scary. He didn't know what level this dark apparition was at, but it had laid its eyes on him. Was it his fault that he was too outstanding? This world was too dangerous. They weren't even allowed to be outstanding. How were they supposed to live? Rofort's expression changed too. He had a bad feeling. He finally understood how frustrating it was to be Wang Teng's guardian. This had completely exceeded his ability. Who would have thought that a mere cosmos stage martial warrior like Wang Teng could attract the attention of such a terrifying presence? This was hilarious. Activate. He didn't have the time to think too much. He stretched out his right hand and placed his forefinger and middle finger together. Instantly, he tapped his forehead and shouted, "Boom!" The space mark on his forehead gave off a dazzling glow. A silver-white light shot out like a sword glow. The dimensional rift in front of him was torn as if it was hit by a sword. It expanded to the size of a human body. "Let's go." Rofort was agitated. He grabbed Wang Teng and dashed towards the dimensional rift. Oh. A space skill left behind by a human god-stage martial warrior. A surprised voice came from the bottom of the abyss. It seemed to find this scene interesting. Its voice remained calm, as if it wasn't worried that Wang Teng and Rofort would run away. Wang Teng and Rofort's heart dropped when they heard his calm tone. They had a bad feeling. The next instant, an unexpected situation occurred. Boom! An invisible force swept over and engulfed the two of them. Their bodies froze in midair. The exit was right in front of them, but they couldn't move an inch forward. This feeling was maddening and hopeless. Rofort's expression changed. The space power in his body surged out frantically as he tried to break free from his opponent's restraint. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded continuously, but there were no ripples in the space in front of him. It was as stable as a sturdy iron wall. "It's useless." The being below the abyss whispered softly. There was a hint of a smile in this voice. "How can you escape from me?" Wang Teng and Rofort's expressions turned ugly when they heard his mocking words. What is happening? Is the terrifying presence below the abyss coming out? Everyone's face turned pale when they saw this scene. They fell into despair. Even the ruler Crimson Demon was imprisoned and couldn't bring Wang Teng away. This meant that the other party's power could interfere with the outside world. Would they be able to leave? Many people didn't dare to think further. If the presence in the abyss came into being, they wouldn't be able to leave the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters even if a dimensional rift was formed. Wang Teng and Rofort were their examples. Suppress. The person in the pagoda didn't want to sit and wait for death. He shouted angrily again. Beams of light shot out, attempting to stop the terrifying presence below. Swoosh, the sky imprisoning chain was recovering. The runes on the chain squirmed and shone brightly, increasing the speed of recovery. Divine light erupted, giving off a terrifying divine power. Huh? The being below the abyss was slightly surprised, however. The jade-like palm exploded in an instant. There were many complicated dark purple patterns spreading on it. They covered the entire palm, giving the jade-like palm a devilish feeling. Boom, then, the palm enlarged even faster and reached into space at a crazy speed. I'm not playing with you anymore. It's time to end everything. Boom. In an instant, the jade-like palm stretched out of the abyss as if it was covering the sky. There was no longer any resistance. The chains of the sky imprisoning chain were all broken. Chapter 2878, No Way of Escape, Hey Tien. Destruction of the Void Speckle Great Array, 5. At this moment, the palm broke free from its cage. Boom, the earth trembled and the abyss collapsed. Numerous turbulences swept out and the space was on the verge of collapsing. Crack, sounds of overload echoed in the air. It was appalling. Bang, bang, bang. The next instant, the great 5 elements' divine sword array cracked, and the array constellations exploded. They turned into dust and floated into the distance. Pff, pff, pff. The saint-level rune masters above the constellation array vomited a mouth of blood and flew out. However, they were still heavily injured by the residual impact. The only fortunate thing was they had their own ways. At least they managed to keep themselves alive. Boom, then, the entire array shattered and turned into droplets of light. This scene came too suddenly. There was no time for anyone to react. In a blink of an eye, the divine level array exploded and turned into nothingness. Many people stared at this scene in bewilderment. They hadn't regained their senses. Spectacular, scary. This was an immortal level array, but it was destroyed by the giant palm. It couldn't resist the giant hand at all, crushed, completely crushed. A divine level array was nothing in front of that giant hand. How powerful must that presence be? It was unimaginable. Everyone was in a daze. Wang Teng stared at this scene in bewilderment. He gasped uncontrollably and asked, "Rofert, are we unable to leave?" Rofert turned grim. He didn't have the heart to reply to Wang Teng. He stared intently at the dimensional rifts in front of him as if he was anticipating a miracle. Boom! At this moment, another explosion was heard. The void speckle great array trembled violently, and cracks appeared on the array. "We're dead." Everyone raised their heads in astonishment. Their faces were extremely pale. Even the void speckle great array couldn't withstand it. Dan Chen and the others closed their eyes in pain. The Void Speckle Great Array was the last barrier to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Even it couldn't withstand the enemy anymore. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters would probably become history. Everything would be annihilated. It was quite pathetic, but it really appeared in front of them. No one could accept this, but they had to. Crack, crack. Cracks started spreading on the Void Speckle Great Array. In an instant, they covered the entire array. Countless droplets of light floated in the air. The array that had protected the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters for countless years was coming to an end. Everyone stared absent-mindedly at the destruction of the array. Their hearts were filled with sorrow. This sorrow came for no reason. It appeared in their hearts suddenly and filled up their entire mind. This shouldn't be the case for the people from the various factions. They had no feelings towards the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, but when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel sad. It was as if they saw an elder guarding this holy land walking towards death. "Hey, Tian!" Angry roars erupted from the ancient pagoda. They were filled with anger and sorrow. Hey, Tian. Everyone was flabbergasted when they heard this name. They felt a terrifying stimulation to their spirit. They were on the verge of collapsing. Many people were bleeding from their eyes, noses, and mouths. They felt dizzy and almost lost their footing. They were about to fall from the sky. This was horrifying. One name was enough to cause such serious consequences. This name cannot be said, cannot be heard. It seemed to contain a terrifying power. Even if they were just hearing it, it was enough to put them in a dire situation. This was taboo. Devil Titan, Bloodslayer, Devil Titan Shui Ye, and the other dark apparitions were appalled. They looked into the abyss with fear in their eyes. Even the devil god's gaze flickered furiously. He couldn't remain calm. These humans were crazy. They actually shouted the being's name. Did they want to die? This. Wang Teng's face turned pale. He felt dizzy and hurriedly released the power of the Nine Treasures Pagoda to resist the frightening feeling. When the name was shouted, he felt a thought landing on his head. It gave his spirit a strong stimulation. Scary, terrifying. It was just someone shouting this name, but the consequences were already so frightening. It was unimaginable. Ha ha! A soft laughter came from the bottom of the abyss. You're quite bold. How dare you call me by my name? Do you want me to come out earlier? I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the jade-like hand covered with dark purple patterns slammed towards the void speckle, great array as if it was trying to break it. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The large hand slammed heavily on the void speckle great array. The hand covered the entire array. The light was blocked, dimming the light in the void. Boom! The next instant, a loud explosion was heard. The void speckle great array couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and turned into a rain of light. Chapter 2879. Wang Teng's Master Presence in the Abyss. Long River of Time. 1. The void speckle great array finally collapsed. Under the hands that were covered with dark purple patterns and looked like jade, they started collapsing inch by inch. They disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone stared at the disappearing array with their mouths agape. They felt complicated, as if they had witnessed the end of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. They turned silent. A sigh appeared in Wang Teng's heart, the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. When he first heard about the existence of this place, his heart was filled with yearning and longing. As a secondary professional, everyone treated it as their holy land. Wang Teng even thought that as long as he rose in the Secondary Career Alliance, he would be able to become a core member of the Secondary Career Alliance and receive protection. He didn't expect this to be the result. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was going to be destroyed today. The world was playing tricks on people after the void speckle great array was destroyed. The space couldn't withstand it anymore and started collapsing, revealing the emptiness outside. This was the universe. The 3 void torrent belts intertwined and dropped down. No one knew where they landed. At the intersection of the 3 void torrent belts, there should have been an island floating there like a huge piece of land, but now the island was destroyed. Only broken rocks and ruins were left. In the middle of the ruins, an ancient pagoda was being carried by a giant turtle, standing above a terrifying abyss. But the abyss was collapsing too. A huge palm stretched out from the depth of the abyss and enveloped the entire space. This was a catastrophe. The space is shattered. We should be able to escape, right? A universe stage martial warrior asked in a low voice. His voice was trembling. He didn't dare to move. In front of this frightening presence, he might die if he moved. Respect? An eternal-level martial warrior said with a grim expression, "The space here is all sealed. No one can leave if they don't break this seal. Can't you see that the ruler Crimson Demon didn't do anything? Even he couldn't take Wang Teng away, much less us." Another eternal-level martial warrior opened his mouth with a grim expression. Are we really unable to leave? Many people were in despair. There was no hope in front of that giant hand. There might be hope. Ruler Heaven Flame's voice suddenly sounded beside everyone's ears. His gaze landed on the pagoda below. Everyone was stunned. Then they followed his gaze and looked at the pagoda. They remembered what Great Elder Dan Chen said. Wang Teng's gaze turned serious. His mind spun furiously as he searched for a way out. He wondered if he could open a hole with the help of the endless tornado and the power of time and space. One instant was enough. However, this required Rofort's cooperation. He wouldn't be able to complete it alone. Rofort? Wang Teng opened his mouth and wanted to tell him his plan. "Wait!" Rofort interrupted Wang Teng. His voice entered Wang Teng's ears. "Wait for the right time." What time? Wang Teng was stunned and asked in surprise. Rofort didn't say anything. He stared intently at the dimensional rift in front of him. This was the dimensional rift created by the space mark on his forehead. However, it was sealed by the presence below, so they couldn't pass through it. Boom, at this moment, an ancient aura erupted from the pagoda and filled up the entire space. The entire pagoda vibrated and gave off a glow. A powerful aura swept out. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They looked over. The 8 light spheres around the pagoda started shrinking at a fast speed as they congregated towards the pagoda. Many people didn't understand, look. "Is the top of the pagoda glowing?" someone suddenly exclaimed. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. The 8 light spheres congregated and merged into the pagoda. They gave off a dazzling glow at the peak of the pagoda. It was like a pearl that had been covered with dust for countless years. Now the dust had been wiped away, and it was lit up and ignited. It was about to give off its most dazzling brilliance. Boom! Heaven and earth were shaking. Space trembled with noises continuously. This commotion was no weaker than the giant hand that was stretched out from the abyss. "Oh," a surprised murmur was heard. "You're not useless, since you can make such use of this pagoda?" A cold snort came from the ancient pagoda. Then it turned into a shout and echoed in the universe. "Abyss is suppressing pagoda. Suppress." The voice was extremely loud. It resounded in the entire space and astounded everyone. Boom. A powerful aura spread out from the pagoda. Devil Titan Bloodslayer, Devil Titan Shui Yi, and the other dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They felt a powerful pressure boring down on them, causing them to vomit blood. Their bodies froze on the spot, unable to move. The devil god turned grim too. His body slowed down as if he was being suppressed. Boom, the soul suppression bell flew over and knocked the devil god away. He kept coughing blood. On the other side, the dark giant stood on the dark altar. With the help of the dark altar, the pressure it received was minimal. However, it was also slightly affected. Its huge body became slower. Chapter 208, The Wang Teng's Master Presence in the Abyss, Long River of Time. 2. Boom, 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 divine-level weapons rained down on him, smashing him until his entire body was covered with blood mist. One of his arms and one of his legs were broken. He couldn't stand properly and fell to the ground. Under this immense pressure, the congregating speed of the dark purple blood mist slowed down. It didn't manage to recover in time. The immortal-level weapons chased after the dark apparition relentlessly. Divine patterns shimmered on their surfaces. Exuding divine power, they smashed the dark giant into pieces and obliterated the blood mist within. Roar. Angry roars came from the dark purple blood mist and echoed in the air. This was the first time everyone heard the dark giant roaring in anger and helplessness. They felt refreshed. Swoosh. The sky imprisoning chain vibrated and gave off a blinding light. Runes started squirming and the broken chains started recovering quickly. Then an astonishing scene appeared. Boom, the pagoda soared into the sky and expanded continuously. In a blink of an eye, it overtook the jade-like hand covered with dark purple patterns. Endless pressure bore down on them. All the dark apparitions were suppressed and couldn't move. The chains connected to the pagoda spread out and danced furiously. They kept making cracking sounds. Oh my God, those old fellows are being forced into a corner? The giant turtle raised its head and looked at the magnified pagoda. It was flabbergasted. Its cunning eyes widened. Ibis suppressing pagoda. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. So this pagoda is called the Abyss Suppressing Pagoda. Is it specially used to suppress the abyss? Suddenly, a cold snort came from the depth of the abyss. It seemed to have felt the frightening sealing power coming from the pagoda. There was a rare hint of seriousness in its voice. Boom. The jade-like hand covered with dark purple patterns lifted up abruptly and blocked the bottom of the pagoda. Boom. The pagoda vibrated. It was held in midair and couldn't land anymore, suppress. Shouts were heard from the ancient pagoda again and again. They formed echoes that resounded in the universe, buzz in an instant. The pagoda lit up and the sealing power exploded. The sky imprisoning lock rattled and flew towards the large hand to bind it. "You're trying to stop me," a low voice was heard. A heaven-defying force exuded from his palm. It seemed to be able to hold up the entire space and forcefully block the pagoda. However, at this moment, an unexpected situation occurred. Ibis, suppressing pagoda, break the world. A shout was heard. The dazzling light at the top of the pagoda suddenly exploded and shot into the sky. Boom. The space was torn apart and dimensional rifts appeared. The light at the top of the pagoda formed a dazzling path that stretched all the way into the universe. Go, hurry up, and go. Everyone enter the passageway and leave this place. Shouts came out of Great Elder Dan Chen's mouth and entered everyone's ears. They shuddered. The dimensional rift has appeared. We can leave. Let's go. Everyone was elated. They reacted in an instant and dashed out, rushing towards the light path that was spreading in space. So this is your motive. The voice from the abyss turned extremely cold. Do you think you can leave so easily? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying explosion was heard from the abyss below. The abyss, which was already half cluxed, was in chaos. Endless turbulence swept through, as if time and space were in chaos. Then another hand stretched out from below. It was equally huge and covered the sky. The abyss couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. All kinds of power appeared. It was chaotic and terrifying. The powerful imprisoning force appeared again and froze the space, preventing the humans from entering the light path. Everyone's expression turned ugly. They frantically activated the forces in their bodies, wanting to break free from this seal. Unfortunately, the gap between them was too great. He couldn't break it. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion came from the dimensional rift that was created by the space mark on Rofert's forehead. Rofert's expression changed. He clenched his fists uncontrollably. The next instant, a ball of purple-red flame swept out and filled up the entire space, turning this place into a sea of fire. Boom! Scorching heat swept in all directions, as if it wanted to burn everything into ashes. Another force entered the battlefield. Fire. Whose power is this? Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. They were flabbergasted and exclaimed uncontrollably. Sir Purple Flame? Rofort's eyes lit up. A hint of happiness finally appeared on his serious face. Purple Flame, true god? Wang Teng was stunned. Was this the opportunity Rofort was waiting for? Did he know that the Purple Flame true god would act? But how was this possible? The Purple Flame true god should be some distance away. Even a god stage martial warrior might not be able to interfere in this matter. Even if he interfered, he would have to pay a huge price. This treatment wasn't something an ordinary person could receive. This is the power of a god stage martial warrior. Ruler, Heaven, Flame, and the others sensed something. A god stage martial warrior. Did the human reinforcements arrive? Everyone was elated. No, there's only the aura of a god stage martial warrior. Ruler Greenwood shook his head and sighed. What's more, this isn't his true form. Chapter 2881, Wang Teng's Master Presence in the Abyss, Long River of Time 3. Many people were disappointed. They sighed in their hearts. A god stage martial warrior couldn't change anything. Also, even if he was a god stage martial warrior, he wouldn't be of much help if he didn't appear in person. He wouldn't be able to change the tide of the battle. A god stage human. The voice in the abyss turned colder and colder. It seemed to be provoked. He stretched out his other hand and pressed it down on the purple-red flame. Bang explosions were heard as the hand pressed down. Cracks appeared continuously, and the purple-red sea of fire started churning violently. Boom! The purple-red flames swept through the sky and congregated to form a huge fist mark. Roaring flames were formed as it hurled towards the giant hand. A loud explosion was heard. Boom! A cold shout came from the bottom of the abyss. The giant hand didn't dodge at all. It ignored the flames and reached into them, grabbing the flaming fist that was giving off a terrifying heat. As it landed, the hand grew bigger and bigger. It exceeded the size of the flaming fist mark. It was terrifying. Boom! The two of them collided. The giant hand clenched the flaming fist and released a terrifying force. Bang! In an instant, the fist mark shattered and turned into flames that swept through the sky. How is this possible? Rofert widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't maintain his tense expression anymore. He didn't expect the purple flame true god to be unable to resist the giant hand even though he acted. They only needed a split second. Even if it was just a split second, it wouldn't be enough. This was despairing. Wang Teng's expression turned ugly too. He didn't expect this result. Even the God stage, Purple Flame, true God, couldn't stop him. His plan to use the endless tornado didn't work either. This difference couldn't be made up with some special methods. Even if a human God stage martial warrior descends personally, it will be a piece of cake for me. What's more, his true form can't come here. All your struggles are in vain, the voice below the abyss echoed in the universe. Boom, the giant hand covered the entire space, sealing off the entire area. No one could escape. Ah, some human martial warriors screamed in anger. The passageway was right in front of them, but they couldn't leave. They felt exasperated and helpless. They were in despair. A God stage martial warrior acted, but he couldn't stop the presence below the abyss. There was no hope at all. Boom, the giant hand slammed down and extinguished all the flames. Damn it. Rofort's expression changed entirely. He hurriedly retreated with Wang Teng. Boom. The next moment, a powerful force pressed down on the hand. The crack formed by the space mark on Rofort's forehead started to distort. Then it disappeared gradually in front of Wang Teng and Rofort's eyes. A pift. A mouth of blood spurted out of Rofort's mouth. Although he helped Wang Teng to evade the powerful pressure in time, he still received the impact. Even the residual impact was enough to injure him. "Rofort, are you all right?" Wang Teng turned serious and asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Rofort waved his hand and coughed out blood. He clutched his chest and said bitterly, "I didn't expect this last move to lose its effect. It looks like we don't have any more chances." Wang Teng's heart sank. He felt helpless. No matter how powerful his talent was, he couldn't change anything. Talent wasn't ability. At this moment, the being below the abyss only stretched out two hands and took control of the situation. He held up the abyss suppression pagoda with one hand and suppressed the space with the other. Terrifying. Even the God stage martial warriors in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters felt helpless. It's time to end this. Whispers, filled with indifference and coldness, came from the depth of the abyss. The giant hand that covered the sky engulfed everyone and bore down on them. It wanted to suppress and obliterate everyone. Boom, a huge shadow was cast over their heads. It seemed to have landed on everyone's heart, making them feel despair. Ah, some people roared in anger. Their eyes were red and filled with unwillingness. The aura around them exploded and soared into the sky as if they wanted to break free from this hopeless fate. "I'm going to die here today. I can't accept this. Where's our God? Why are the dark apparitions so arrogant? Our ambition hasn't been fulfilled. Our martial arts haven't reached the peak. How can we die like this? Even if we die, we will drag a few dark apparitions down with us. Come, come. Today we will shed our blood in the universe. In the future, human martial warriors will take revenge for us and sweep away the darkness. Kill, 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 kill." The human martial warriors went berserk. They were unwilling to give up, so they roared in anger. Killing intent shot into the sky. They wanted to perish together with the dark apparitions. A cold snort was heard. A terrifying aura erupted and filled up the sky. All the human martial warriors vomited blood, and their auras became weak. Just one aura was enough to make the human martial warriors unable to resist. How terrifying was that? Wang Teng's face was pale. He was coughing blood too. He was seriously injured. This aura was too terrifying. Even if he released his eternal stage, unyielding, lighting battle conscious, he wouldn't be able to resist it. Chapter 2882. Wang Teng's Master. Presence in the Abyss. Long River of Time. 4. Rofort, who was at the side, was in no better state. He was already heavily injured and was being suppressed by the aura. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. Sigh. Rofort sighed. "If I knew this was going to happen, I would have brought you away earlier. Unfortunately, all these things exceeded my expectations, and things have progressed to this stage. There's nothing I can do." Wang Teng remained silent. In the end, he said, "Don't blame yourself. Who would have thought that there's such a terrifying presence sealed below the abyss? It's showing signs of revival. Even the God Stage martial warriors from the Secondary Profession Alliance didn't notice it, much less us. Rofert shook his head and looked at the young man beside him. This was undoubtedly an unparalleled talent. He was supposed to give off a dazzling glow and stand shoulder to shoulder with the God Stage in the future, becoming the pillar of the human race. Was he going to die here? Rofert was responsible. It was a huge responsibility. At this moment, Rofert finally felt defeated. He didn't fulfill his duty as a guardian. Wang Teng ignored Rofert. He picked up the attribute bubbles around him frantically as he thought of a solution. Even at this moment, he didn't give up. However, his hope was too small. Boom, the giant palm pressed down slowly. It didn't seem to be in a hurry. An eye appeared on the palm of his hand. He was admiring the despair of his prey before it died. This is too much. Everyone's eyes turned bloodshot when they saw the eye. They clenched their fists tightly, their nails digging into their palms. The strength in their bodies boiled, but they were forcefully suppressed. Fresh blood spurted out of their mouths. Darkness is your home. Why are you struggling? Come, open your arms. Darkness is eternal. A low voice was heard. It sounded like a devil luring everyone into the darkness. Many martial warriors were mesmerized by this voice. Their gazes gradually lost their focus, and they started to show their loyalty. Wang Teng felt his head turning numb. A chill went up his spine. The Nine Treasures Pagoda, an angry roar resounded in his heart. The Nine Treasures Pagoda gave off a dazzling glow as it resisted the corrosion of his spiritual power. "Wake up!" a shout came from the ancient pagoda. A human God Stage martial warrior opened his mouth and spiritual fluctuations spread out. He didn't want to see the human martial warriors falling into oblivion. Everyone was flabbergasted. They regained their senses and were flabbergasted. They still had lingering fears. Stubborn resistance. The eye in the palm gave a mocking look. It turned indifferent and cold again. It looked at the human martial warriors below as if they were a pile of corpses. Boom! It stopped, hesitating, and pushed the giant palm down. It wanted to end everything. Ah! Cries of pain came out of everyone's mouth. Many weaker martial warriors exploded and turned into a ball of blood mist. There were even many secondary profession geniuses. They were outstanding in the exchange event and should have a bright future ahead of them. Yet they died in frustration. There were also some talents who had life-saving methods, but they could only hold on with difficulty and watch death dawn on them. Ah, I can't accept this. Some people screamed in anger. They hated the injustice of the world. Why did they have to die so early? They still had a bright future. Wang Teng stood among the crowd. The power of time and space were circulating furiously in his body. He might have a chance of survival, but he would still have to face the horror of death. Whether he could survive depended on luck. He was unwilling, furious, and helpless. At this moment, Wang Teng hated himself for being born too late. He wasn't able to rise quickly and suppress the formidable expert in the abyss. Boom! The giant palm was already a few hundred feet above everyone's head. They could clearly see the black patterns on it. Within a few seconds, it would land on everyone and turn them into minced meat. Boom! At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in Wang Teng's mind. His expression changed. He sensed something, and before he could react, a token suddenly shot out from his space fragment. Wang Teng stored many important things in his space fragment. At this moment, Wang Teng didn't have the time to think too much. He immediately looked over and his pupils constricted slightly. There was even a hint of happiness on his face. This token was strange. It was entirely purple, and there were strange patterns all over it. There was nothing else. If it was placed in another place, it might be inconspicuous. People who didn't know it wouldn't notice anything special about it. However, when Wang Teng saw the token, he felt as if he was looking at his savior. This is Rofert noticed the abnormality, too. He was flabbergasted when he saw Wang Teng's happy expression in such a situation. "Master," Wang Teng muttered to himself. There was happiness in his eyes. He was surprised and elated. He had never wished so badly for his master to appear. Then he pounced on it with tears in his eyes, seeking the care of his elder. After all, if the president of the 7th Stellar Academy and the 2 God-stage martial warriors viewed him with such high importance, his master must be extremely powerful. His master might even be more powerful than a God-stage martial warrior. Now, the token left by his master flew out automatically. He might be able to hold back the presence below the abyss. Chapter 2883. Wang Teng's Master Presence in the Abyss. Long River of Time, 5. Master? Rofort was stunned. He didn't know that Wang Teng had a master. Instinctively, he looked at the token. At this moment, the token suddenly gave off a dazzling glow and turned into a human figure. Boom. The next instant, the figure waved his hand, and the giant palm in the sky froze. It couldn't move an inch. All the pressure disappeared without a trace. It was as if the figure of light waved it away with his hand. Silence. There was dead silence. Everyone felt the pressure on their bodies disappearing. They turned and stared at the figure in a daze. They didn't understand what happened. This is. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others were flabbergasted. They didn't know what to say as they looked at the figure. Oh my God. Ruler Heaven Flame and the eternal level martial warriors gasped in shock. They were in disbelief. One hand. The figure of light only used one hand, but the terrifying hand above his head froze. This method was unbelievable. What kind of presence could do this? The true form of this figure was probably stronger than a God-stage martial warrior, Master. At this moment, a shrill cry was heard. Master, I was bullied terribly. You have to help me. Everyone was stunned. They stared at Wang Teng in confusion. Master, this figure was Wang Teng's master? For a moment, everyone didn't know what to think. Wang Teng? Master? They were familiar titles, but at this moment, it was hard to link them together. Lian, Sang Yi, Dan Yuan, and the other talents couldn't believe their eyes and ears. This figure was Wang Teng's master? Seriously? Rofort took a deep breath. His gaze flickered. This figure was Wang Teng's master. What's more, his ability was terrifying. He didn't dare to think further. This presence was even more terrifying than the God-stage Purple Flame True God, much more terrifying. All the eternal stage martial warriors were flabbergasted. They were already astounded when they saw the human figure attacking, but they realized this wasn't the thing that astounded them the most. What was even more astonishing was what happened after that. The other party was Wang Teng's master. For a moment, these eternal level martial warriors felt that they had heard the most absurd thing. Where did Wang Teng come from? First, there was a 19th rank eternal stage ruler protecting him. Then, a God stage martial warrior acted for him and almost took him away. Now, a God stage martial warrior had appeared to protect Wang Teng. What identity, what kind of background did he have? That was why there were so many powerful martial warriors protecting him. It was truly unimaginable. They weren't the only ones. Even the devil god Dark Apparition was flabbergasted. He stared intently at Wang Teng and the figure. He couldn't accept it. This human talent had such a powerful background. What's more, the human figure was able to disperse the pressure brought by the Lord in the abyss with one hand. What kind of presence was this? At this moment, it even felt that everything had completely deviated from its expectation. Gasp. Devil Titan Bloodslayer. Devil Titan Shui Ye. And the other dark apparitions gasped and exchanged glances with one another. They looked as if they saw a ghost. Devil Titan Bloodslayer felt his heart palpitating. He had attacked Wang Teng many times in the past. Thinking back about it, he had almost died. This powerful martial warrior probably didn't take him seriously. If not, based on what he did to Wang Teng, the guy could have killed him. Devil Titan Bloodslayer shuddered uncontrollably when he thought about this. He looked at Wang Teng with fear. He would let the Sir in the Abyss deal with this human talent personally. You brat, you caused such a huge trouble under everyone's gaze. The figure turned and looked at Wang Teng. He shook his head helplessly. I'm innocent. Wang Teng shouted immediately. I didn't cause this trouble. It came to find me. I'm the fish in the net. Rofort was speechless. However, he couldn't care about anything else. He stared intently at the figure in front of him. Based on his ability, he should be able to deal with the presence below the abyss, right? You're right. You're only at the cosmos realm. How can you provoke such a presence? The figure placed his hands behind his back and glanced at the abyss below. He didn't look at the giant palm above his head. Who are you? A bewildered voice came from the bottom of the abyss. You don't have to know who I am, the figure replied calmly. The being below the abyss snorted. How arrogant. You're just a lingering shadow. You stay in that token and reveal yourself here. I can suppress you with a wave of my hand. That human is quite interesting. He has left many trump cards for us. It looks like all of you have high hopes for him. I can't keep him anymore. You can try. The figure's eyes were shining brightly. They were brighter than the brightest constellation in the universe. They were like two sword glows that wanted to pierce through space and time. It was terrifying. Chapter 2884, Wang Teng's Master Presence in the Abyss, Long River of Time. 6. You're just a lingering shadow. I can suppress you too. The voice below the abyss was extremely cold. It was filled with indifference as it spread out. Boom. The giant palm exerted force. The space that was frozen in midair shattered, and the speed of the palm increased exponentially. It pressed down on the human figure. Destroy. A calm voice came out of the figure's mouth. He raised one hand and stretched out a finger. He tapped lightly on the giant palm. The giant palm paused in midair for a split second. Time seemed to have stopped. Boom. Then a terrifying explosion resounded in the air. Under everyone's astounded gaze, the giant palm started cracking inch by inch. It turned into countless black droplets of light and disappeared without a trace. Oh my God! Everyone was dumbfounded. They were surprised and elated. So powerful. Lian and the other talents widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. The palm that caused everyone to feel despair was destroyed with a single finger. No matter how they looked at it, it was unbelievable. Who are you? A hint of seriousness finally appeared in the voice. I've already said that you don't need to know my name. You don't have the right to know my name? The figure said calmly. Impressive, arrogant. At this moment, everyone could feel a domineering and arrogant aura emanating from the figure's calm words. He was just a lingering shadow, but he was so domineering and arrogant, it was as if he didn't care about the presence below the abyss who didn't deserve to know his name. This was the greatest humiliation to a formidable warrior. At their stage, if they didn't even have the right to know the other party's name, it meant that the other party's ability far exceeded theirs. At their stage, just chanting their names was enough to light up the universe with their power and bring their clones to Earth. This was extremely frightening. Ha! A peal of laughter came from the bottom of the abyss, as if he had heard something funny. Good, you're arrogant. It has been a long time since I met such an arrogant person. Let me see if you have the right to be arrogant today. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion came from the abyss below. It was as if something had exploded below, shaking the entire space. The three void torrent belts created tempestuous waves. The turbulence could reach a few million meters and drown everything. Everyone widened their eyes and retreated. They were afraid of getting sucked into the void torrent belt. However, what's that? The next instant, they couldn't care about this anymore. Their jaws dropped as if they saw something unbelievable. There was dead silence. Below the abyss, a war chariot drove out slowly. The war chariot was pitch black and covered with all kinds of complicated and strange patterns. They seemed to be carved with the origin of darkness. It was extraordinary. Besides that, there were all kinds of mottled marks, blade marks, sword marks, fist marks, palm prints. All of them were stained with blood. They seemed to be describing the ancient and glorious history of this war chariot. It still existed, but the person who left those marks on it might not be here. What was even more astonishing was that this ancient mottled war chariot was pulled by three dried-up and strange giant beasts. Those three strange giant beasts were shaped like giant pythons. They were huge and had a horn on their heads. There was a pair of sharp claws below their abdomen.
Azure Dragon?
Everyone's gaze landed on the three strange giant beasts. They gasped in shock. This was the Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon! Wang Teng was flabbergasted. There was disbelief in his eyes. He was familiar with this Azure Dragon. When he was at the Stellar Academy, he saw a divine-level Azure Dragon star beast. It was powerful and terrifying. These three strange giant beasts were indeed similar to the Azure Dragon. However, they were entirely black and dried up. They gave off a faint dark aura and a thick aura of death. They weren't living creatures. They were dead, dark apparitions. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. Three Azure Dragon corpses pulling the chariot. How powerful was the presence in the chariot? Roar, roar, roar! At this moment, the three Azure Dragon corpses roared into the sky. Their eyes were pitch black and gave off a black glow. They didn't look like living creatures, but their roars were ear-shattering. As it roared, wisps of dark aura spurted out from the mouths of the three Azure Dragons. They filled up the air and made people fearful. Oh my God! Everyone was flabbergasted. They retreated, afraid of getting contaminated by the dark aura. What a terrifying aura. Are those three Azure Dragons alive? I can't feel any signs of life. Instead, I can only feel a thick death aura. It shouldn't be a living creature. It's not a living creature, but it can still move and give off such a powerful aura. Is this how scary dark apparitions are? From the aura of these three Azure Dragon corpses, they're at least at the upper Titan level. Everyone stared at the three Azure Dragons in bewilderment. They were flabbergasted and started making guesses. As the war chariot drove out, a desolate and ancient aura gradually pervaded the air. At this moment, everyone finally realized that the hand holding the pagoda had stretched out from the war chariot. The hand seemed real, but it seemed to be formed from all kinds of strength. It wasn't the real hand. To a formidable martial warrior like him, this palm was his physical body. It could be big or small and could turn into anything. Everyone was dumbstruck. The presence below the abyss had finally appeared. It rode on an ancient war chariot pulled by the three Azure Dragon corpses and slowly emerged from the abyss. It was like a devil god that woke up from the ancient times and came to this world. Boom! The war chariot drove out slowly. The abyss behind it collapsed completely and ceased to exist. Endless energy turned into a terrifying torrent. The power of time and space flowed in reverse. It was chaotic, as if a river was formed. No one knew where it led to. It floated and flowed in space, and the patterns of heaven and earth appeared. It was like a fish in the river. It looked divine. Everyone was flabbergasted by this scene. Their eyes were wide open, and they couldn't breathe. It was as if someone was grabbing their throat. Suffocation. This was a frightening and suffocating feeling. Even eternal-level martial warriors had never seen such a terrifying and mysterious scene in their lives. Of course, even the immortal-level martial warriors had never seen it before. At this moment, the devil-god dark apparition and the human god-stage martial warriors in the pagoda were silent too. This scene was too astonishing. Is this the space-time river? Someone regained his senses after some time and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His voice was trembling as he asked in disbelief. Chapter 2885, The Battle of Ultimate Powerful Beings, Opening of the Dimensional Door. The 12-Petal Lotus, 1. The Space-Time River. These simple words caused a huge uproar in the crowd. A chaotic long river emerged from the collapsed abyss. It merged with the void and led to who knows where. The power of time and space filled up the river. It was terrifying. Runes appeared and cascaded down like a waterfall, pouring into the river. This was the order chain. The appearance of this long river caused the space to tremble. Space and time were no longer stable and fell into chaos. Dazzling divine light appeared and lit up the sky. A terrifying aura spread out. The appearance of the presence below the abyss was pulled by the 3 azure dragon corpses. The long river of time and space appeared behind them. This scene astounded everyone. The power of time and space is floating inside. I feel that as long as I get close, my origin of life and origin of soul will disappear. This is scary. Some powerful martial warriors were sensitive and immediately sensed the terrifying power emanating from the long river of time and space. Their expressions changed, and they ran further away, afraid of getting contaminated. Space-time river? Wang Teng was astounded. His gaze flickered furiously. Was this really the long river of time and space? There was a rumor that there was a long river hidden in time and space. It had never appeared, and only a few people knew about it. Many eternal-level martial warriors only knew its name and had never seen it before. If this was the real river of space and time, it would be terrifying. The impact of its appearance was huge. At this moment, Wang Teng suddenly saw attribute bubbles floating above the river. They floated above the river and disappeared along with it. Wang Teng widened his eyes in shock. His heart ached so much he couldn't breathe. There must be time and space attributes in these attribute bubbles. The moment they appeared, they were submerged by the river and disappeared without a trace. This they might as well not appear. Fortunately, there were attribute bubbles floating in the river, so he could pick them up any time. The only problem was, the river of time and space was behind the terrifying war chariot. He didn't dare to pick up the attribute bubbles. Even if he only used a tiny trace of his spiritual power, he would be detected. Hence, he could only wait. This is scary. It actually caused the chaos of space and time. That seems to be the long river of time and space, Rofort said in astonishment. Long river of space and time? What kind of strength is that? I wonder if Wang Teng's master can resist it. Dan Chen and the others were flabbergasted too. Their hearts were pounding furiously as they stared at the figure uncontrollably. This is scary. What level is that thing in the war chariot? Ruler, Heaven, Flame, and the others couldn't believe it. They were eternal stage rulers. It was unbelievable that they couldn't even see through the other party's level. Greetings, King. Suddenly, shouts filled with fanaticism echoed in the air. Everyone woke up from their stupor and looked over. The dark apparitions were kneeling in the void. It would be all right if it was just Devil Titan-level dark apparitions, but the Devil God was kneeling on one knee and worshipping the azure dragon chariot. There was even the dark giant. It knelt on one knee on the dark altar and faced the azure dragon war chariot. Everyone turned silent. Huh? The figure in front of Wang Teng was surprised. He opened his mouth. You actually caused a space-time turmoil. You surprise me. Ha ha ha. You're just a lingering shadow. How dare you boast shamelessly? A soft laughter came from the azure dragon war chariot. The voice suddenly changed. It sounded extremely young, and there was no hint of vicissitudes in it. It was as if the person in the war chariot wasn't an old monster. Instead, he was a young man in his prime. Yes, young man. It wasn't a young man or a middle-aged man. It wasn't an old man either. He sounded like a young man who just grew up. He was full of vigor and vitality. The voice was completely different from before. The presence in the war chariot hadn't appeared. Its voice was calm and indifferent like a king. At the same time, it was majestic, powerful, and majestic. The difference was huge. The people around them were stunned. They couldn't help but wonder what was inside the war chariot. Very soon they knew. Boom, the next instant, the war chariot gave off an endless black glow. It was like a black, dazzling sun. Endless strength of darkness and dark matter filled up the air. It was more majestic and terrifying than the dark force brought by devil gods and dark giants. In an instant, the entire space was lit up. All kinds of strength swept around the war chariot. Black runes appeared and formed chains around the war chariot. That presence is about to appear, the human martial warriors exclaimed. They widened their eyes in surprise, but they couldn't see anything. They couldn't open their eyes because of the dazzling black light. Wang Teng squinted. He didn't dare to activate his real eye. This presence was scarier than a devil god. If he used his real eye, he might lose his eyes. Boom. The space trembled, and a human figure covered in black light walked out of the war chariot. He walked out of the war chariot and stood on the head of the azure dragon in the middle. He stood proudly in the air. The three terrifying azure dragon corpses slowly lowered their arrogant heads. The figure covered in black light gave off a terrifying aura. He raised one hand and held the pagoda. In his other hand, he held a dark purple ancient sword. Chapter 288-6. The Battle of Ultimate Powerful Beings. Opening of the dimensional door. The 12-petal lotus. 2. The sword was eye-catching and evil. There were all kinds of dark patterns and mottled bloodstains on it. It gave off a monstrous killing intent that soared into the sky. It was as if there were countless vengeful souls wrapped around the ancient sword, giving off shrill howls like an evil spirit. Many human martial warriors couldn't help but look at the ancient sword. They saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Their eyes were bloodshot. Ah! Some weaker people screamed in pain. Tears of blood flowed down their eyes, and their minds were in a mess. What a terrifying killing intent. What a horrifying resentment. How many powerful martial warriors had that ancient dark sword killed? How many unparalleled talents did it kill? The bloodstains on it seemed to show how ferocious it was. This was incredibly terrifying. It was just a sword, but it was like a devil titan. It woke up along with the presence in the war chariot and stood erected in the air. It was astonishing. Make your move. My lingering shadow is supposed to protect my disciple. Since it has appeared today, it will be stained with blood. The figure in front of Wang Teng opened his mouth calmly. However, the words he said were astonishing. He wanted to kill this terrifying dark apparition? How confident and domineering was he? Everybody wondered what kind of formidable warrior this figure was. Unfortunately, the figure was covered with light. Even his hair was giving off a glow. No one could see his face clearly. This was divine. You could tell that he was a human, but you couldn't see his face clearly. Everything was covered by the light, and you couldn't see his features at all. He was like a real god. I've been asleep for so long. Has the world forgotten my name? The black figure on the azure dragon corpse's head opened his mouth slowly. He was full of emotions and sighs as he lamented the changes in the world. Hey, Tian? A soft laugh came out of the figure's mouth. He seemed to have heard something funny. What are you laughing at? Is my words funny? The black figure asked softly. There was no anger in his voice. It was as if nothing could stop him when he stepped out of the abyss, including the figure in front of him. This was an unparalleled confidence. He didn't take the figure seriously. In summary, it was just a lingering shadow. Time flies. You're just a drop in the bucket, the figure smiled and replied. Everyone felt a sense of horror when they heard this. Even Dan Chen and the other divine-level martial warriors, the God-stage martial warriors in the pagoda, and the devil god stared at him in astonishment. Who was this human figure? His words were too astonishing. He was like a god who had lived for who knows how long and witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Thousands of years passed in a blink of an eye. Although he was expressing his disdain towards the black figure, how could someone who could say such words not be an eternal presence? Gasp. Wang Teng gasped. He knew that his master was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Time flies, the world changes. These words seemed to be a real scene. It flashed past his mind and allowed him to see the changes in the world. It was astonishing. The black figure turned silent. He didn't expect this figure to be so arrogant. He was even more arrogant than him. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if there was such a presence in the human race. Someone hidden in the river of time who had never appeared. They had set foot in many universes, so it wasn't uncommon to see people like them. However, in the end, all of them died in the dark. It was just a little troublesome to deal with them. Ha! The black figure suddenly laughed. He stared coldly at the figure and pointed his black ancient sword at him. In that case, Let's try. A lingering shadow dares to be impudent in front of me. I will suppress you today. Boom! The next instant the black figure acted. His actions were gentle, and the black ancient sword in his hand cut through the air, turning into an indomitable black sword glow. The devil titan and the other dark apparitions were flabbergasted. The appearance of this lord was supposed to be invincible, but now he had to do it personally and release a huge amount of power. They could feel the lord's prudence. It was obvious that even though it sounded calm, it was still extremely serious in front of the figure. It didn't dare to belittle him. The devil god's gaze was intense. He was flabbergasted. He had only seen a few fights between powerful martial warriors. It might be beneficial. Boom! The black sword glow cut through the air, causing the space around it to tremble. A supreme pressure filled up the air, enveloping all areas. Many human martial warriors felt their bodies turning weak. They fell to the ground and trembled in fear. One sword strike was enough to suppress them, including eternal-level martial warriors. They couldn't move at all. Their eternal bodies seemed to be cracking. This terrifying impact was many times more terrifying than before. He's so strong. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. He tried his best to resist the pressure, but he still felt pain on his body. Cracks appeared on his skin, and blood spurted out. Chapter 2887, The Battle of Ultimate Powerful Beings, Opening of the Dimensional Door, the 12-Petal Lotus, 3. This was the result of Rofert helping share some of the pressure. If not, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the terrifying pressure alone. Now that the array wasn't protecting him, he was just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Even if he could skip levels and fight with someone at a higher stage, he would at most be equivalent to a universe-level primary rank martial warrior. In front of this strength, he was no different from an ant. The other young talents felt the same way. Fortunately, they had powerful martial warriors protecting them. If not, they might have died here. Bang. At this moment, the human figure acted. He didn't waste any time and attacked with one hand. Divine light congregated on his palm, and numerous patterns of heaven and earth appeared. They lit up the entire space, and the power was terrifying. It was enough to shake the entire universe. Boom! The divine light palm mark and the black sword glow collided. Runes of heaven and earth were separated. The chain of order trembled and spread in all directions. What kind of power was this? Even the chains of order and the rules of heaven and earth had to evade it temporarily. It was terrifying. The human martial warriors felt the pressure on their heads disappearing. It was Wang Teng's master who helped them resist this terrifying pressure. Everyone was grateful. They looked at the figure of light. If it wasn't for this formidable warrior, they wouldn't have been able to resist for long. They would have died in the end. Boom. The next instant, everyone was flabbergasted. They saw the black sword glow getting crushed. The palm glow shot towards the black figure. Roar. An earth-shattering roar was heard. The aura of the black figure exploded. Just the eruption of his aura was enough to give off a deafening roar. It was as if a universe behemoth had woken up in his body. However, the black figure remained calm. His expression didn't change. He didn't waver because of the attack just now. He raised his head and looked at the majestic palm print above him. Then he raised his black ancient sword and stabbed it upwards. Boom! The black sword glow exploded again. A casual sword attack was a few thousand feet long. It wasn't weaker than the sword glow. Wang Teng congregated using the 5 elements divine sword array. It might even be stronger. Clang, in an instant, the black sword glow stabbed into the palm. It didn't shatter or explode, but sparks were formed. Boundless power erupted from the black ancient sword. The power of darkness surged like a black sea. A strange black light submerged the void, dimming everything and plunging it into darkness. This was the ultimate darkness. It was colder and scarier than the darkness in the void. It was eerie, too. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw this scene. Their spirit and soul trembled, and they couldn't maintain their composure. Boom! The space trembled, and a terrifying explosion occurred. The divine light palm was pierced, and it started to collapse. Formidable king. The Devil Titan and the other dark apparitions were elated. They cheered. It's just a shadow. How can you stop me? The black figure suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was cold and indifferent. Then he shouted, "Kill! Boom!" The black figure leaped out from the azure dragon's head and charged towards the figure. A terrifying strength of darkness erupted from the black ancient sword in his hand. "Move back." The figure remained calm. He asked everyone to leave the battlefield. This was just a probing attack. Now that the dark apparition had charged out, it was obvious that there would be a fierce battle. The impact would be terrifying. The entire space would turn into a slaughterhouse, destroying everything, including eternal-level martial warriors. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard this. They immediately escaped far away from the battlefield. The figure had no qualms. He stretched out his hand and the light turned into a sword of divine light. There were heaven-earth secret patterns engraved on it, giving off a strange power. Huh? The black figure was astounded. The sword of divine light was strange. It was condensed from energy, but it was as powerful as a divine weapon. It was astounded by its ability. Boom. The human figure charged out and collided with the dark figure. They exchanged blows in space. It was terrifying. "Aren't you arrogant? Why is this all you have?" The black figure provoked him and slashed his black ancient sword out. Terrifying black sword glows intertwined in the air, sealing off the surroundings of the figure. He wanted to kill him. Clang, clang, clang. The figure didn't open his mouth. He held the sword of divine light and resisted the attack. He paced back and forth in space casually. Every step he took, he would release a sword attack to destroy the black sword glow. Then he closed in on the black figure step by step. He seemed to have congregated a supreme pressure on his opponent. The black figure's gaze froze. He was surprised. Kill. He charged forward again with killing intent. He wasn't afraid at all. It was just a lingering shadow. How could it be his match? Boom. The figure suddenly attacked. He formed a fist with his other hand. Numerous divine patterns intertwined around it, giving off a frightening aura as it slammed towards the black figure's hand that was holding the pagoda. "You!" The black figure didn't expect this. It was already a little strenuous for him to deal with the light shadow with one hand, so he didn't have the time to react. The pagoda in his hand was thrown out and he couldn't hold it up anymore. Boom, the pagoda floated in the air. It broke free from the black figure's grip and soared into the sky. "Thank you, Senior." A voice came from the ancient pagoda. They hesitated for a moment and didn't know how to address him. In the end, they still called him Senior. This presence looked down on the world and had experienced many vicissitudes of life. He seemed even more ancient than a god-stage martial warrior. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him Senior. Chapter 2888, The Battle of Ultimate Powerful Beings, Opening of the Dimensional Door, the 12-Petal Lotus. 4. Continue opening the dimensional rift and send them off, the figure said calmly. "That's right." The person in the ancient pagoda replied. Boom. The next instant the pagoda shot into space and gave off a dazzling light. The suppressed light at the top appeared again and shot towards the space in front, creating a dimensional rift. "Are you trying to leave?" The black figure's gaze turned even more intense. Black light erupted and slashed towards the passageway in the space. At this moment, its gaze turned terrifying. It pierced through space like two bolts of black lightning and landed directly on the dimensional rift that had just been opened. The space collapsed. Boom! The dimensional rift exploded. It couldn't block the black figure's gaze at all. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw this scene. Their hearts trembled. It was just a gaze, but it possessed such terrifying power. It was unimaginable. The figure sighed helplessly. "It looks like I have to take care of you first. Come, let's fight with all our might." The black figure stood in midair. His dark purple hair danced wildly in the wind and his gaze was like lightning. It was impossible to look at him in the eye. Many people looked at the figure unconsciously. However, they immediately felt pain in their eyes and started bleeding. They screamed in pain. The black figure's other hand was no longer bound by the pagoda. It hung down naturally. Black light congregated on it, and black runes could be seen faintly. It looked as if it would attack at any moment. I just woke up. It's not bad to use your lingering shadow as a blood sacrifice to celebrate my revival. The black figure said indifferently and coldly. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, he charged out again. He turned into a beam of black light and dashed towards the human figure. You want to use me as a blood sacrifice? How arrogant. The figure shook his head and laughed. He waved the sword of divine light in his hand, and thousands of sword glows shot out. They circled around him. A rain of light fell. Sword glows cut through the air. In an instant, his aura turned extremely sharp. He seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god. Divine light flowed in his eyes as if there was a terrifying sword enlightenment hidden in them. Wang Teng stared at his master speechlessly. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to describe his master. Powerful. He was too powerful. There was such a presence in the universe, and he acknowledged him as his master? What kind of luck was this? Wang Teng felt that he must have received heaven's favor to be able to gain the favor of this presence. Thinking back about it, it felt like a dream. The others were dumbstruck too. They swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. This was the first time they saw such a formidable warrior in their lives. Come, let's see who will be the one getting killed today. The figure's voice remained calm. He raised the sword of divine light in his hand, and all the sword glows around him moved. Clang, clang, clang. They were like divine swords unsheathed. They were aimed at the black figure. Boom! The black figure didn't back down. He charged in front of Wang Teng, and the black ancient sword in his hand gave off a boundless sword glow. He started fighting with the figure. Heaven and earth were overturned. Space trembled and light rained down. There was divine light and black light. They cut through space, creating a terrifying scene. The power of space and time was activated. They appeared in the void and triggered the long river of time and space. Terrifying energy surged in the long river of time and space, setting off towering waves. This was the power of time and space. It was terrifying. If they were contaminated, they would be corroded by the power of time and space. At best, they would be seriously injured. At worst, they would be pulled into the chaotic flow of time and space and lose themselves completely. Terrifying dimensional rifts spread out, turning this area into a forbidden ground. Boom! At this moment, there was a fluctuation behind the long river of time and space. Immeasurable light erupted, blurring time and space. An unfamiliar universe appeared in this space. What's that? Everyone was flabbergasted. They stared at the unfamiliar starry sky in bewilderment and stuttered as they exclaimed, "An unfamiliar universe?" Wang Teng widened his eyes in surprise and blinked furiously. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The battle between the two of them is too frightening. It caused an upheaval in the long river of time and space. It seems to have affected time and space. Rofert swallowed his saliva and said in a serious tone, "So that space doesn't belong to this era?" Wang Teng asked in a hoarse voice. "It might come from the past or the future. However, it's more likely to come from an unfamiliar planetary sector in our space," Rofert said. He didn't want to believe that this was a universe from the future or the past. It was too scary. Space was the most mysterious power. Even eternal-level martial warriors couldn't control it. They could only touch the power of space, but the power of time couldn't touch it at all. If something that didn't belong to this space and time appeared, the impact would be too great. No one could imagine what would happen. "Look! There's someone in the starry sky!" An exclamation startled everyone. Everyone looked at the unfamiliar starry sky with wide eyes. They wanted to see what was there. Wang Teng and Rofert looked over hurriedly. Wang Teng even used his real eye, but he reacted quickly and kept it. Unfortunately, he still saw a trace of it. Chapter 2889. The Battle of Ultimate Powerful Beings, Opening of the Dimensional Door. The 12-petal lotus, 5. Gasp. The next instant, he gasped. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. He felt a certain strength being sucked out of his body. These were the origin of life and the origin of soul. Wang Teng hurriedly looked at the attributes board. His face turned black, and he felt exasperated. Origin of life, 14 fission, 15,000. Origin of soul, 25,000, 30,000. At one glance, he used 10,000 points of origin of life and 5,000 points of origin of soul. This was unbelievable. He recalled the feeling just now. It was terrifying. Time seemed to have passed in his body, causing his origin of soul and origin of life to disappear quickly. It was terrifying. He saw something he shouldn't have. The most important thing was he couldn't see anything. He could only see people fighting in the universe. He couldn't even see who the person was. "What's wrong?" Rofert noticed Wang Teng's abnormality and turned to ask. "I'm fine." Wang Teng opened his mouth but shook his head in the end. It was useless to tell anyone. What's more, this was his secret. It wasn't appropriate to tell others. Rofert didn't probe further. He looked at the starry sky and shook his head. "There's a strange force blocking it. I can't see what's going on there."
Bullshit! Wang Teng rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, that's the power of time and space. Of course, you can't see it, but he reacted quickly. This proved one thing. The unfamiliar universe in front of them came from the past or the future. Wang Teng and Rofert glanced at each other. They knew what was going on. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts. Huh! The black figure and Wang Teng's master stopped their battle and stared at the unfamiliar starry sky in astonishment. It caused chaos in the long river of time and space and revealed a corner of the past or the future in this era. A soft voice came out from the black figure's mouth. "It looks like I need to end this quickly. If not, it will cause a huge commotion." The figure muttered to himself. "End the battle quickly. That's what I want." The black figure snorted. Then he exploded and charged forward. Boom! The two of them started fighting again. They turned into rays of light and shot into the sky. No one could see their figures. Only the terrifying explosions could be heard. The turbulence in the long river of time and space became more and more violent. Terrifying energy currents kept stirring up waves. Scenes appeared in the waves as if something had happened at a certain time. Unfortunately, no one could spy on him. Not even a God-stage martial warrior. It's terrifying. Their battle triggered the appearance of the long river of time and space, allowing the scenes of the past and future to appear. The people in the ancient pagoda exclaimed. The devil god was astounded. He glanced at the river of time and space before shifting his gaze back to the battle between the black figure and Wang Teng's master. He wanted to gain some enlightenment from it. This was extremely difficult, but if he had some enlightenment, it would allow him to advance to another level, and his ability would undergo a tremendous change. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion was heard. The space cracked and a figure was thrown out. He flew back a few 100,000 kilometers and looked a little miserable. My king. The dark apparitions were flabbergasted when they saw this scene. They roared in disbelief that Sir was suppressed. How was this possible? Why? The black figure stopped in his tracks. He took a step forward and returned to the battlefield. His voice was filled with confusion. "You're just a lingering shadow. Why are you so strong? Who on earth are you?" The last word turned into a shout. His dark purple hair danced in the wind, and the aura around him exploded. It filled up the entire space. It was terrifying. "I don't believe I can't kill you. You're just a lingering shadow. I can feel it. Your aura is getting weaker." Boom. The black figure wielded his ancient sword and charged back. His body became majestic, and he looked like a god or a devil. He slashed his sword down, and the entire space collapsed. "The lingering shadow is enough to kill you." A calm voice came out from the figure's mouth. He was still as confident as ever. He was magnificent and unparalleled. No one could be compared to him. All the martial warriors, including the god stage and devil god in the pagoda, were astounded. They were in awe. Master is so powerful. Wang Teng's eyes were shining brightly. They were filled with hope.
If only he could become as powerful one day. No, he could definitely do it. As long as he didn't die, he would be able to stand at the peak of the universe. One day, he would be on par with his master, or even stronger. He was extremely confident. Even after witnessing this frightening battle, his martial arts heart didn't collapse. Instead, it became even more resolute. I, He Tian, stand at the peak of the Darkland. I'm invincible. Who can kill me? The black figure gave a loud roar. Dark force surged out of its body and soared into the sky. What a terrifying aura. If a God-stage martial warrior came close, he would be heavily injured. However, the figure wasn't afraid. He charged in and slashed his palm and sword out at the same time, releasing a powerful force. Bang! The black figure was hit. A palm landed on its body, giving off a dull thud. It trembled and flew out in the end. It slammed into the long river of time and space, creating huge waves. The power of time and space almost submerged it. Chapter 2890. The Battle of Ultimate Powerful Beings, opening of the dimensional door, the 12-petal lotus. 6. It rushed out, looking a little disheveled. Its dark purple hair was in a mess, and a few strands of it had landed on its forehead. It was no longer as calm and composed as before. All the dark apparitions were astounded. How did this happen? This lord was being suppressed. This wasn't what they expected. Even the devil god's expression changed. His gaze flickered furiously. This scene had exceeded his understanding. It was unbelievable that the Sir was suppressed. Unfortunately, I wanted to use the power of time and space to obliterate you. Even if I can't kill you and destroy half of your origin, it will be enough for you to recuperate for some time, the figure said calmly. He seemed a little regretful. Everyone opened their mouths. They didn't know what to say. The river of time and space, which no one dared to get close to, was used to destroy the dark apparition. This wasn't something an ordinary person could think of, as expected of my master. Wang Teng exclaimed in his heart, I just thought of this idea. Don't flatter yourself, Round Ball complained. What do you know? I've been thinking of ways to help Master, but he has already thought of it, as expected of my master, Wang Teng said. Round Ball, it had never seen such a shameless person. You can't do it anymore. If you want to use the river of time and space to destroy me, you won't be a threat to me. You can only rely on external forces, the black figure said indifferently. He was furious at first, but he had calmed down now. The figure didn't open his mouth. This lingering shadow only left a trace of strength behind. At first, he thought that it was enough to deal with a God-stage martial warrior. He didn't expect his disciple to be so good at creating trouble and provoke someone above the God stage. The power of this lingering shadow wasn't enough. If you can't kill me, it's my turn to kill you, the black figure shouted. He slashed his black ancient sword at the figure, determined to kill him. He didn't show it on his face, but he was already furious at the human figure. He was suppressed the moment he woke up. What's more, it was just a lingering shadow. This was a humiliation. Boom. The human figure blocked the black sword glow and started fighting with his opponent again. After I kill your lingering shadow, I will turn your disciple into a dark apparition. He will be enslaved forever, the black figure shouted. Wang Teng felt his head turning numb. His face turned black. Damn it! This guy couldn't beat his master, so he came to find him. What kind of formidable warrior was he? Was it easy for a cosmos stage martial warrior like Wang Teng? Many people looked at Wang Teng with strange expressions. They sympathized with him. They couldn't sleep or eat in peace after being targeted by this presence. Wang Teng? Is it a special honor to be mentioned during a battle at your master's level? Round Ball gave a strange smile. Go away, Wang Teng shouted angrily in his heart. How mean. Was this something a human would say? Are you trying to anger me? The figure remained calm. If you touch him, I will find you even if you're hiding in the dark. At that time it wouldn't be just a lingering shadow. Impressive, as domineering as ever. Everyone looked at Wang Teng when they heard this. Many talents were envious. It was worth it to have such a master. Wang Teng was touched, too. His master was not bad, but... Can we not talk about the future? What do you mean by dead? He didn't want to die also. What did the dark apparition say? He wanted Wang Teng to be a dark apparition and be enslaved forever. This was ruthless. Wang Teng didn't want to be in such a miserable state. The black figure chuckled. Although the other party's tone was calm, one could hear a hint of anger in his voice. This was enough. Boom! The two of them fought furiously, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Numerous rays of light exploded again like the scene of the destruction of the world. Everyone was flabbergasted. They stared at this scene absent-mindedly. Their hearts were extremely tense. They had already noticed something. The figure couldn't do anything to the dark apparition either. Yes, he was just a lingering shadow. It wasn't his true form. It wasn't easy for him to fight with the dark apparition to this stage. A sigh came out of the figure's mouth. He knocked the black figure away with his sword and retreated. Master! Wang Teng turned serious. He could feel his master's energy dissipating. It wasn't as powerful as before. The black figure was thrown back, and a sword wound appeared on his body. Dark force surged out and almost dispersed, revealing his true form. You're indeed powerful. Unfortunately, you're not the true form. You can't hurt me. The black figure stared at the figure silently. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. Everyone was in despair. The dark apparition wasn't Wang Teng's match, but Wang Teng's master had reached his limit. He couldn't hold on anymore. Hope disappeared again. I can only bring you away. The figure didn't reply to him. Instead, he turned and looked at Wang Teng. Wang Teng opened his mouth. He felt complicated. He could only go away alone. He should feel happy and fortunate, but for some reason, he couldn't feel happy at all. He glanced around him and scanned all the familiar and unfamiliar faces. Lei Yan, Sang Yi, Shi Tianfeng, Niu Ritian, Reese, Gabriel. Could it be that this time they would part forever? They seemed to have understood something. Despair appeared on their faces and their gazes turned gloomy. Some were unwilling, some were jealous, some didn't know what to say, and some were calm. But no one dared to say anything after witnessing the power of the figure. Let's go. The human figure appeared in front of Wang Teng in an instant and grabbed his shoulder. He wanted to bring him away. The space in front of him started vibrating violently. Ripples spread out and cleared the dimensional rifts. The runes were separated too. There was a powerful force interfering with this space. Others might not be able to leave, but to Wang Teng's master, it wasn't impossible. Trying to run away? The black figure's voice was cold. He dashed over at the speed of lightning. The figure waved his hand and a passageway appeared in the space in front of him. Only one person could pass through. Go in. He glanced at Wang Teng and smiled. His gentle voice entered Wang Teng's ears. Then he turned to face the black figure and stood in front of Wang Teng. Master. Wang Teng called him uncontrollably. Go. Remember this day. When you return, you will kill this king of darkness. The figure waved his hand and said calmly. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and turned around resolutely. He wanted to step into the dimensional rift. However, at this moment, boom, an earth-shattering explosion came from the river of time and space. It covered up all sounds and caused everyone to look over. Even the black figure and Wang Teng's master were stunned. They looked behind the long river of time and space. An unfamiliar universe appeared. It gradually became clearer. No one knew if it was the past or the future. Endless light lit up the long river of time and space. At the end of the river, a door seemed to have opened. It was a time gate. Boom. The space trembled and the chains of order danced furiously. They fell towards the door with a crash. At the same time, a strange power emerged from the space and rushed towards the door like waves, trying to stop it from opening. Boom. But it was all in vain. Amidst the light, it was as if a gate was slowly opening. It was unstoppable. A terrifying aura spread out and covered the entire space. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Boom! There was an explosion, and the long river of time and space churned violently. Then something flew out. Lotus flower. It was a lotus flower. A 12-petal lotus flower. A figure was sitting cross-legged on the lotus flower. His long hair was draped over his shoulders and his face couldn't be seen. His eyes were closed slightly as if he was in deep sleep. However, the aura he exuded was too frightening. Even though he was just sitting there quietly, he still looked like a god. The moment he appeared, the space collapsed and the river of time and space was suppressed. Time and space turned silent and circled around him. It turned into a yin-yang fish. Chapter 2891, I travel the worlds. I cross the river of time. I'm in the past and the future. 1. Silence. The entire universe was indescribably silent. All sounds had disappeared. They had disappeared, not been covered up. The appearance of the 12-petal lotus seemed to have suppressed the universe. No more sounds were heard. The river of time and space was dead silent. How terrifying was this power! Just the appearance of it caused the entire world to turn silent. The 12-petal lotus flower floated out from the back of the river of time and space. Everyone was flabbergasted. Something had floated out from the long river of time and space. What frightened them even more was the figure sitting cross-legged on the 12-petal lotus flower. They couldn't see his face, but the frightening aura proved how terrifying this person was. The power of time and space intertwined around his body, forming a yin-yang fish. What kind of scene was this? What kind of presence was this? Everyone's mind went blank. It was unimaginable. This was too astonishing. Did someone really travel through the long river of time and space to come to this world? Even the dark apparition and Wang Teng's master were moved. There was disbelief in their eyes. This was the first time they had such an expression. What happened was out of their control. It even exceeded their understanding. Even as powerful as they were, this was the first time they encountered such an astonishing event. Someone crossed the river of time and appeared in this part of the universe. Wasn't he afraid of being corroded by the power of time and space? They could feel that the other party wasn't from this era. The power of time and space around him was astonishing. It was the influence of crossing the long river of time and space. The impact was terrifying. Even powerful martial warriors like them wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. But today, someone actually did it. This isn't right. The figure's eyes shimmered. Suddenly he muttered, "Why does he have the power of time and space?" The power of time and space didn't come from the outside world. It came from the person on the lotus flower. The power of time and space was resisting the power of space and time outside. That was why he was able to travel through time and offset a portion of the impact. The consequences weren't as serious. Wang Teng's master was indeed powerful one look, and he could tell what was going on. This was why he was even more astounded. This was unbelievable. A person who possessed the power of time and space. What kind of talent was this? Since ancient times, many people with space talent and time talent had a hard time growing up. In the end, they disappeared in the vast history. Even if some talented martial warriors grew up, it would be difficult for them to break through to the god stage, much less the higher stages because of the special nature of the time and space. However, the person on the lotus wasn't just a god stage martial warrior. The dark apparition seemed to have noticed something. His expression turned grave under the black light. This was the first time he showed such an expression. His expression was no longer calm, and his heart was no longer indifferent. At his stage, there were very few martial warriors who could make him reveal such an expression, yet there was one now. Gasp. Everyone finally regained their composure. They looked at the lotus flower floating out of the long river of time and space and the figure on it. There was an uproar. A lotus flower? A lotus flower is floating behind the river of time and space. There's a person sitting cross-legged on the lotus flower. Who is this? Did he really cross the river of time and space? Everyone was in a state of confusion. Although they saw this scene personally, they couldn't accept it and kept asking incoherently as if they wanted to get a definite answer. Wang Teng's mouth was agape as he looked at the figure sitting cross-legged on the lotus flower. He was flabbergasted. He was already standing in front of the dimensional rift. He just needed to take one step and he could leave, however. He didn't know if he should leave or not. This round ball's astounded voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. It was filled with disbelief. All the dark apparitions in the sky were flabbergasted. There was an eerie silence, a living creature that traveled through time and space. The devil god took a deep breath. He had a bad feeling. This battle had completely deviated from its original trajectory. It couldn't go back on track. Roar. The dark giant let out a low roar. It felt extremely uneasy. Swoosh at this moment. The figure on the lotus flower opened his eyes gradually. Infinite divine light shot out. It was impossible to look at him directly. Everyone was astounded. What kind of eyes were they? His eyes were as bright as the starry sky, but they were also extremely deep. Numerous divine patterns flickered in them, as if they contained the wisdom of heaven and earth. They spun slowly like a whirlpool. If one looked into his eyes, his gaze would be sucked in instantly, and he wouldn't be able to break free. Boom! A magnificent spiritual power swept through the space and merged into it. The entire universe seemed to be covered by a will. The dark apparition's expression changed. He looked up at the sky with a cold gaze. The figure sitting on the lotus flower lowered his head slightly. The glaring glow in his eyes subsided gradually, but they were still shining brightly. It looked magical. He glanced around him as if he was confirming the situation in front of him. Chapter 2892. I Travel the Worlds. I cross the river of time. I'm in the past and the future, too. As expected, it's this space. A soft voice came out of the person's mouth. There seemed to be a hint of relief and happiness in it. It's not easy. After searching for so long, I finally found this point in the endless river of time. The dark apparition's pupils constricted. His expression turned grim. This person voluntarily crossed the long river of time and space. He didn't come to this world accidentally. Even he felt his head turning numb. Indeed. Wang Teng's master's eyes shimmered. He had his guess, and it was confirmed now. But the more he thought so, the more astounded he was. Who was so bold to do such a heaven-defying thing? He had never seen anyone like him. What? The others were stunned when they heard the figure's words. The other party didn't come here accidentally. Was he looking for the right time to arrive this? Everyone was flabbergasted. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. However, I have to thank you. Fortunately, you sparked a war that shook the long river of time and space. If not, I wouldn't be able to travel through time and return to this era. The figure opened his mouth again. Return to this era? Many people were astounded. They caught the figure's last sentence accurately. Was he from the future? If not, he wouldn't be able to return to this era. This was a person from the future. Why did he travel through time and space? The dark apparition's expression turned grim. He was flabbergasted. He couldn't remain calm anymore. He felt that things had gone out of his control. Everything was heading in an unpredictable direction. The figure raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was deep in thought. Maybe he was wondering which formidable warrior looked similar to this person. After all, as someone who had lived for so many years, he knew all the formidable warriors in the universe. But no matter how he searched his memories, he couldn't find anyone similar. The 12-petal lotus flower might be his divine talent or his powerful battle technique. It carried him to this world, but among all the people he had seen, no one possessed this skill. Also, the yin-yang fish that contained the power of time and space wasn't something an ordinary person could grasp. Could it be that in the future, a talent would rise and grasp the power of time and space and stand at the peak of martial arts? A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, his gaze landed on the figure on the lotus flower again. Wang Teng stood in front of the dimensional rift and looked at the figure. He was astounded, too. It was the people from the future returning to this era. This was astonishing. Who was the other party? He was so impressive. Wang Teng, do we have to leave? Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It hesitated before asking. Maybe? Wang Teng was in a dilemma. The other party looked impressive. Even the dark apparition was stunned by him. He wouldn't be able to run anymore, right? If there was any danger, he would run away immediately. But now that he had a chance, he decided to take a look. After all, if he was the only one who escaped and the others didn't, it would be a little inappropriate. They might view him as their enemy. Before this, he didn't have a choice. Now he could wait and see. The black figure floated in midair and stared intently at the figure sitting cross-legged on the lotus flower. "Who are you? Who am I?" The figure on the lotus flower muttered to himself as if he was asking himself. Then he smiled gently. "I travel the worlds. All the worlds knew my name. I went through the long river of time and stepped into the past and the future. The past and the future have my mark. So, which one are you asking about?" His tone was calm, but the content was astonishing. You could faintly sense the vicissitudes of life, as if he was an ancient god who had experienced many things. He rose and fell over the years and made a name for himself in the world. Silence. The black figure didn't know how to reply. There was a moment of silence. This person's tone was even louder than the human figure. Traveling through the various worlds, all the worlds had their names. You went through the long river of time and stepped into the past and the future. What did this mean? The person said that he walked through the myriad of worlds and his name was heard in every world. He even stepped on the past and the future, leaving his mark in them. This was undoubtedly astonishing. He had never seen such a person before. If it was someone else, he would have laughed it off. He didn't believe it at all. However, the person in front of him had traveled through the long river of time and space. He had no choice but to believe it. Tisk! Wang Teng's master clicked his tongue. He was surprised when he heard the words of the figure on the lotus flower. This person was even better at pretending than him. He didn't dare to say such words when he was traveling the worlds and crossing the river of time, but this person might be speaking the truth. The power of time and space around him was astonishing. It was possible for him to cross the river of time. It was easy to tell that he was a habitual offender. "You sound arrogant. Aren't you afraid of getting stained with the power of time and space after crossing the river of time and stepping into the past and future?" The black figure snorted. "The power of time and space is just a power in my hand. How can it contaminate me?" The figure on the lotus flower said, Chapter 2893, "I travel the worlds. I cross the river of time. I'm in the past and the future." 3. Everyone was shocked. He wasn't even afraid of the power of time and space. Really? This person was a little scary. "You're boasting shamelessly and spouting nonsense." The black figure frowned. He didn't believe it at all. No one could resist the power of time and space. No one could remain unaffected by the power of time and space. It was just a matter of how much they were affected. This person could travel through the long river of time. He might be able to resist the power of time and space, but he wouldn't be able to block it completely. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. The figure on the lotus flower said calmly, "Even if you survive the long river of time and come to this world, it won't change anything." "Time is irreversible," the black figure said coldly. "Since I'm back at this time, I've made ample preparations." The figure on the lotus flower sniggered. The black figure's heart skipped a beat. He stared coldly at the figure on the lotus flower and said, "You want to stop me?" "Yes and no," the figure on the lotus flower replied calmly. "Why don't you try? Let's see if this space will destroy you." The black figure frowned. He didn't know what the other party was thinking, but soon he sneered. He wasn't afraid of the other party. "I might not need to do anything. The power of time and space will obliterate you, and you will die here." "Ha ha." The figure on the lotus flower suddenly laughed. "You're afraid of me. You want to use words to stop me from attacking and make me give up without a fight. Afraid of you?" The black figure snorted. "What a joke, Hey, Tian, have never been afraid of anyone. No one can kill me, The past, the future, and the present are all the same. Let's try it. The figure on the lotus flower didn't waste any time. He got up slowly and stretched his body as if he hadn't moved for tens of thousands of years. His bones were a little stiff, and they made a clicking sound. The remaining lotus flowers pressed down on the black figure and enlarged in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura. Boom, in a blink of an eye. The lotus flower covered the entire sky. It was indescribably huge. Numerous constellations appeared on the lotus flower. They twirled around the lotus flower and gave off a dazzling glow. The black figure didn't move. He stared at the huge lotus flower without any fear. His expression was extremely calm. Boom, the lotus flower flew over and flew past the black figure. It almost collided with his body. My king. Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They were afraid of any accidents. Even the devil god's gaze flickered. One could tell that he was a little nervous. The presence above the lotus flower was able to travel through time and space. He didn't know how powerful it was, so he wasn't confident at all. You don't dare to attack me. You're just putting on an act. The black figure didn't move. The lotus flower flew past him and shook the air. However, it didn't land on him. Only the terrifying fluctuations caused her long, dark purple hair to dance wildly in the air. The figure on the lotus flower burst out laughing. That is, everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened. Huh? The black figure raised his eyebrows. He noticed something amiss. The lotus wasn't targeting him. It was targeting someone else. Wang Teng's master turned abruptly. He wanted to attack, but he stopped for some reason. In an instant, the lotus flower appeared below Wang Teng. It lifted him up and stood opposite the figure. Wang Teng, what was going on? Why are you dragging me into this? Wang Teng was stunned, especially when he saw the figure in front of him. He felt a chill down his spine. His head turned numb. The other party traveled through time and space. Who knew what his identity was and what his motive was? Wang Teng would naturally run as far away as he could in front of this formidable warrior who couldn't resist. However, the other party came to find him voluntarily and didn't give him any chance to resist. Instructor Wang Teng immediately looked at his master with tears in his eyes. He wanted to seek help. This person was too scary. Help? Don't be afraid. I'm just borrowing your body, the figure on the lotus flower said calmly. Lend me your body? Wang Teng was stunned. He had a bad feeling, but before he could react, boom. The figure took a step forward and arrived in front of Wang Teng in an instant. You, Wang Teng squinted. The next instant, the figure merged into his body. Boom, a powerful force exploded in Wang Teng's body. His entire body was glowing, and a domineering aura swept out and filled up the entire space. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They stared at this scene in astonishment. That figure merged with Wang Teng? What was going on? Why did the other party use Wang Teng's body? Wang Teng's master, the figure of light, was astounded too. He kept thinking to himself. He was extremely surprised by this scene. The black figure's pupils constricted as he stared intently at Wang Teng. The bad feeling in his heart grew stronger when he felt the aura. Wang Teng exuded. Was this the method the other party was talking about? He traveled through time and space, so he couldn't attack casually. However, if he used the hands of someone from this era, things would be different. The price they had to bear would be shifted or shared. That way, the talents of the human race would perish and be corroded by the power of time. Chapter 2894, I travel the worlds. I cross the river of time. I'm in the past and the future. 4. Even at their stage, they couldn't resist the corrosion of the power of time. Could that brat resist it? It wouldn't take long for him to be obliterated by the power of time. Wang Teng, Lei Yan, Sang Yi, Yu Shangshang, Grandmaster Huo Yuan, and the others who were close to Wang Teng looked at him worriedly. No one expected this to happen. The figure on the lotus flower merged with Wang Teng. Why did he do this? Look, Wang Teng is changing. "He doesn't look like Wang Teng anymore," some people exclaimed. They stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. This was a mouthful, but it was the truth. Wang Teng wasn't Wang Teng anymore. He seemed to have changed entirely. His current state was extremely special. His eyes were empty and he was in a daze. He seemed to have lost his soul. But soon his eyes became extremely deep, just like the figure on the lotus flower. They seemed to contain a universe and a whirlpool that could suck people's soul in. Is this possession? Someone trembled and asked. Wang Teng got possessed. That's impossible. Someone questioned. Wang Teng's master is still here. How can he watch Wang Teng get possessed? Also, he's a terrifying martial warrior. How can he possess a cosmos stage martial warrior? Maybe he's using Wang Teng's body and made his soul sleep, some people guessed. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying force erupted from Wang Teng's body. His aura was overwhelming, and his long black hair danced wildly in the air. His eyes were deep and divine. He seemed to have turned into a real god. In an instant, Wang Teng's figure became extremely tall and lofty. It was impossible to look at him directly. This transformation appeared on a cosmos stage, martial warrior. It was astonishing and unbelievable. How much strength can you release with the help of a cosmos stage martial warrior's body? How long can he last? Is this your method? The black figure sneered. It's enough. Wang Teng opened his mouth. His voice was majestic and filled with confidence. Boom. He took a step forward, and the lotus flower below his feet shot forward instantly, bringing him along with it as it slammed into the black figure. This time, it crashed into the other party. The black figure's pupils constricted. Although he appeared fearless, he was extremely cautious when he saw the attack. He didn't dare to be careless. Kill. He held the black ancient sword, but he didn't evade it. He slashed a terrifying black sword glow at Wang Teng. The sword was about to land on the lotus flower. Suddenly, Wang Teng released his fist. He clenched his fist, and his fist was glowing brightly. It pressed down on the black sword glow. Boom! In an instant, 5 fist marks appeared in the sky. They came in 5 different colors, 5-element rotation. The fist mark covered the sky and released a terrifying power. This was the 5-element fist Wang Teng created, yet it appeared in such a manner. It was terrifying. The 5 elements spun continuously as if they could destroy time and space. What fist skill is this? The black figure was stunned. He felt a terrifying threat. Boom. The next instant, his black sword glow was shattered. The momentum of the 5-element fist didn't decrease and continued raining down on him. Boom. The space trembled. Numerous space cracks spread out. Frightening 5-element force swept in all directions, causing the chain of order to vibrate. Numerous runes appeared and retreated in all directions, creating a vacuum. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. The black figure slammed into the air and shattered the constellations one by one. It was suppressed. This fist skill is so powerful. All the eternal stage martial warriors were astounded. They gasped uncontrollably. One punch and he managed to suppress the dark apparition. He was heaven-defyingly powerful. It's at least a battle technique above the immortal level. The 5 elements rotate. Is that a 5-element attribute martial warrior? Some people started making guesses. Oh my God, where did this monster come from? The 5 basic elements are so scary. The giant turtle was flabbergasted. Devil, Titan Bloodslayer, and the other dark apparitions widened their mouths in disbelief. Their hearts had been overturned. It was hard to believe that this was the Cosmos stage martial warrior from before. Was his opponent's weak body really able to release such a frightening attack? The devil god's eyes trembled when he saw this scene. Why do I find this fist skill a little familiar? Rofort was flabbergasted, but he couldn't help but mutter to himself, too familiar. Wang Teng seemed to have used it before. Could it be that after the formidable warrior merged with Wang Teng, he could use Wang Teng's battle technique? Chapter 2895, Sword Lotus, Complete Heavenly Finger, 12 Clones, 1, 5-element rotation. Everyone was astounded when the 5-element fist appeared in the air. Some people close to Wang Teng recognized his battle techniques and were even more astounded. The figure who traveled through time used Wang Teng's battle technique, and it was even more powerful. What was going on? Wang Teng used this battle technique in the League of Talents. So many people recognized it. However, this fist skill was too astonishing. It possessed the power of an immortal-level battle technique. It cut through the air and was exceptionally terrifying. No one believed that this was the five-element battle technique Wang Teng used in the past. Even those who didn't know what was happening were interested when they remembered the five-element array Wang Teng created. Is there a connection between the figure who traveled through time and space and Wang Teng? Wang Teng should have the five-element physique. Could it be that his physique is the same as his, so he made use of Wang Teng's body? That's possible. If not, why didn't he use the body of an eternal-level martial warrior? Wouldn't he be able to last longer? That makes sense. However, Wang Teng's body is only at the cosmos realm. I wonder how long he can last. Everyone started discussing in low voices. They made many guesses, but no one came to a conclusion. Wang Teng's master stared at Wang Teng in the distance. His gaze flickered, and he couldn't remain calm. Many thoughts went through his mind. Divine patterns spun in his eyes as if he was trying to guess something. Could it be? In the end, a bewildered voice sounded in his heart. Only he could hear this voice. He didn't say it out loud, but halfway through his sentence, he fell into silence. Maybe he's the person I'm looking for. This was what he said when he first saw Wang Teng. He repeated it again. Boom, some distance away. The constellation shattered and turned into countless meteorites. They shot out in all directions. A black figure waved his hand and pushed all the obstacles away. Then he turned into a beam of light and charged back. Kill! A furious shout came out of his mouth. He was suppressed by his opponent's fist mark in a single move. He also felt the pain on his body. It was obvious that the attack just now had caused him serious injuries. This was a huge humiliation. Are you angry? A calm voice came out from Wang Teng's mouth. He was extremely calm, and there was no emotions in his voice. He sounded like a high and mighty god. Just now you were indomitable and overpowered the human race. Now I'm using this cosmos realm body to suppress you. Do you admit defeat? How dare you? The dark apparition was infuriated. You're just a stowaway who crossed time and space. How dare you say that you're suppressing me? Let's see how long you can last. Clang. The instant he finished speaking, he slashed his battle sword out. Black sword glows cut through the air. It was terrifying. I said that it's enough to deal with you. Wang Teng remained calm and unmoved. He said that this cosmos realm body was enough to suppress the dark apparition. Boom, a sword appeared in his hand. This was the dark shadow sword. At this moment, the dark shadow sword was as obedient as a cat that got its neck grabbed. It didn't dare to resist, and obediently followed his command. In an instant, countless sword glows erupted from the dark shadow sword. Then, lotus flowers blossomed in the void, crimson gold, blue, green, yellow, green, purple. Black, white, every lotus flower had a different color, but they had 12 petals. They gave off a sharp sword intent and contained endless sword intent. This was a sword lotus. Every lotus flower was a sword lotus. They contained entirely different sword enlightenment. It was terrifying. Gasps were heard continuously in the air. Everyone was flabbergasted. This was the first time they saw such a sword skill. They were astounded by the power of this sword realm. He was even more astounded by the completeness of the sword realm. Yes, it was complete. Almost everyone was able to find their sword enlightenment. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, poison, lightning, ice, and even light. What a frightening level of mastery. He was just a person, but he had so many enlightenments. This was heaven defying you. The dark apparition was appalled. Even he felt a strong sense of threat from this frightening sword attack. If the sword attack released by the human figure was just a warning, it had to treat it seriously. Hence, when faced with this sword attack, he had the urge to escape. He didn't dare to receive it head-on. Go, Wang Teng, a shout came out of his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The sword lotus flew towards the dark apparition at the speed of lightning. It surrounded the dark apparition in an instant. There was no way to evade it. Boom! The next instant, all the sword lotus flowers blossomed and divine patterns appeared. Immeasurable light shot into the sky and turned into sword glows in the air. Frightening, spectacular. It was even dazzling. In an instant, the entire space was lit up by the colorful sword glows. The cold and dark colors were dispersed, leaving only dazzling colors. Boom! Then all the sword glows collided with the black sword glow. Explosions were heard and the black sword glow was destroyed instantly. It couldn't withstand a single blow. The dark apparition was suppressed once again. Numerous sword glows engulfed him, and the black light around him dissipated. It couldn't resist the sword glows and was about to reveal its true form. Chapter 2896, Sword Lotus. Complete heavenly finger. 12 clones. 2. Ah! The dark apparition bellowed in anger. He felt exasperated. Dark force surged out of his body as he tried to break through the sword glow. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no end to the sword glows. There was always another layer, so he couldn't hide. Boom, in the end. Blood appeared on the dark apparition's body. He was injured, which made him even angrier. He wanted to kill his way through the sword glow and fight with Wang Teng. What? All the human martial warriors were surprised and elated. They were flabbergasted, terrifying. It was unbelievable that the person who merged with Wang Teng could release such a terrifying sword attack. Even the dark apparition was suppressed. He had no chance of resisting. My king, Devil Titan Bloodslayer, and the other dark apparitions were shocked and furious. They were flabbergasted. Our king is injured. How did this happen? They couldn't help but exclaim in worry, was this powerful martial warrior who could travel through time and space really so terrifying? Completely invincible? The devil god frowned. His eyes were trembling and the black mist around him kept churning. He seemed agitated. He couldn't remain calm. They spent so much effort to unseal that sir, but he was going to be suppressed now. That would be a huge joke. At that time, he facilitated this matter with all his insistence. He was under immense pressure from his family. Many higher authorities didn't have high hopes for him and didn't agree at all. In the end, he overrode everyone's objections and caused what happened today. If that sir was suppressed again, he would be suppressed by the clan, and it would be even more difficult for him to do things in the future. No, this was secondary. The formidable warrior who crossed the river of time and space wouldn't even let that sir go. Would he let him go? He turned serious when he thought about this. He was worried too. Boom. The space vibrated, and numerous dimensional rifts appeared in that area, forming terrifying spatial turbulence. Endless black light exploded, and a terrifying dark power swept out. The dark apparition roared in anger, but he still managed to break free from the sword glow and charged out. Impossible. His dark purple hair danced wildly in the air. His voice was filled with disbelief as she shouted, "You shouldn't be so strong. You crossed the river of time and borrowed the body of a cosmos stage martial warrior. You shouldn't be so strong. What did you do?" He had to admit that this situation had exceeded his understanding. The other party was ridiculously powerful. He didn't even have the ability to resist. He couldn't believe that this would happen. A soft laugh came out of Wang Teng's mouth. He was sniggering. "Are you afraid? I told you that suppressing you is enough. Do you believe me now?" "I don't believe you." The dark apparition stood in mid-air. The black light around him turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. It was suppressed, but it didn't move. Its voice was cold and indifferent. "You can't kill me. No one has ever been able to. Also, time and space can't be reversed. How can someone from the future kill me now? You can't bear the price." "Ah," Wang Teng sighed. Then he nodded and admitted, "You're right. I'm not here to kill you. Anyone who's going to die today will die. People who don't deserve to die won't die. Do you think I will change the past? No, I won't change anything. I understand time better than you think." Voices resounded in the air. Everyone was flabbergasted. They were filled with disbelief. All the people who were about to die today would die. People who didn't deserve to die wouldn't die. The presence that merged with Wang Teng said that he wouldn't change the past. Then who would die and who would live? Everyone tensed up. They felt uneasy. They were afraid that they would be among the dead. This was scary. The future was irreversible. They had heard this before, but they had a new understanding now. In the face of time, everyone felt helpless. You. The dark apparition's expression changed again. This person was too calm. If the other party was determined to change something, he wouldn't be so worried. However, the other party was too logical and said that he wouldn't change anything. He felt uneasy when the enemy seemed to have seen through everything. It was as if everything was under the other party's control. The other party might have the appearance of a cosmos stage martial warrior, but in his eyes, the other party was a different person, who was like a high and mighty living creature. It made his heart shudder. This is surprising. Wang Teng's master muttered to himself, "It looks like there's nothing to worry about. However, my disciple will have to suffer a little. What do you want to do?" The dark apparition's gaze turned cold. He couldn't help but ask. This stranger wouldn't change history or defy time. Why did he have to take the risk to travel back in time? It was impossible for him to do nothing. To suppress you. Wang Teng smiled gently. The dark apparition felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He was furious. This person kept saying that he wanted to suppress him. This was too much. Receive my last attack. There's not much time left. Wang Teng said calmly. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, a powerful force erupted from his body and swept through the void. The dark apparition's heart skipped a beat. Even though he was furious, he didn't dare to underestimate this person. Chapter 297, Sword Lotus, Complete Heavenly Finger, 12 Clones. 3. The first two attacks allowed him to understand how powerful his opponent was. Now the other party said that he wanted to give the final blow. He wondered how powerful he would be. He was afraid, but he didn't back down on the surface. He spoke coldly. Indeed, you don't have enough time. You must be dreaming if you think you can suppress me with one move. Wang Teng didn't waste any time. He raised his finger and pointed at the dark apparition in front. Boom. Space trembled. Ripples spread out and a huge finger congregated. It seemed to have penetrated through space. In a blink of an eye, it appeared above the dark apparition's head and bore down on him like an indescribable mountain. Heavenly Finger. At this moment, a low voice was heard from Wang Teng's mouth. However, no one heard it. Damn it. The dark apparition felt humiliated. Flames of anger burned in his eyes as he bellowed, "How dare you suppress me with one finger?" He was infuriated. He wished he could tear Wang Teng into pieces. One attack, one finger. The other party was too arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all. This so-called attack was to crush him with one finger. Humiliation. This was blatant humiliation. Roar. The dark apparition went crazy. His dark purple hair danced wildly and black light erupted from his body. Then he launched a fierce counterattack. The black battle sword in his hand congregated into a terrifying sword glow that was 10,000 feet long. It shot into the sky. This should be an extremely powerful dark battle technique from its aura. It was definitely above the immortal level. It was terrifying and contained divine power. Boom. The appearance of the 10,000 feet sword glow caused the space to tremble. Numerous holes were formed. Boom. The enormous finger pressed down gradually, creating an immense pressure. The space collapsed and caved in. Even the humans who weren't on the battlefield could feel a powerful pressure sweeping towards them from afar. They almost lost their balance and fell to the ground. This was scary. One finger was so powerful. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the huge finger. They could clearly see the mysterious and occult divine patterns wrapped around the finger. They were flabbergasted and couldn't regain their senses for a long time. Boom. The huge pressure landed on the dark apparition, causing his expression to change. His long, dark purple hair froze, and he couldn't move an inch. Kill, Anger burned in the dark apparition's heart. He was on the verge of going crazy. He shouted and slashed his ancient dark sword at the giant finger above his head. Boom! Thousands of black sword glows shot up and collided with the gigantic finger. The image froze. Everything seemed to have paused for a split second. Even the dust floating in the air didn't move. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at this scene in astonishment. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp, cracking sound was heard. It shocked everyone. How is this possible? Devil, Titan, Blood Slayer, and the other dark apparitions widened their eyes in surprise. Cracks appeared on the black sword glow, and they were still spreading quickly. Boom. Wang Teng. A shout came out of his mouth. Bang. The next instant, the black sword glow shattered under everyone's unbelievable gaze. It turned into black droplets of light and scattered in the air. Impossible. A drop of blood seeped out of the dark apparition's mouth. He was flabbergasted and couldn't accept this reality. His attack was crushed by this finger. Boom! The giant finger's momentum didn't decrease. It plummeted down from above and bore down on the dark apparition. Get lost. The dark apparition's pupils dilated as he bellowed in anger. Suddenly he formed a fist mark with his left hand and hurled it at the air. Terrifying power surged out. He planned to use his physical body to resist the attack. Boom! A huge fist mark erupted, attempting to stop the finger from landing. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bang! The black fist mark shattered and turned into black droplets of light too. Then the giant finger couldn't stop it anymore. It destroyed everything and landed on the dark apparition. Boom! Terrifying explosions resounded in the entire space. It was earth-shattering. The residual impact swept through the air like a tornado. Wherever the impact went, all the constellations would explode and turn into dust. They would disappear in the void. A galaxy in the distance was torn apart and couldn't be closed for a long time. It looked like the sky was cracking. This was extremely scary. The residual impact was enough to shatter the constellation and cut off a galaxy. Also, it was still a distance away from the battlefield of these two formidable warriors. If they got close to the battlefield, the consequences were unimaginable. The spectators in the distance were thrown back too. Their faces turned pale and they were flabbergasted by the frightening power. You could say that this was divine power. It was rare to see one of these two presences in the universe. Now that they had crossed the long river of time and space and met, there would definitely be an unparalleled war. Devil, Titan, Blood Slayer, and the other dark apparitions turned pale. Their lips trembled and they couldn't speak. That finger was too scary. They couldn't imagine what would happen if they got close to that finger. With their bodies, they would be crushed into pieces before they could land. Roar. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from the battle zone. A beam of black light shot out. It was the Dark Apparition, Chapter 2898. Sword Lotus, Complete Heavenly Finger, 12 clones. 4. He wasn't dead, but he was injured. One could see the black light shimmering around his body, revealing his true form. It was a young man with long, dark purple hair. He was very young and was at his prime. He looked no different from a human. You couldn't see the strange and evil aura of a dark apparition at all. However, his eyes were filled with coldness and indifference. There was a deep darkness in them that could devour a person's soul. Just like the figure on the lotus flower, his eyes were blinding. At this moment, he looked a little disheveled. His dark purple hair was in a mess, and the clothes on its body were torn. There were obvious wounds in some areas. His aura was unique. Even though he was injured, he still gave off a noble and majestic aura. His body was tall and lofty like the king of the gods. This aura was even more terrifying than the devil god. My king. Devil Titan Blood Slayer and the other dark apparitions trembled uncontrollably when they saw him revealing his true form. Their voices trembled slightly, and they didn't dare to look at him directly. Even the devil god lowered his head uncontrollably. There was astonishment in his eyes. The Lord's true form was revealed. At your level, your physical body is extremely tough. It's hard to kill you. Wang Teng sized up the dark apparition in front of him and said with regret, Everyone was speechless when they heard this. He had already suppressed the dark apparition and injured him, but he seemed a little regretful now. He didn't achieve the result he wanted. This formidable warrior was extremely arrogant. But when they thought about this, they were shocked. The person who merged with Wang Teng said that this was the last attack. Things seemed a little troublesome since he wasn't able to injure the dark apparition. "Was that your last attack?" The dark apparition looked at Wang Teng in fear. His gaze was cold, but his expression remained calm. He said indifferently, "Unfortunately, you can't kill me. After you leave, I will kill these human martial warriors." "Huh? Did I say that it was the last attack?" Wang Teng was surprised. He seemed to have forgotten what he just said and shook his head lightly. "I might have made a mistake. I still have one last attack." The dark apparition, everyone was stunned. This was possible. They were worried just now. They were afraid that the other party would leave and no one could suppress the dark apparitions. They didn't expect this turn of events. In the end, they were worried for nothing. For some reason, they felt that this formidable warrior who traveled through time and space seemed a little improper. "Oh my God, this formidable warrior is even more shameless than me." The giant turtle muttered uncontrollably as it hid at the side and evaded the battle zone. The moment he finished speaking, he felt a gaze staring at him. He shut his mouth in embarrassment and didn't dare to speak anymore. Wang Teng retracted his gaze and sighed. "Never mind. Let's be more serious in case we waste time." "Huh?" The dark apparition was shocked and furious. "Be serious? Wasn't this guy serious before?" At this moment he felt humiliated again. He was infuriated. Every word this person said seemed to be provoking the anger in his heart. He couldn't control his anger. Wang Teng ignored him. He remained calm and stepped out of the lotus flower. Boom, an explosion resounded in the air. The lotus flower suddenly trembled slightly and split up. It turned into rays of light behind Wang Teng and merged into Wang Teng's body. A powerful and majestic force erupted and swept through the entire universe. Then, Wang Teng took a second step and arrived a few thousand meters away from the dark apparition. But this wasn't enough to astound them. The most astonishing thing was, after he took his second step, his body split into 12 clones. They split up and surrounded the dark apparition. Every single figure gave off a powerful aura. They were like the main form. There was no difference in their status. "What?" The dark apparition was shocked. He scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't identify the real body. "Kill, kill, kill, kill." Shouts came from the mouths of the 12 Wang Teng. They took the third step simultaneously and charged towards the dark apparition. Boom, the entire space trembled, as if it couldn't withstand the simultaneous attacks of the 12 Wang Tengs. The constellation in the distance trembled, and cracks started to appear. Boom, boom, boom. The 12 Wang Tengs moved at the same time and executed different attacks. Some formed fist marks, while others formed palm prints. Some waved their hands and released numerous blade glows. Some held battle swords and formed countless sword glows. In an instant, the entire space was engulfed by the complicated attacks. Roar. The dark apparition's heart trembled. He felt a strong threat and roared in anger. He wanted to escape from the 12 Wang Tengs. "I'll destroy you today." A shout came out of Wang Teng's mouth. It was soul-stirring and astounding. Endless attacks engulfed the dark apparition, obliterating the power of origin on its body and injuring it heavily. No matter how strong his body was, he still had to bear the consequences. The dark apparition was completely suppressed. He was going berserk with hatred. It was a humiliation to receive such a heavy blow the moment he reappeared. Oh my God, all the dark apparitions lost their ability to speak. They stared at this scene in bewilderment and found it absurd. What did they see amidst the endless attacks? Their lord was coughing blood. He was seriously injured. This was unbelievable. That sir was extremely powerful. Even when he was suppressed in the past, multiple formidable warriors acted at the same time and prepared many methods to deal with him. If not, they wouldn't have succeeded. But now, this formidable martial warrior who traveled through time and space managed to suppress the Sir single-handedly and injure him heavily. He had no chance of resisting. What was even more frightening was that the 12 clones seemed to have the same ability. It was equivalent to 12 terrifying martial warriors attacking together. How were they supposed to fight? This was cheating. The question was, how did he do it? They had never seen a clone with such power. It was unbelievable. Was there really a formidable warrior born in the future? Many dark apparitions felt their hearts trembling. They had a premonition that something unexpected would happen in the future. Some people thought of Wang Teng again. This was because he used a clone skill during the League of Talents and the secondary career exchange. Also, the ability of each clone seemed to be on par with the main body. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the power displayed now. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was nothing to compare. But what if Wang Teng continued to grow? He might not be able to reach this stage in the future. Many people were astounded by themselves when they thought of this possibility. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts. Their eyes gradually widened as they stared at the figure fighting with the dark apparitions. They were flabbergasted. His long black hair flew in the wind, and he was bathed in divine light. He looked majestic. He was like the god of the universe, magnificent and extraordinary. Their minds went blank gradually. No way. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. Their hearts were trembling. This guess was too astonishing. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.